Huang Xiaolong chuckled. If you say that I'm here to cause trouble, can you please tell me how I'm doing it? I didn't scream and shout, and neither did I run about. The librarian was stunned for a second, but anger rose in her heart as she felt that he was looking down on her. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't as she was trying to scold him. Whatever the case, the man standing before her was in his mid-20s, and there was a chance he was younger than her. Since I'm not causing trouble, you can leave now. Bye. Huang Xiaolong smiled, staring at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of shock. She didn't understand what he was trying to do. Which class are you from? The little lady widened her eyes and she stared at Huang Xiaolong in anger. Hand over your identity plaque right now. Even though you're not causing trouble, you're affecting other people in the library. Snickering in his heart, Huang Xiaolong knew that she was definitely trying to mess with him. After glancing at the book in his hand, he placed it back onto the shelf. Turning back to her, he said, Is there a rule stating that students have to hand over their identity plaques to the librarian in the library? Oh right. There are so many people watching me as I read, and I feel a little distracted right now. Why don't you chase them away instead? The librarian who was confronting Huang Xiaolong seethed in anger when she saw the smug look on his face. Hand your identity plaque over right now. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of the library. The librarian seemed to have made up her mind about it, and she growled. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled to himself as he picked up another book. After glancing at it for a few seconds, he placed it back on the shelf. The librarian reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong's shoulders, and she snapped, Get out of the library right now. As a third-level foundation-building realm expert, she was much stronger than Lu Feng. Ordinarily, the librarians of the Eastern University weren't weaklings. They were in the foundation-building realm in order to get rid of unruly students. When she jerked her hand on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder, she realized that he was as steady as a mountain. She gasped in shock. Little lady, members of the opposite sex shouldn't touch each other without permission. It's not good for you to be doing this in front of so many people, right? Huang Xiaolong laughed. With anger filling her heart, she circulated her true qi as she tried to throw Huang Xiaolong out of the library. However, she failed to budge him no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't even make him take a single step back in retreat. With rage rushing into her head, both her hands grabbed at Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong's intention was to tease her, a frown formed on his face when he realized that she wasn't going to give up. He casually pushed her away with a single strand of true qi. She slammed into one of the shelves behind them before falling on her butt. It wasn't a light fall, and she quickly got to her feet. She felt the weird stares of the students around her, and she snapped at Huang Xiaolong. You're in trouble. Turning around, she rushed out of the library. As soon as she left, the entire place erupted. Wow! Goddess Zhang Jiaying was actually struck away by someone. Am I seeing things? What do you mean? Ying obviously fell on accident. Huang Xiaolong realized that she was someone pretty famous in the university when he heard the discussions flying about. Ignoring the commotion around him, Huang Xiaolong returned to the books. A moment later, a group of more than 30 administrators appeared behind Zhang Jiaying as she stormed towards Huang Xiaolong. The person in the lead was a silver-haired old man who was built like an ox. The 30 of them surrounded Huang Xiaolong in a flash, and the old man growled, I am the head librarian of the library. We do not welcome troublemakers, and I will have to ask you to leave right now. Troublemaker? Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Jiaying and he sighed. It was obvious she tattled on him. One of the male students sitting in the library sneered, Ha ha ha! This should be the first time the head librarian personally appeared to kick a student out of the library. Holy shit! Even students studying for their doctorate wouldn't be enough to stand against the head librarian. Turning around to face the old man, Huang Xiaolong spoke in an emotionless voice. I'll give all of you 3 seconds to leave my sight. If you remain here to interrupt my reading session, I'll kick all of you out of the library. Everyone stared at him in shock. Hu Yunxiang, the head librarian, snorted in rage. Do you really think you're capable of doing that? Humph! Even if you have the guts to pull a stunt like that, you have to be strong enough to back it up. As the head librarian, his status in the school wasn't too low. Even the directors of the various schools would have to respect him. There weren't too many people capable of taking him on in the school. After all, he had already reached the 9th level Golden Core realm. Huang Xiaolong ignored the old man as he continued to read his books. With his expression sinking, Hu Yunqiang spoke to one of the administrators around him. "All of you, kick him out." All 30 of them made their move. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't even move as he sent all of them flying. Hu Yunqiang and Zhang Jiaying suffered the same fate. Every single one of them flew through the window as they slammed into the grass patch outside the library. The students who witnessed the scene felt the world spinning around them. The head librarian of the university was actually thrown out of the building. Not a single student dared to approach Huang Xiaolong any longer as the 6th floor cleared out almost instantly. A trace of tranquility settled in Huang Xiaolong's heart now that no one else was there. "Head librarian, do we call the security team over?" one of the librarians asked. With his face as black as the bottom of a pot, Hu Yunqiang eventually shook his head. "We'll look for the principal right now." Zhang Jiaying's expression was extremely complicated. No matter how ignorant she was, she realized that Huang Xiaolong couldn't be a student with his cultivation base. Only nascent soul realm experts had the ability to do what he did. Of course, every single nascent soul realm expert was part of the upper management of the school. When she thought about how she wanted to kick Huang Xiaolong out of the library previously, a weird feeling would fill her heart. Hu Yunqiang returned almost instantly. Morong Qing was standing beside him, but a terrified expression could be seen on his face. Zhang Jiaying and the others were stunned when they saw the look on Morong Qing's face. "Principal." Ignoring all of them, Morong Qing rushed into the lift of the library. Seeing as the principal was in such a rush, everyone followed quickly behind. They saw Morong Qing's shaky hands as he pressed the wrong level several times. When they finally arrived on the 6th floor, Morong Qing turned to speak to Hu Yunqiang. "Please ask all the students here to leave. Remain here and wait for my command. No one is allowed to come up here without my permission." Morong Qing actually commanded the head librarian. As soon as he spoke, the students who were still there quickly left the 6th floor. Not a single person dared to stay. As for Zhang Jiaying and the others, they left as Morong Qing only allowed Hu Yunqiang to remain. As Hu Yunqiang stood outside the elevator, he saw Morong Qing walking towards Huang Xiaolong cautiously, as though he was afraid the sound of his footsteps would disturb the other party. A frown formed on his face as question marks appeared in his mind. He recalled how Morong Qing jumped in fright when he described Huang Xiaolong's appearance earlier. He was even scolded badly by the principal. In Morong Qing's words, he said, "Hu Yunqiang, do you know how badly you messed up?" That was the first time the head librarian saw Morong Qing raging. However, he didn't understand what he did, as he only wanted to kick a troublemaker out of the library. From Morong Qing's actions, Hu Yunqiang started to guess the kid's identity. When Morong Qing arrived several meters away from Huang Xiaolong, a smile blossomed on his face as he asked in the softest voice possible, "Your Highness, are you here to read? I'll often come over to read. Please tell your head librarian and his staff to avoid disturbing me in the future," Huang Xiaolong said as he glanced at Morong Qing. With his mind spinning at top speed, Morong Qing realized that Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to pursue the matter, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Along the way, he was so scared that his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He had already prepared himself for a scolding. Yes, Your Highness. Please rest assured that I will definitely warn Hu Yunqiang." Morong Qing's smile couldn't be wider as he addressed Huang Xiaolong. "There's no need to blow things up," Huang Xiaolong added. Noting Huang Xiaolong's intentions, Morong Qing bowed respectfully. After ensuring that Huang Xiaolong didn't have anything else for him, he left on his tiptoes. When he returned to the elevator and saw Hu Yunqiang, his expression turned dark and he growled, "We'll talk downstairs." The two of them left after he spoke. When they returned to the 1st floor, Morong Qing lectured Hu Yunqiang before telling the others to avoid disturbing Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, he reminded them that the matters that happened were not to be told to anyone else. Principal, he's not here to read. Zhang Jiang pouted. Furrowing his eyebrows, Murong Qing knew that she was the person who started it all. He wanted to strip her of her title that very instant, but he decided against it after thinking about her status. Zhang Jiang, I know that you're pretty proud of what you have achieved, but you need to know that you're merely a frog in the well. There are a lot of things out there that you don't understand, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. Murong Qing warned her. He knew that experts of the Enlightenment realm and above would be able to develop a terrifying level of divine sense. They would be able to process information quickly, and he knew that Huang Xiaolong was using it to read his books. Even though Murong Qing brought forth the subject as nicely as he could, he was obviously criticizing Zhang Jiang's intellect. A frown formed on her face, but Murong Qing wasn't the principal of the school for nothing. She decided to let it go as she didn't wish to clash with him. Only a long time after Murong Qing left did they start to speak. Who in the world is that young man? Could he be the son of some high-ranking official in the Wuxia alliance? One of the librarians guessed. Or could he be the young master of the great families? Let's just leave. Hu Yunqiang sighed. All of you heard what the principal said. If anyone tries anything like this again, they will be fired immediately. Even though he didn't specifically address Zhang Jiang, his words were no doubt a warning for her. Soon after, Hu Yunqiang and the other librarians left. The only person remaining in the library was Zhang Jiang, and she stood there with a complicated expression on her face. Ever since she was born, she was pampered and sheltered by those around her. There were countless suitors surrounding her all the time, and her life was nothing short of smooth sailing. She only realized that the world didn't revolve around her after Huang Xiaolong appeared. For 3 whole days, Huang Xiaolong remained in the library. Ordinarily, the library would close at 11 at night each day. However, after the person in charge of closing the library looked for Hu Yunqiang, he received instructions to not disturb Huang Xiaolong no matter what happened. As Huang Xiaolong read the books at an exceptional pace, he completed nearly a fifth of the collection of books on the 6th floor in 3 short days. When Lin Kai approached Huang Xiaolong 3 days later, a weird expression could be seen on his face. The day before, he moved into Huang Xiaolong's villa. When he discovered that Huang Xiaolong had remained in the library for the past 3 days, he went to ask around and learned about the events that happened with Lu Fang and Zhang Jiang. Even though Murong Qing and the others suppressed the news, there were various students who managed to discover Huang Xiaolong's identity. After learning that Huang Xiaolong was the deputy head of the school, they released the news to the entire school. Of course, all of them were only able to learn that he was the deputy head of the school. They had no idea he was the grand elder of the prestigious Huang family. Has school started? Huang Xiaolong asked when he saw Lin Kai. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Kai stuttered, "Uncle, did you throw Zhang Jiang out of the library several days ago?" "Yeah, what about it?" "Zhang Jiang is the granddaughter of Zhang Yuhan's older brother." "Oh." Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock. Wouldn't that make her Zhang Yuhan's grandniece? It seemed as though the world was really a small place. Has Zhang Yuhan returned to school? Huang Xiaolong asked again. Shaking his head, Lin Kai sighed. No, she hasn't. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. He reminded Murong Qing to inform him when she returned, but it seemed as though that day had yet to arrive. Oh right, the kid you beat up the other day, Lu Fang, went to get his family to deal with you after learning that you became the deputy head of the school. Lin Kai seemed to have thought of something and reminded Huang Xiaolong. I've heard that he's planning to use the Lu family's authority to dismiss you from your position. According to the various sources, the Lu family's presence in the Wuxia military is nothing to scoff at. Lu Fang has 2 uncles who are generals in the army. Huang Xiaolong snorted and completely glossed over the fact. So what if they were part of the military? Even if the entire world joined hands, he could roll over all of them with a single snort. Lin Kai hesitated for a moment when he saw the expression of indifference on Huang Xiaolong's face. Little brat, just spit it out. You don't have to hide anything from me. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he noticed the look on Lin Kai's face. Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin Kai sighed. There's something I need your help with. That, the beast tide in the East Sea erupted again, and the military has been beaten back time and time again. Our university formed an alliance with other universities in order to form an army to beat the beasts back. According to the school rules, any student in the 4th year or higher will be able to sign up, but the chairperson of my class refuses to allow me to sign up due to my lack of strength. There were some misgivings between us, and he has been looking down on me since the start of school. Huang Xiaolong raised a single eyebrow in surprise. Are you planning to get me to approve your application to head over to the East Sea to kill beasts? Yes, I might have been weak in the past, but you increased my strength when you saved me in the past. Also, I learned the Azura sword art and dragon fist you taught me, and I wish to give it a shot. After all, this will help in my graduation exam. I'll talk to Murong Qing about this. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. However, you cannot overestimate your strength when you head over to the East Sea. You should remain humble and act within your means. His sister only had one son, and that was Lin Kai. If anything happened to him, Huang Xiaolong would blame himself for the rest of his life. Of course, he didn't disapprove Lin Kai's desire to go over to the East Sea. After all, it was a great way to train himself. Nice. Uncle, you can rest assured. I will definitely do what I can. Lin Kai jumped in joy when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. When are you leaving? Huang Xiaolong asked. Probably in several days. Nothing has been decided yet. According to what they say, we will have to wait for Teacher Yuhan to return in order to make the decision. Lin Kai explained. After all, she will be bringing us over along with Vice Principal Chu Kuan. Oh? Is Zhang Yuhan going too? Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. A crafty smile formed on Lin Kai's face when he heard Huang Xiaolong's question. Why don't you go with us too? Sure. Without thinking much about it, Huang Xiaolong agreed. After all the books he read in the 3 days, Huang Xiaolong could deduce that the Pangu axe might be located in 3 places on Earth. One of them was the East Sea, and if it really was located there, it would be on the shores of the East Sea. As such, he planned to take a trip down to the East Sea anyway. A frown formed on Lin Kai's face. Uncle, are you really going with us? Oh, wait a minute. Of course you are. After all, Teacher Yuhan is going with us too. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips arched upwards. The little brat was definitely mistaking something. After all, he wouldn't go all the way there if the Pangu axe wasn't rumored to be at the East Sea. However, he didn't plan to explain anything to Lin Kai. Should we go stroll about the school now that you've been reading for 3 days straight? Lin Kai asked. Sure. Since he had already learned of the possible places the Pangu axe might be located, Huang Xiaolong decided to walk around the campus to enjoy the sights. Stretching a little, he left the library with Lin Kai. In the corner of the library, Zhang Jiaying stared at his leaving figure with a complicated look in her eyes. When she learned that Huang Xiaolong was the deputy head of the school, she was just as surprised as everyone else. However, she didn't understand why the principal would be so terrified when he spoke about the man. As the greatest university in the Wuxia Alliance, the entire campus was built with great care. The view was great, and there was a refreshing air that surrounded the place. Huang Xiaolong could see that the school was much larger than his Blue Dragon orchard. Since Lin Kai was a 4th-year student, he couldn't be more familiar with the campus. He was acting like a guide as he brought Huang Xiaolong around. When the two of them passed by a certain building, a group of students including Lu Fang emerged. There were several dozen people besides Lu Fang, and there was an impressive-looking young man who accompanied them, and Lin Kai's expression changed when he saw the other party. Zhang Han. Lin Kai gasped in shock before turning to Huang Xiaolong. He's the strongest 5th-year student, and he's one of the candidates picked by the Six Swords Gate to become an inner disciple. Afraid Huang Xiaolong might not know about Zhang Han's true identity, Lin Kai quickly made the explanation. He also introduced the haughty-looking girl beside Lu Fang. She's Princess Ying of our university, and she's called Ying Rongrong. She's a direct disciple of the Ying family, and there are rumors going around that her father is the patriarch of the Ying family. There are also others who say that her father is one of the grand elders of the Ying family. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. The group quickly caught sight of Huang Xiaolong. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, Lu Feng whispered something into Zhang Han's ear. Visibly shocked, Zhang Han couldn't believe that the deputy head of the school was such a young man. However, he recalled that there were youthful pills in the world and he was no longer as surprised. The old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect looked young too, but he was already an old monster. As Huang Xiaolong and Lin Kai continued to make their way forward, Zhang Han stopped them with a wave of his hand. He chuckled. "So you're the new deputy head of our school. I'm Zhang Han, and it's a pleasure to meet you." He reached out, intending to shake Huang Xiaolong's hand. Tilting his head backwards, he tried physically looking down on Huang Xiaolong. As the future disciple of the Six Swords Gate, he felt that his position in the world would definitely outclass Huang Xiaolong. After all, the latter was merely the deputy head of a university. An inner disciple of one of the 6 greatest sects in the world would be leagues ahead of him. "I've never heard of you. Anyway, good dogs wouldn't block the road. Get lost if you don't want to be a cripple." Everyone stared at him in shock. Even Zhang Han felt that Huang Xiaolong had a screw loose in his head. One had to know that he would be an inner disciple of the Six Swords Gate in the future. Even the patriarchs of the various families in the Wuxia alliance would have to lower their heads before him. Seething with rage, Zhang Han snorted, "Humph! I'll stand in your way every time I see you. When you see me in the future, you better take another path." As a future disciple of the Six Swords Gate, he refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to touch him. Even the higher-ups of the Wuxia alliance would have to think twice if they wanted to offend him, much less the deputy head of a university. The words barely left his mouth when he was sent flying. When he smashed into one of the fake mountains in the garden, his entire head was flattened. Lu Feng and the others sucked in a cold breath, and Ing Rongrong felt a trace of fear filling her heart. Stepping forward, no one dared to stand in his way. The entire gang formed a path for him, and Lu Feng felt his limbs going cold. He didn't know if Huang Xiaolong would actually cripple him if he found out that he was using his family's power to kick him out of the university. When Huang Xiaolong walked past Lu Feng, he casually turned to glance at the kid. When he did, Lu Feng didn't even dare to breathe. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't do a thing as he continued on his way. Lu Feng felt his entire body going numb as his legs threatened to give way. They only dared to help Zhang Han up when Huang Xiaolong was nowhere in sight. All of them sucked in a cold breath when they saw Zhang Han's sorry appearance. "All the qi veins in his body have been shattered." One of the male students around Zhang Han screamed in terror as a chill ran through the hearts of everyone present. The most important aspect of a cultivator was their qi veins. Even if a single one of them snapped, progressing in their cultivation would be a task taller than scaling a mountain barehanded. One needed countless herbs in order to recover, and even then they might never return to their peak state. One could say that Zhang Han was a complete cripple. He actually dared to cripple Zhang Han. A female student covered her mouth as she gasped in fright. Even then, no one could believe that Huang Xiaolong was daring enough to cripple the other party. Ing Rongrong was stunned. If Zhang Han really turned into a cripple, the entire Wuxia alliance would shake. When the Six Swords Gate bore down on them to ask for an explanation, the higher-ups of the Wuxia alliance would be in real trouble. He's crazy. He definitely has a screw loose somewhere. Who in the world gave him the courage to cripple Zhang Han? All of the disciples standing around were disciples of the great families of the Wuxia alliance. There were even some who were more important than Lu Feng, but all of them were stuck in a state of shock. In the principal's office, Murong Qing sat on his chair as he read the morning papers. When he received the reports that Zhang Han's qi veins were completely severed, he nearly fell from his chair. Since Zhang Han was crippled on campus, he would definitely be on the front line of fire when the higher-ups of the Wuxia alliance launched their investigation. Even the Murong family wouldn't be able to protect him. Who in the world had the guts to do it? Murong Qing flew into a rage. "I'll skin him alive." The baldy who was there on the first day Huang Xiaolong arrived stuttered. It's the new deputy head, Huang Xiaolong." "What?" The expression on Murong Qing's face hardened and he didn't know what to say. He didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be able to cause any trouble considering the time he needed to stay in the university. If everything went well, he might even be promoted after taking care of the man. However, Huang Xiaolong was like a walking disaster that fell on his head now that he crippled Zhang Han. "Get out!" Morong Qing yelled at those in his office. When they finally left, he quickly contacted the patriarch of the Morong family. He needed to make the report as that was something that would affect the Morong family as a whole. Moreover, he needed to notify their old ancestor, Morong Deng. "Old ancestor, this, what are we going to do? Am I supposed to dismiss him from his position before handing him over to the alliance?" If they had to choose between the Huang family of the Donglin province and the Six Swords Gate, he would definitely choose the super sect. According to him, that was the best move he could make right now. "You dumbass!" Morong Deng roared in anger when he heard what Morong Qing said. "Dismiss him? Who the fuck gave you the guts to say something like that?" Even through the screen, Morong Qing could feel the anger in the old ancestor's heart. He nearly jumped in fright as he didn't think that a simple suggestion from him could make the old ancestor so angry. "If you really dare to do something as stupid as that, I'll dismiss you from your position right now. You can get back here and face the wall for 100 years to reflect on your stupidity," Morong Deng roared, with beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Morong Qing fell to his knees. "Old ancestor, I was wrong." After being lectured by Morong Deng for several minutes, Morong Qing finally switched the connection off. He heaved a sigh of relief now that Morong Deng was no longer in his face, and his mind started to spin. That was the first time he had experienced the old ancestor's rage, and he knew that he messed up. By the time he was done, the news of Zhang Han's plight had shook the entire campus. It seemed as though every single person was notified of the news. The entire upper management of the school stormed into Morong Qing's office in order to complain about Huang Xiaolong's actions, and they wanted to fire Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong became extremely well known in the campus in the span of a single afternoon. Half a day later, Morong Qing doesn't plan on firing him. He even lashed out at those who dared to bring up the idea. Is the Morong family becoming muddle-headed? I've heard that the Six Swords Gate isn't happy with what happened. They are currently bringing a bunch of eminent elder and grand elders to the Wuxia Alliance to ask the Huang family for an explanation on the matter. Why would they head for the Huang family? Haven't you heard? Huang Xiaolong is a grand elder of the Huang family. It's no wonder the Morong family will protect that guy. Discussions flew about the entire Wuxia Alliance. Before long, another piece of news started to emerge. The eminent elder sent by the Six Swords Gate would be Shun Shiji. He was a third-level Enlightenment Realm expert, and the entire Wuxia Alliance erupted upon hearing the news. The Huang family's expansion might be shocking, but they seem to have gotten over their heads. A mere grand elder of the Huang family dares to move against an inner disciple chosen by the Six Swords Gate. Heh! The Huang family is about to meet its end. I've heard that the herbs and fruits in the Blue Dragon Orchard reached a worth of more than 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. The Six Swords Gate definitely has their eyes on that now that they're here. The large families of the Wuxia Alliance were gloating in the Huang family's misfortune. However, the various families who witnessed what happened in the Blue Dragon Orchard that day remained silent. Even the Ying family didn't say a word regarding the matter. As the world bubbled in excitement, Huang Xiaolong remained in the library to look for information on the Panguax. On the second day, a massive group of people surrounded Huang Xiaolong in the library. There were members of the army, and even the upper echelons of the Wuxia Alliance had arrived. All of them were experts in their own right. Huang Xiaolong, we are from the enforcement team of the Wuxia Alliance. You harmed Zhang Han of the Six Swords Gate, and you have been dismissed from your position. You are under arrest. Please follow us back right now. A silver-haired elder showed Huang Xiaolong a piece of arrest warrant from the Board of Education and the Enforcement Department. Oh! Huang Xiaolong remained impassive as he looked at the experts surrounding him. Is this the intention of the Chu family and the Zhou family? Huang Xiaolong might have returned for a short time, but he understood the power structure on Earth well. The two departments mentioned by the old man were controlled by the Chu family and the Zhou family. They were also the ones who sided with the Six Swords Gate. The silver-haired old man was an expert of the Zhou family, and he was called Zhou Din. His authority wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Zhou Din's expression sank when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Huang Xiaolong, you might be the leader of the grand elders of the Huang family, but we know you killed Lu Chong in public several days ago. The Lu family might have let things go, but we will not allow you to do as you please in the Huaxia alliance. This time, not even the Huang family can save you. I don't wish to kill anyone today. All of you better get out of my sight right now. If you anger me, I'll go over to your families and tear the heads off your old ancestors. Zhou Din and all the experts who came along were stunned by his words. Zhou Din felt rage bubbling in his heart. From what he thought, Huang Xiaolong would immediately use the Huang family as a shield. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that Huang Xiaolong would threaten their old ancestors. Roaring in anger, Zhou Din raged. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think no one can deal with you? Take him down right now. Do whatever you want as long as you don't kill him. The experts who came along with him pounced on Huang Xiaolong as soon as he gave the order. As the cultivators who came along were picked specifically to deal with powerful experts, the weakest among them were in the Golden Core realm. They were also experts who could fight above their level, and they received special training a long time ago. They were extremely adept in fighting alongside each other. Even a first-level Enlightenment realm expert would be hard-pressed to escape when faced with the assault of such a well-trained bunch. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the experts who were charging at him with whatever weird weapons they had in their hands, he casually waved his hand once. When he did, every single cultivator Zhou Din brought along with him froze in the air as the true qi around them dissipated. Zhou Din stared at him in shock. This is the body-freezing art. Zhou Din started to panic. What's your relationship with the Ying family's old ancestor? How do you know the body-freezing art? The ability he was talking about was extremely difficult to cultivate. Only the old ancestor of the Ying family could do anything like it, and it was no wonder Zhou Din mistook the relationship between them. Huang Xiaolong reached out and casually pulled Zhou Din towards him. He grabbed the man's neck, and he placed the book he was reading back onto the shelf. He stared at Zhou Din's eyes and he growled, I told you I didn't wish to kill anyone today, but since you're asking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. After he spoke, he clenched his fist and snapped Zhou Din's neck. Zhou Din's nascent soul tried to escape from his body, but Huang Xiaolong incinerated it as soon as it appeared. What? The leaders of the respective groups who were sent over felt their expressions changing in shock. Zhou Din was a 9th-level nascent soul realm cultivator, but he was killing just like that. That was the 3rd strongest expert in the Zhou family they were talking about. All of a sudden, everyone thought of a terrifying possibility. Huang Xiaolong was a 1st-level Enlightenment realm expert. Scram! The sound wave alone sent the thousands of cultivators flying. Even the structures in the distance shattered from his yell. Everyone stared at him in shock as Huang Xiaolong's body disappeared from where he stood. After so many years of killing, Huang Xiaolong wanted to tame his bloodlust. In the several days that he had been back, he tried controlling himself, but everyone was treating him as a soft persimmon. Now, he planned to head over to the Zhou and Chu families. When he killed the old ancestors of the two families, he would send a warning to the rest of the world. When they saw how Huang Xiaolong disappeared from where he stood, the thousands of cultivators that came had no idea how to react. In the Zhou family's headquarters, the old ancestor of the Zhou family, Zhou Xinming, was playing chess with the patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Fei. The old ancestor could see the look of unease on Zhou Fei's face, and he chuckled. If you're so affected by something so small, how will you deal with more important matters in the future? According to Zhou Xinming, Huang Xiaolong was nothing but a fly waiting to be crushed. After all, a grand elder was nothing in his eyes. Old ancestor is right. We can pander to the Six Swords Gate, but we might offend the Huang family while doing it. However, don't you think that something is wrong when the Ying family ordered their disciples to steer clear of the Huang family? Zhou Ximing glanced at Zhou Fei and sighed. The power of the Six Swords Gate is something you cannot imagine. Even if all 10 strongest families of our Wuxia alliance banded together, we won't be able to suppress the Six Swords Gate. Moreover, the Huang family isn't even the strongest one. In the future, you need to hug the Six Swords Gate and never let go. Our Zhou family will definitely have the last laugh if that's the case. Yes, old ancestor. Zhou Fei nodded seriously, and he erased all the doubts in his mind. However, a sneer broke their concentration. Who dares? The two of them turned to look towards the sky where a young man was hovering. There wasn't a trace of aura around the man, but he managed to stand in the skies above them. It was clear he was an expert in the nascent soul realm or higher. The experts of the Zhou family appeared when they noticed that there was an intruder in their midst and they rushed over. Zhou Fei's expression fell as he growled. Who in the world are you? Why have you come to my Zhou family? I am Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Zhou Xinming and Zhou Fei jumped from their seats and screamed. Didn't Zhou Din say that they had surrounded him in the university? How could he appear in the Zhou family manner? Zhou Xinming frowned. Did you escape from Zhou Din and the others? If he did, he should be returning to the Huang family as quickly as he could. None of them understood why he came all the way to the Zhou family. When they were still thinking about his intentions, Huang Xiaolong grabbed at the space before him. Zhou Xinming and Zhou Fei appeared in his hands as terror swept through their hearts. This is not possible. Zhou Xinming roared in desperation. He was a second-level Enlightenment realm cultivator, but he couldn't put up the slightest bit of resistance. Who are you? Zhou Xinming felt that he was dreaming and he widened his eyes in shock. Don't you think there was something wrong when the Ying family gave the order to avoid offending the disciples of the Huang family at all costs? Huang Xiaolong sighed. Could it be? In fact, the two of them thought of the reason before, but no one expected it to have anything to do with Huang Xiaolong. With a single swipe, the heads of Zhou Xinming and Zhou Fei fell from their shoulders. After exterminating their nascent souls, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from where he stood. In several breaths of time, Huang Xiaolong appeared above the Chu family manor. The same scene played out. When he was done with the two families, Huang Xiaolong returned to the library in the Eastern University. It only took several minutes to deal with them. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong returned, the news started to spread from the two families. The entire Wuxia alliance fell into complete silence. The families who were gloating in the Huang family's misfortune couldn't utter a single word. In the dormitories of the Eastern University, Lu Fang was laughing happily as he explained everything to Ying Rongrong and the others. Let me tell you a piece of good news I heard. The Zhou family and the Chu family have formed an alliance to dismiss Huang Xiaolong from his position in the university. They are bringing a group of more than 1,000 experts over to imprison him, and they have already surrounded the library. Ying Rongrong and the others were stunned. Why would they need more than 1,000 cultivators to take down a vice head of a university? One of the disciples from the Yi family asked. The Yi family was also one of the 10 strongest cultivation families in the Wuxia alliance. Li Fang chuckled. Didn't you hear? Huang Xiaolong is one of the grand elders of the Huang family. Huang family? Are you talking about the Huang family of the Donglin province? Ying Rongrong widened her eyes. She knew that the old ancestor of her family passed down an order forbidding anyone from the Ying family from antagonizing people of the Huang family. That's right. Lu Fang roared with laughter. So what if he is? He's definitely going to die this time. The Six Swords Gate sent eminent Elder Shen Shiji, a third-level Enlightenment realm expert, over to ask the Huang family to hand him over. The disciples who heard him were stunned. Third-level Enlightenment realm expert. Someone at that level could command the respect of the old ancestors of the great families. Nice! Someone from the Wu family laughed. Huang Xiaolong, who would have thought that you would fall so far? You crippled brother Zhang Han. And now that Senior Shen Shiji is here, you will die a death 1,000 times worse. All of a sudden, everyone's phone rang. Not a single person in the room was exempted, and they stared at each other in shock. Looking at each other, they quickly answered the phone. Lu Fang was shocked when he realized that the person calling him was the old ancestor of the Lu family. The old ancestor of the Lu family was someone he had only seen once in his life. Old ancestor. Lu Fang jumped in fright when he answered the phone. Lu Fang, you're expelled from the Lu family. From now on, you're no longer a disciple of the Lu family. The old ancestor's expression was ugly to the extreme as he barked out whatever he wanted to say the moment the call connected. With his body trembling in fear, Lu Fang felt his mouth going dry. What? Why? He didn't think that the second time seeing the old ancestor of the Lu family would result in him getting kicked out of the family. Why? The old ancestor roared. That's because you angered Senior Huang Xiaolong. Angered Senior Huang Xiaolong. Lu Fang couldn't close his mouth as question marks popped up in his mind. Just a moment ago, the old ancestors of the Zhou and Chu family were killed by Huang Xiaolong. The old ancestor of the Lu family roared in anger. You're a motherfucking dumbass. How dare you use the Lu family's power to strip Huang Xiaolong of his position? Who the fuck gave you the guts to do something like that? As the old ancestor of the family, he was usually able to keep his calm. However, Lu Fang messed up so badly that he couldn't help but spew vulgarities. Get over to the library right now and beg for Senior Huang's forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. The old ancestor of the Lu family roared in exasperation. Lu Fang fell to the ground as the world spun around him. He didn't even know when the old ancestor terminated the connection. As for the other disciples around him, all of them received the same call from their old ancestor. Including Ying Rongrong, all of them received a massive scolding from their old ancestors. Luckily for them, they were mere acquaintances with Zhang Han and Lu Fang. Otherwise, they would have been kicked out of their families without a second thought. Even so, all of them felt their legs going soft. The old ancestors of the Zhou and Chu family were actually killed in the span of a single afternoon. When everything was going down, Huang Shingan was reporting to Huang Xiaolong on the sales of the spiritual fruits and herbs. Everything they had for sale was sold out of the day, and they would earn around 2 million low-grade spirit stones per day. The topic soon turned to the Six Swords Gate and the other two families. Originally, the Six Swords Gate sent Shin Shiji over to the Huang family. However, they recalled him after you killed the old ancestors of the two families. Huang Shingan continued. Looks like the Six Swords Gate isn't planning to look into the matter anymore. The old ancestor of the Lu family personally came to the Huang family to deliver a huge batch of spiritual herbs. He apologized on behalf of Lu Fang, and he already kicked the kid out of the family. Huang Shingan reported everything to Huang Xiaolong. You can deal with all these small matters in the future. There is no need to report every small thing to me. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Oh right. I heard that Zhang Yuhan is being forced into a marriage by her parents. The other party is an eminent elder of the Six Swords Gate. Go check out his identity for me and tell me what's going on. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Shingan bowed. Terminating the connection, Huang Xiaolong returned to his matters. In the various families of the Wuxia Alliance, the same scene was playing out. Everyone was watching two videos at the same time. One of them was how Huang Xiaolong killed the old ancestor of the Zhou family, and the other one was of the Chu family. As he didn't bother locking down the surroundings, the experts of the families managed to record down what he did. The old ancestor of the He family turned extremely serious as he muttered, Huang Xiaolong is no weaker than Ying Tian. He swept his gaze across the grand elders and the elders of the He family to ensure that everyone heard him. Ying Tian was the old ancestor of the Ying family, and he was the strongest cultivator in the Wuxia Alliance. That's not possible, someone yelled. Ying Tian broke through to the 9th level enlightenment realm several days ago. The patriarch of the He family gasped in shock. The grand elders of the He family didn't believe the old ancestor either. The same scene played out in the Li family of the Wuxia Alliance. As such, everyone was arguing about who the stronger party was between Huang Xiaolong and Ying Tian. An hour later, Huang Shingan reported whatever he found to Huang Xiaolog. The person who was forcing Zhang Yuhan into a marriage was called Wang Zhang of the Six Swords Gate, and he was the second strongest expert in the faction. His strength was only weaker than the old ancestor of the Six Swords Gate, and he was a 9th-level Enlightenment Realm expert. I heard that Wang Zheng wants to cultivate a type of yin-yang dual cultivation art, and he needs 4 ladies at the high-level nascent soul realm. She fills his criteria, and he is planning on using her as a cultivation furnace. The other 3 have already agreed, and she is the only one left. Huang Shingan explained. Several days ago, Wang Zheng made the final demand to the old ancestor of the Zhang family. If they refuse to hand her over by the end of the month, they will destroy the Zhang family once and for all. A cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There are only 10 days left until the end of the month. Young Lady Zhang Yuhan is held in captivity by the old ancestor of the Zhang family, and they are using all sorts of ways to force her to agree. Huang Shingan continued. As such, young Lady Zhang Yuhan will not be able to report for the start of school anytime soon. Send me the location of the Zhang family manor. Huang Xiaolong growled. Yes. Huang Shingan didn't dare to dally as he quickly sent all the information on the Zhang family over. After scanning through the information, he disappeared from his location. In the next second, he appeared in the space above the university. Taking several steps forward, Huang Xiaolong might look like he was taking a stroll, but he was moving faster than flying ships. He quickly left the capital city. When he approached the Zhang family manor, a flying ship was headed right towards him. It was one of the most famous ships on Earth, and it was called the Sky Seeker. It was a super luxurious ship, and everyone who could board were no ordinary people. Look, there seems to be something headed straight for us. Someone screamed. Many people in the ship looked through the glass to see a figure walking towards them. It's a person. Someone is flying towards the Sky Seeker. He has to be a nascent soul realm expert. They stared at him in shock. Please take another path. I repeat, the person heading straight for the ship. Please take another path. A warning blared from the sirens of the ship. However, the person walking towards them didn't seem to care in the slightest. If you refuse to take another path, we will open fire. I repeat, we will open fire. The warning sounded out once again as the cannons on the ship started to preheat. Beams of light emerged and locked on to Huang Xiaolong. Ordinarily, flying ships would take another path when they ran into a nascent soul realm expert. However, that was the Sky Seeker, and their guests were members of the upper echelon of the world. They wouldn't bother offending a mere nascent soul realm cultivator. 3, 2, 1. Fire! The captain ordered when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had no intentions of giving way. In an instant, several cannons lit up as they shot at Huang Xiaolong. Cannons on board ships at the level of the Sky Seeker wasn't something ordinary ships could compare to. They were stronger than the purple cannons the police force possessed, and even 9th-level nascent soul realm cultivators would have to dodge. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was devoured by the light, those on the ship screamed in fright. They thought that he was destroyed by the cannons. However, the scene that played out before them caused their jaws to drop in disbelief. A man walked out of the blast like it was nothing. He was completely fine. Everyone felt that their eyes were deceiving them as they stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. A look of terror flashed across the captain's face and he roared, It's an Enlightenment realm expert. Hurry up and get out of his way." When the people manning the ship's controls snapped back to attention, it was too late. Huang Xiaolong had already arrived 10 meters away. As he continued to walk forward, everyone felt the ship moving to the side. A terrifying power pushed the ship aside as Huang Xiaolong made his way forward. The entire ship was like a toy in the ocean as it was toyed around by Huang Xiaolong. The captain was shocked to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance a single inch. "Look, that looks like the Sky Seeker." Someone on land yelled as they watched the scene playing out above their heads. "Yeah, look, there's someone pushing the ship. Someone is actually forcing the ship back." Those standing on land screamed in shock. After they moved several miles away, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to push the ship away. Taking another step, Huang Xiaolong disappeared. Before he left, he looked at the captain of the ship who ordered for them to open fire. Even though it was just a glance, The captain felt as though he had been dunked into a tub of freezing water. By the time the ship stopped shaking, Huang Xiaolong had already disappeared. Those on board the ship didn't even dare to breathe loudly when they stopped. Only after a long time did someone utter, "Who was the guy? When did a monster like that appear in the Wuxia alliance?" An expert who wore a kimono frowned. Among the 8 alliances, the Japanese alliance was closest to the Wuxia alliance. The Japanese alliance was a little weaker than the Wuxia alliance, and the expert wearing the kimono was the old ancestor of the Murasakigawa clan of the Japanese alliance. He was called Murasakigawa Yuitsu. Among the 8 strongest families of the Japanese alliance, the Murasakigawa clan ranked 3rd. Very quickly, a disciple of the Murasakigawa clan managed to dig out everything on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, the leader of the Grand Elders of the Huang family. He killed the old ancestors of the Zhou and Chu families an hour ago. Originally, Murasakigawa Yuitsu didn't care too much about the fact that Huang Xiaolong was a Grand Elder of the Huang family. But when he heard that he killed the old ancestors of the 2 families, his eyebrows twitched in surprise. "Are you sure?" Murasakigawa Yuitsu couldn't believe what he was hearing. "The news is definitely true. Here are the videos that have been uploaded to the web." The disciple retrieved the videos and handed them over to Murasakigawa Yuitsu. After he was done watching it, a look of fear flashed past his eyes. Right now, the entire Wuxia alliance is debating about whether Huang Xiaolong or Ying Tian is the greatest cultivator in the alliance. In the main hall of the Zhang family, Zhang Wanqing, the old ancestor of the Zhang family, glared at Zhang Yuhan and snapped, "Zhang Yuhan, it's your honor that eminent Wooder Wang Zhang of the 6 Swords Gate has his eyes on you. You should be thanking the gods. In the future, you will receive limitless resources and endless spirit stones. Have you thought of the consequences of rejecting the eminent elder? The entire family will be dragged down by your decisions." Ordinarily, the old ancestors of the families were rarely female. However, the old ancestor of the Zhang family was one of them. As one of the large families, the Zhang family was no weaker compared to the Tan family of the Donglin province. As the old ancestor of the Zhang family, Zhang Wanqing was someone who was pretty famous in the lands. She was known as the Destruction Grandmaster on Earth. Zhang Yuhan glared at Zhang Wanqing and sneered, "You're obviously trying to form a connection with the 6 Swords Gate by offering me to Wang Zhang. Do you really think that the 6 Swords Gate will give you endless resources if I marry him?" Zhang Wanqing slapped Zhang Yuhan and left a visible handprint on her face. "Shut it. What do you know? As the old ancestor of the Zhang family, I'm doing this for the family. In the future, we will be able to climb into the top 10 ranks with the help of the 6 Swords Gate." Zhang Yuhan didn't speak a word as she glared at the old ancestor. "Drag them in now." Zhang Wanqiag snorted all of a sudden as a group of Grand Elders dragged a couple into the hall. "Dad! Mom!" Zhang Yuhan seemed to have thought of something and she snapped, "Zhang Wanqing, what do you think you're doing? Let them go right now." Zhang Wanqing sneered and a sinister expression formed on her face. "You already know the answer to that question. Zhang Yuhan, I'm telling you right now, if you refuse to marry Wang Zhang and he comes to destroy our family, I'll kill your parents right before your eyes." Zhang Yuhan seethed in rage, but she was a mere 7th-level nascent soul realm expert. As the old ancestor of the family, Zhang Wanqing was a 9th-level nascent soul realm expert, and she had a bunch of Grand Elders supporting her. A punch landed on Zhang Yuhan's chest as she was blown away. "I'm giving you all the riches in the world by allowing you to marry Wang Zhang. Know your place." Zhang Wanqing sneered. "If not for the fact that Wang Zhang wants me to leave your appearance alone, I'll carve the words slut onto your face. I'll carve it on both sides of your face." When her parents saw Zhang Yuhan spitting out blood, they screamed, "Old ancestor, please spare my daughter." "Spare your daughter? Do you think Wang Zhang will spare our family when he comes? Am I supposed to beg you to spare me?" Zhang Wanqing snorted. Zhang Yuhan wiped the blood off the side of her lips and she glared at Zhang Wanqing. "Are you not afraid that I'll get Wang Zhang to kill you after I marry him?" Zhang Wanqing was stunned for a second, and she sneered in the next. Thanks for the reminder. I'll never allow your parents to follow you to the Six Swords Gate. Zhang Wanqing, you'll die a horrible death. Roaring with laughter, Zhang Wanqing continued. Sorry. I'll live to a ripe old age. When Wang Zheng sucks urine essence dry, you'll die a sorry death. When that happens, I'll still be living happily in the Zhang family. Zhang Wanqing's laughter echoed through the entire hall. When she was laughing happily at Zhang Yuhan's misfortune, a chilly voice rang through the hall. Relax. You won't be living past today. With their eyes widening in shock, everyone turned to stare at the source of the voice. A terrifying force blasted off the entire ceiling as the hall collapsed onto itself. The walls turned to dust as they disintegrated under the power of the newcomer. The faces of Zhang Wanqing and the others changed instantly. The hall they were in was designed to trap Zhang Yuhan, and it would take more than the strength of a 7th-level nascent soul realm expert to blow the hall open. However, the entire structure was turning to dust before their very eyes. Turning around, they saw that there was a young man standing in the air above them, and there was a weird ancient robe around his body. His looks were exceptional, and it was the first time they had seen someone so handsome. Zhang Yuhan felt that the person standing in the air above them was pretty familiar, and a name flashed through her mind. However, she shook her head helplessly as she felt that it wasn't possible. After all, they tried so hard to look for him in the past. Who are you? What do you mean by that? Zhang Wanqing's expression sank. She might be shocked at the other party's display of strength, but they were in the Zhang family. She had the backing of the various Grand Elders, and she even had the Zhang family formation to back her up. The Zhang family formation was laid down by Wang Zheng of the Six Swords Gate, and Enlightenment Realm experts were said to be unable to shatter the formation even if they tried. My name is Huang Xiaolong. His voice was carried by the wind as it echoed in everyone's ears. Huang Xiaolong. The Grand Elders of the Zhang family widened their eyes in shock. With her body trembling, Zhang Yuhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong. How could he look so familiar while also possessing the same name as Zhang Yuhan had been trapped in the hall for quite some time. She had no idea what was going on in the outside world. She didn't know anything that Huang Xiaolong did. The same couldn't be said for the rest. Are you Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong of the Huang family in the Donglin province? Someone asked. They learned all about how the Sun, Tan, and Lin family pledged their alliance to the Huang family several days ago. That's right, Huang Xiaolong muttered. The members of the Zhang family were stunned, and even Zhang Wanqing felt her heart jumping in fear. As they were busy dealing with Zhang Yuhan, none of them heard about the killing of the old ancestors of the Chu and Zhou families. However, Huang Xiaolong's identity alone was enough to cause all of them to feel some fear. After the various families submitted to the Huang family, the Huang family could be said to be a true behemoth in the Wuxia alliance. Greetings to Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Wanqing cupped her fists respectfully. Due to the fact that Huang Xiaolong had been missing for the past 100 years, Zhang Wanqing had no idea about the relationship between the two. Otherwise, she would be too afraid to speak. Ignoring her, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Zhang Yuhan. He descended from the skies as he approached her. Is that really you? Tears streamed down Zhang Yuhan's face as her voice trembled. She didn't believe her eyes when she looked at Huang Xiaolong, whose appearance was the same as before. It's me. Huang Xiaolong suppressed the waves in his heart as he nodded his head. His voice trembled slightly when he spoke to her. Even though they didn't say much, the look in their eyes spoke 1,000 words. I'm back. Huang Xiaolong smiled, and he seemed to have returned to his past life on Earth. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Zhang Yuhan's face. She had been staying strong all these years, waiting for a miracle to happen. She waited for him till her hair turned white, and her skin was starting to turn wrinkly. It had been 100 whole years. He was really alive. Zhang Wanqing and the Grand Elders were flabbergasted at the scene. All of a sudden, the events that happened 100 years ago played out in Zhang Wanqing's mind. She heard that Zhang Yuhan had a childhood sweetheart called Huang Xiaolong, and a terrifying possibility flashed through her mind. Wasn't the man standing before her also called? Zhang Wanqing's heart pounded in fear. The Huang family was something the Zhang family couldn't begin to compare themselves to. But when she thought about the Six Swords Gate, a sense of superiority filled her mind. Grand Elder Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Yuhan is a concubine of an eminent elder of the Six Swords Gate. Scram! Waving his hand, Zhang Wanqing was sent flying. Huang Xiaolong didn't hold back as she only stopped after she smashed through the entirety of the Zhang family. Everyone stared at him in shock, and Zhang Yuhan stared at Huang Xiaolong with her jaws dropping in fright. She was shocked by his sudden revelation in strength. Crawling to her feet, Zhang Wanqing roared, "Activate the formation right now!" The grand elders of the Zhang family snapped back to reality as they hastily poured their energy into the formation. A barrier of light formed around the Zhang family manor. A sinister smile formed on Zhang Wanqing's face as she addressed Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, this is the myriad sword-killing formation of my Zhang family. It can injure early-stage Enlightenment realm experts. If you apologize to me right now and promise not to interfere, I'll allow you to leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave with your life intact." Killing intent flashed through Zhang Wanqing's eyes. Even though the Huang family was strong, the Zhang family was about to hug the thighs of the Six Swords Gate. They wouldn't be afraid of a mere Huang family. Bang! With a wave of Huang Xiaolong's arm, she was sent flying once again. She shattered the walls around the Zhang family manor, and she smashed into a luxury car outside the manor. With her head smashing into the windshield, the bottom half of her body was sticking out like a sore thumb. Even though she was old, her figure was pretty hot. The grand elders stared at her rotund derriere that was sticking out from the windshield with unblinking eyes. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong reached out into the void and grabbed. The barrier surrounding the Zhang family manor turned into a talisman and appeared on his palm. The barrier disappeared in an instant, and under the shocked gazes of the grand elders, Huang Xiaolong casually shredded the talisman in his hand. Zhang Yuhan and the others were astounded by his display of strength. Even an eminent elder of the Six Swords Gate at the level of Wang Zheng wouldn't be able to do anything like that. However, the formation was comparable to a bubble before Huang Xiaolong. With another wave, Zhang Wanqing was dragged before Zhang Yuhan. He turned to her and said, "I shattered all the qi veins in her body. Yuhan, you can deal with her however you please." Zhang Yuhan felt the world spinning around her when she heard what he said. Shatter the qi veins in her body? The grand elders of the Zhang family felt their expressions changing. As Zhang Wanqing laid on the ground, her breaths were shallow. If Zhang Yuhan said that she didn't hate Zhang Wanqing, she would be lying. However, she felt that she couldn't bring herself to make the final move now that Zhang Wanqing was lying in front of her, defenseless. She looked at her parents, who shook their heads slightly. "It's all right, Xiaolong. Please release her." Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock, but since Zhang Yuhan had made her choice, there was nothing much for him to say. As Zhang Wanqing crawled to her feet, she snorted, "Zhang Yuhan, you bitch! Don't think that you'll be safe with Huang Xiaolong's protection." Turning to Huang Xiaolong, she continued, "Huang Xiaolong, you will die a horrible death for sealing Lord Wang Zheng's woman. You will suffer a fate worse than mine." After she spoke, she ran away from the hall in haste. An hour later, the news started to spread. The old ancestor of the Zhang family was crippled by Huang Xiaolong, and the entire family turned to support Zhang Yuhan as their new old ancestor. As soon as the news made its way around, the Wuxia alliance trembled. One had to know that Huang Xiaolong killed the old ancestors of the Zhou and Chu families an hour ago. Now a third had fallen. Even though Zhang Wanqing wasn't dead, her fate was worse than death. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong's name became synonymous with a death god. I heard that Zhang Yuhan and Huang Xiaolong were childhood sweethearts. Zhang Wanqing forced her to marry eminent elder Wang Zheng of the Six Swords Gate, and Huang Xiaolong crippled her in a fit of rage. What? The Zhang family really stepped on dog shit luck this time. Nonsense. Zhang Yuhan was one of the women chosen by Wang Zheng. Now that Huang Xiaolong threw a wrench in his plans, He's definitely planning on going against the entire Six Swords Gate. He even shattered Lord Wang Zheng's formation. With such a blatant provocation, Lord Wang Zheng wouldn't let him off. The powers of the Huaxia alliance started to quarrel among each other on who was the stronger expert between Huang Xiaolong and Wang Zheng. Even though Huang Xiaolong killed the old ancestors of the Chu and Zhou families and was compared to Ying Tian, there were some who felt that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't stand a chance against Wang Zheng at all. After all, Wang Zheng wasn't someone Ying Tian could stand against. Ying Tian barely entered the 9th level Enlightenment realm, but Wang Zheng had reached the peak of 9th level Enlightenment realm a long time ago. When everyone was saying how badly Huang Xiaolong would end up, a heaven-shaking announcement came from Huang Sheng'an's mouth. Wang Zheng of the Six Swords Gate is to kneel before the Zhang family manor for an entire month as an apology. He will shatter his arms too. If he fails to appear, I, Huang Xiaolong, will personally head over to the Six Swords Gate to behead him. The news caused every single power in the Huaxia alliance to tremble. This, Huang Xiaolong is planning to behead Wang Zheng in the Six Swords Gate. Even he, Yuan Kong, the old ancestor of the He family, sighed. He felt that Huang Xiaolong was too full of himself. One had to know that there were more than 30 Enlightenment Realm experts in the Six Swords Gate. There were at least 5 high-level Enlightenment Realm experts among them. Not to mention the fact that the old ancestor of the Six Swords Gate was at the peak of the late 9th level Enlightenment Realm and was afoot in the Spirit-Severing Realm. They even had the Six Swords killing formation ready to kill him if he stepped foot into their territory. The Six Swords formation was made up of 6 spiritual swords, and all of them were mid-grade spiritual treasures. Even experts at the peak of the late 9th level Enlightenment Realm might not be able to return alive, much less a mere Huang Xiaolong. Of course, that was what everyone in the Huaxia alliance thought. In the Zhang family manor, Zhang Yuhan couldn't help but worry for Huang Xiaolong when she heard the announcement. Xiaolong, why don't we let it go? As long as Wang Zheng gives up on me and forgets about harming the Zhang family, we should let the matter go. Are you doubting my abilities? Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. Shaking her head, Zhang Yuhan sighed. That's not it. After all, there are countless experts in the Six Swords Gate. They even have the Six Swords killing formation. It's too dangerous, and there's no need for you to take the risk. Huang Xiaolong laughed in amusement. Relax. I am confident in my strength. He looked into Zhang Yuhan's eyes, and a trace of contentment flashed through his eyes. In the past 100 years, she managed to enter the nascent soul realm, but time wasn't as kind to mortals. Her hair was gray, and the light in her eyes was no longer as bright as they once were. Zhang Yuhan's heartbeat accelerated when she noticed Huang Xiaolong's burning gaze. She lowered her head and stuttered. You, what are you looking at? Of course I'm looking at you. I've been gone for so long, and it's time to make up for all the lost time. Huang Xiaolong laughed. With blood rushing to her face, Zhang Yuhan glared at Huang Xiaolong. You weren't such a sweet talker in the past. Even though she sounded angry, there were traces of happiness hidden in her voice. Huang Xiaolong turned serious all of a sudden. Do you wish to become young again? Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. Is there a way for you to do that? Like every woman, they desired to return to the peak of their beauties when they were younger. Of course. Huang Xiaolong nodded and explained, even though I won't be able to allow you to return to how you looked 100 years ago in a short amount of time, I can still return you to your 30s if you give me a moment. When Huang Xiaolong was transforming her body, Wang Zheng of the Six Swords Gate exploded in fury when he heard the news. He shattered the cliff beside him and roared, Little fucker from the Huang family? Who do you think you are? I'll head over and kill you now. As soon as he spoke, he shot towards the Huaxia alliance. As the second strongest expert in the Six Swords Gate, he lived for more than 500 years. He was no weaker than the patriarchs of the various sects, and now, a mere grand elder of the Huang family dared to threaten him. How could Wang Zheng allow that to pass? Before he could leave the territory, a figure stopped him. Stop right there. The person who appeared was the old ancestor of the Six Swords Gate, Fu Wu. As someone who had half a foot in the spirit-severing realm, Fu Wu was one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth. With his strength, he stood at the top of the power pyramid on Earth. Not even missiles could kill an existence of his level. Old ancestor? Wang Zhang couldn't understand why Fu Wu would stop him. He's just a mere Huang Xiaolong. There's no need for you to run all the way over there to kill him. Fu Wu sighed. Don't forget that we have to deal with something urgent. Wang Zhang's heart trembled when he heard what the old ancestor said. However, he couldn't swallow his grievances just like that. But, Huang Xiaolong, didn't he say that he would pay a visit to our 6 Swords Gate? We can kill him then. Fu Wu growled. When he comes, you can do whatever you want to him. Wang Zhang sucked in a cold breath and he nodded his head eventually. All right, I'll let him live for a few more days. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the lands the next day, Zhang Yuhan looked in the mirror and jumped in fright. Was that really her in the mirror? Did she return back to her 30s in the span of a single night? Xiaolong, is this really me? Zhang Yuhan couldn't believe her eyes. Chuckling slightly, Huang Xiaolong responded, Of course it's you, unless you think that's me in the mirror. A giggle escaped Zhang Yuhan's lips, and she discovered that her voice had also returned back to when she was in her 30s. Staring at her arms, she discovered that her skin was fair and spring to the touch. Tears welled up in her eyes and soon, she started to bawl. Yuhan, what's wrong? Huang Xiaolong stared at her in shock and asked, Xiaolong, is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? Laughing helplessly, Huang Xiaolong reassured her. Of course not. Even though he said it countless times, Zhang Yuhan was still unable to believe that it was real. It was something he totally understood. When he transformed the bodies of his parents and his younger brother when he just returned to Earth, they behaved the same way. No one could blame Zhang Yuhan for being suspicious. After all, her transformation was indeed a little ridiculous. She returned back to her 30s, and her cultivation base increased to the peak of the late 9th level nascent soul realm in the span of a single night. Xiaolong, thank you. Jumping into his embrace all of a sudden, Zhang Yuhan could feel the warmth of his body. Stroking her hair slowly, Huang Xiaolong sighed. You silly girl. The two of them seemed to have returned to the past as Huang Xiaolong stroked her hair in silence. Their hug lasted a long time. Finally, Huang Xiaolong laid down another formation around the Zhang family manor. He taught the grand elders of the Zhang family the method to control the formation, and they were shocked to discover that not only could the formation absorb the spiritual energy around them, could even stop anyone who tried to invade them. No, the power of the formation was even more terrifying than that. Even if the 6 strongest experts on Earth came over to the Zhang family to cause trouble, the formation had enough power to blast them into smithereens. Huang Xiaolong handed Zhang Yuhan 5 bottles of blue dragon pills and said, I made these pills myself. As long as you refine 10 of them, you will definitely enter the enlightenment realm. Enlightenment realm? Zhang Yuhan was shocked. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded his head slightly. Xiaolong, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Zhang Yuhan tried to refuse the gift, but she was stopped by Huang Xiaolong. It's nothing much. Even if I tried to use them myself, I won't be able to receive any benefits. When you finish refining them all, I'll give you even better pills. The amount of spiritual herbs on Earth was indeed lacking. Huang Xiaolong planned to head out to the other plants around in order to look for better herbs in the near future. When Zhang Yuhan heard what Huang Xiaolong said, she didn't know how to respond for a period of time. It's been a long since you last met my parents. The two of them have been nagging me to bring you back. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Zhang Yuhan stared at him in stunned silence and her face started to flush red. Do they really wish to see me? Yeah. Huang Xiaolong was slightly amused when he saw the shy look on her face. It's not like it's your first time meeting them. Why are you so nervous? Zhang Yuhan pouted. I'm not nervous. Yeah, I'm the nervous one. Huang Xiaolong laughed. With a smile lighting up her face, Zhang Yuhan nodded slowly. An hour later, the two of them left for the Blue Dragon Orchard. As they rode in the flying ship Huang Xiaolong bought in the BMW dealership when he returned to Earth, they managed to arrive in the Blue Dragon orchard in 3 short hours. Zhang Yuhan might have said that she wasn't nervous, but her heart was pounding when she entered the Blue Dragon orchard. Her palms were sweaty and she didn't know where to look. Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milan heard that Huang Xiaolong was bringing her back, and they gathered Huang Qinfei and the others in order to wait for her at the entrance to the manor. When they saw Zhang Yuhan standing beside Huang Xiaolong, Wang Milan quickly went forward to welcome her. Cheers broke out instantly when they met. When they finally entered the manor, Zhang Yuhan gasped in shock at the luxurious interior. During the banquet at night, Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milan spoke about the matter with Wang Zheng. The two of them learned from Huang Shingan that Huang Xiaolong was threatening to behead one of the eminent elders of the Six Swords Gate, and they couldn't help but worry. Chuckling slightly, Huang Xiaolong reassured all of them. Due to the stunt he pulled in the Blue Dragon Orchard and the Heavenly Dragon Building, Huang Jiyuan and the others knew that Huang Xiaolong wasn't as weak as they thought he was. They also knew that there was no stopping him once he made a decision. As such, they could only remind him to be careful when dealing with the Six Sword Gate. Night soon fell, and Huang Xiaolong held Zhang Yuhan as they strolled about the manor. "Xiaolong, can you tell me what happened in the past 100 years that you've been gone?" Zhang Yuhan asked. She was extremely curious about the way Huang Xiaolong cultivated. She wanted to know how he learned the art of formations and the art of pill refinement. I can't finish my story in such a short amount of time," Huang Xiaolong sighed. "I've been away from Earth for the past 100 years. In fact, I only returned half a month ago." Zhang Yuhan wasn't surprised to hear that. "It's no wonder all of us can't seem to find you anywhere in the past 100 years. I've heard that there are a lot of factions in outer space, and there are even experts who have surpassed the Enlightenment realm. Is that true?" Huang Xiaolong nodded and explained, "That's right. After one surpasses the Enlightenment realm, they will enter the spirit-severing realm. There are even higher cultivation realms, and it is true that there are a lot of powerful factions outside of Earth. I really wish we can leave Earth and take a look at the world outside," Zhang Yuhan sighed. "It will be my first time leaving this planet. If you really wish to take a look outside, we can go for a stroll after I deal with some matters here on Earth." Huang Xiaolong snickered. When they left, Huang Xiaolong planned to bring his parents and the others along in order to widen their horizons. On the very next day, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Eastern University along with Zhang Yuhan as they left for the East Sea with the students who signed up to repel the beast tide. As the Huaxia Alliance was located inland, they were pretty far away from the East Sea. With the speed of the flying ship provided by the school, they needed 3 days to arrive. The flying ship was massive, and it was specially commissioned by the university. More than 1,000 people could fit comfortably in the ship, and there were even several hundred rooms where one could relax. Of course, the flying ship provided by the school couldn't compare to the Skyseeker Huang Xiaolong messed with several days ago. As Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Yuhan were assigned to the first and second class cabins, Lin Kai was assigned to the third class due to his relationship with Huang Xiaolong. Like the difference between first class and economy, there were differences between the rooms on board. The first 10 rooms were the best, and the facilities in them were top-notch. Huang Xiaolong taught Zhang Yuhan the Azura sword art and the dragon fist while they were on their way to the East Sea. Even though the rooms weren't large, Huang Xiaolong was a grandmaster when it came to basic techniques at that level. With his arms as a sword, Huang Xiaolong managed to impart his skills onto her in the not-so-large room. In the past, Zhang Yuhan's talent was comparable to Huang Xiaolong. She managed to grasp the technique very quickly, and she was even faster than Lin Kai, who had amazing comprehension abilities. By the time they arrived, Zhang Yuhan had already learned quite a bit of the Azura sword art and the dragon fist. Even though they only had 2 short days, Zhang Yuhan had the assistance of a monstrous expert like Huang Xiaolong. Her abilities increased by several folds, and she could take on a late first-level Enlightenment Realm expert if she gave it her all. That was before she fully grasped everything Huang Xiaolong taught her. When they arrived in the coastal city along the East Sea, the military, who had long since prepared for their arrival, brought them into their barracks. Other than the students of the Eastern University, There were students of other universities and their teachers in charge of protecting them. All in all, there were more than 10,000 experts present. Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Yuhan stood on the city walls as they stared into the distance. They were greeted with the sight of an endless blue sea. The stench of blood drifted into their noses as the sea breeze swept inwards. Looking at the giant plains before them, Huang Xiaolong saw that it was stained red with blood. The blood belonged to a mix of sea beasts and the humans, and one could only imagine how terrifying the battle was. There was another wave of attacks 2 days before we arrived. There were tens of thousands of beasts, and the defending troops were nearly overrun. Even though they managed to kill a lot of beasts to beat them back, more than 100 soldiers died. Zhang Yuhan sighed. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He read the reports and he learned that the beast tide had been going on for a whole month. The strongest beast that appeared was in the nascent soul realm, and no enlightenment realm beast had been spotted yet. Xiaolong, if you have something to do, you should finish it. There's no need to stay here with me. Zhang Yuhan muttered. She knew that Huang Xiaolong was there to look for something. All right, please take care of Lin Kai. Relax. If the beast tide comes, I'll ensure that he doesn't leave my side. Zhang Yuhan promised. If anything suspicious happens, inform me using the transmission symbol. I'll rush back immediately, Huang Xiaolong reminded her. Even though she was strong enough to deal with anything that might happen, Huang Xiaolong still refined a protective talisman for her. He refined it on the spot, and when Zhang Yuhan saw what he did, she was too stunned to speak. He retrieved a piece of white jade and he pointed at it before handing it to her. You have to carry this on you at all times, Huang Xiaolong exhorted. When she saw the serious expression on Huang Xiaolong's face, she couldn't help but laugh. All right, I will bring it with me everywhere I go. Can you please relax? When she thought about how it was a gift from Huang Xiaolong, she hung it on her chest like a necklace and her face turned as red as a tomato. Huang Xiaolong didn't think too much about it as he told her to take care of herself before soaring into the air. Looking at his departing figure, she felt a trace of contentment among the dissatisfaction in her heart. She held onto the piece of jade as she felt the cooling sensation flow through her body. After Huang Xiaolong left, he flew straight towards the shore of the East Sea. It was large and it spanned nearly the entire border of the Wuxia Alliance and the Korean border. There were more than 100 coastal towns around the shore, and if Huang Xiaolong ventured further east, he would enter the islands owned by the Japanese Alliance. With Huang Xiaolong's speed at the Void Immortal realm, he was able to travel across the entire region in less than a month. As Huang Xiaolong combed through the side of the Wuxia Alliance, he arrived at one of the southernmost cities. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived along the Malaysian Straits. As it was one of the most important battlefields with the sea beasts, Huang Xiaolong was mistaken for an intruder when he approached. The cannons opened fire immediately, and they had the power to blow a nascent soul realm expert into dust. Naturally, none of them could do a thing to Huang Xiaolong as he crossed the strait easily to enter the territory of the Japanese Alliance. As the Japanese Alliance was one of the 8 alliances on Earth, they weren't too much weaker than the Wuxia Alliance. The power of their economy was massive, and the 3 strongest cultivation families in the Japanese Alliance, the Murasaki clan, IGA clan, and Mitsui clan were part of the strongest families on Earth. None of them were weaker than the Ing family of the Wuxia Alliance. Moreover, one of the 6 strongest factions on Earth, the Ice Palace, had most of their power stationed in the Japanese Alliance. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at one of the cities in the Japanese Alliance, he descended. Is this Tokyo? Huang Xiaolong looked all around him and gasped. Tokyo was the capital city of the Japanese Alliance, and it was one of the strongholds of Earth. In the past, Huang Xiaolong followed his father, Huang Jiuan, for a trip to Tokyo. He recalled the fun times he had, and he remembered the fact that they were framed for a crime they didn't commit there. They stayed in jail for an entire day, and they were only released after the police completed their investigation. He would never forget the Murasaki clan as they were the ones who framed him. When he thought about the things that happened in the past, a voice boomed in his ears. Chinese pig, get out of the way or I'll crush you. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong saw a luxury car speeding towards him. Even though he was standing on the pavement, the car didn't seem to care. It thundered towards him without so much as slowing down. Seeing as they were about to crash into Huang Xiaolong, a formless barrier stopped the car several meters from his body. The youngster in the car was shocked, and he pressed down on the accelerator. Even though his pedal was against the floor of the car, he failed to move a single inch. The tires screeched as the smell of burning rubber filled the air. There were countless people who were walking along the streets, and they quickly turned to look at the interesting scene playing out in front of them. 1 minute later, the youngster finally gave up and he quickly got out of the car. There was an insignia of the word "Zer" on the pockets of his shirt, and Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes when he looked at the other party. The word could only mean one thing. The kid was from the Murasakigawa clan. With his face giving off some pretty feminine vibes, he rushed at Huang Xiaolong and glared at him from top to bottom. "Chinese pig, humph. You're pretty strong if you're able to stop my new car. Are you a golden core realm cultivator?" After he spoke, he handed Huang Xiaolong a card. "This is my name card. My company is hiring bodyguards right now, and you should be able to earn 200 low-grade spirit stones a month. Look for me if you're interested." After speaking, he left towards one of the malls at the side of the street. Seeing as the other party didn't even offer a single word of apology, Huang Xiaolong's expression darkened. He was speechless. As the doors of the mall opened, a formless energy dragged the youngster back towards Huang Xiaolong. No matter how hard he struggled, he failed to resist the pull. Gasping in shock, he stared at Huang Xiaolong in anger. "Chinese pig, are you trying to stop me? If you try anything like this again, you won't be leaving on your legs today." Huang Xiaolong slapped him as soon as the words left his lips. He didn't slap him through the air. Instead, his palm landed on the left side of the man's face. Pa! Blood filled the mouth of the man from the Murasakigawa clan. The world started to spin around him as his nose broke from the impact. Not expecting Huang Xiaolong to move against him, the man cupped his face and yelled in fury, "Chinese pig, do you know who I am?" As soon as the words left his lips, Huang Xiaolong's palm landed on the right side of his face. Half his teeth were beaten out of his gums. Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Call me that again and I'll twist your head off your shoulders." The young man might be enraged by Huang Xiaolong's actions and threats, but he didn't dare to utter a word. Grabbing the man's name card, Huang Xiaolong read, "Chairman of the Wanhao Bodyguard Company, Murasakigawa Marriott." Resisting the pain shooting through his face, the man sneered, "That's right. I'm a disciple of the Murasakigawa clan, and my father is an elder. My grandfather is a grand elder of the family, and my sister is an inner disciple of the Ice Palace. I created the Marriott Bodyguard Company, and we have 300 golden core realm cultivators." When the man was bragging about his achievements, Huang Xiaolong snorted, "So what?" Murasakigawa Marriott stared at Huang Xiaolong with his mouth agape. With a wave of Huang Xiaolong's arm, Murasakigawa Marriott felt a searing pain shoot up his shoulders. "I crippled your arms because you tried to crash into me with your car. This can be considered a little punishment for your actions. You can try to take revenge with the power of your family. I'll stay here for a single day. However, if you choose to do that, your arms won't be the only thing I cripple." Huang Xiaolong snorted. After he spoke, Huang Xiaolong turned to leave. He threw the card casually and it stabbed into one of the nearby rocks. After he left, Murasakigawa Marriott roared in rage, "Chinese pig, you're going to regret that." He could be considered one of the most influential young masters in Tokyo, and he could shake the city with a stomp of his feet. However, he was defeated by a random brat from the Wuxia alliance. He didn't just get slapped twice. His arms were also crippled. He planned on getting someone from the family to pick him up, but he realized that he had lost all feeling in his arms. "What are you looking at? If you keep watching, I'll cripple your arms myself." Murasakigawa Marriott roared at those watching from the sidelines. There were many in the crowd who recognized the insignia on Murasakigawa Marriott's clothes, and they left quickly in their cars. As for those who didn't know who he was, they yelled in anger, "Who do you think you are? Do you think we want to look at a cripple such as yourself? Yeah. You're someone who was crippled by someone from the Wuxia Alliance. How dare you bark at us on the streets? If I were you, I would have slammed my head into the wall and committed suicide. As more and more people mocked him, Murasakigawa Marriott felt his intestines going green from anger. Huang Xiaolong didn't know where he wanted to go after he dealt with the man. He strolled around the city as he admired the scenes. 100 years ago, Tokyo was completely different from what it was currently. Huang Xiaolong tried to locate the Pangu axe as he roamed the streets. Before he knew it, he was standing under the Tokyo Tower. 100 years had passed, but the tower still stood tall. In the past, there weren't many buildings around the tower. However, everything has changed since then. Towering skyscrapers could be seen all around it. After stopping for some time, Huang Xiaolong decided to leave. Just as he was about to walk away, a group of several dozen people with anxious looks on their face approached him. They couldn't help but stop when they saw Huang Xiaolong. Looking at their attire, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, "Are you from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce?" They stared at him in shock and replied, "Yeah. Are you from the Wuxia Alliance?" Nodding, Huang Xiaolong continued, "That's right. I wish to ask you about someone." In the past, Huang Xiaolong followed Huang Jiuan all the way to Tokyo in order to look for an old friend. The person they were looking for was the director of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, but they were set up by the disciples of the Murasakigawa clan along the way. If not for the man's help, they wouldn't have been able to leave on the second day. As such, Huang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised to meet the members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce on the street. "Who are you looking for?" "Manager Chen, we should head back as soon as possible. If we arrive later, young Lady Lu might be in serious trouble." Someone among them yelled. The person in the lead apologized to Huang Xiaolong after hearing the comment. "Little brother, we have something urgent to attend to. Sorry." After they spoke, all of them rushed off. Young Lady Lu? Huang Xiaolong recalled that Lu was precisely the surname of his father's old friend. With curiosity burning in his heart, he quickly followed behind them. As Huang Xiaolong and the others rushed off, a group of bodyguards were protecting a young lady in the middle of a mall as they glared at the bunch of people standing before them. The young lady in the middle glared at a youngster from the other side and growled, "Chun Xiaozhua, as someone from the Wuxia Alliance, you willingly hunted down other comrades of the Wuxia Alliance for the Japanese Alliance. You're a disgrace to all of us." Chuckling sinisterly, the other party explained, "Lu Ainen, don't pretend to be all high and mighty here. Do you really think your Nanjing Chamber of Commerce hasn't done anything wrong?" Lu Ainen raged. "We earned from the Japanese, and we wouldn't betray our comrades like you guys." Chun Xiaozhua sneered, "When our fierce tiger gang replaces your Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, we will represent the members of the Wuxia Alliance in the Japanese Alliance. When that happens, your Chamber of Commerce will become a joke to the Wuxia Alliance. You will be a disgrace. When that happens, no one will dare to talk bad about my fierce tiger gang. If you want to blame something, you can only blame yourselves for rejecting the offer from the IGA clan." Chun Xiaozhua continued, "Lu Ainen, do you really think that abiding by the rules will allow you to stand tall in the Japanese Alliance? Humph, look at you now. Not a single person from the Wuxia Alliance is willing to help you." The faces of those from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce turned extremely ugly. However, Chun Xiaozhua chuckled in amusement all of a sudden. "Lu Ainen, why don't you marry me as my mistress instead? When that happens, I'll get the IGA clan to spare your life. Of course, I will only protect you, your parents, grandfather, and everyone else from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce will have to die." "You bastard!" One of the experts protecting her roared in anger as they rushed towards him. Before he could arrive, he was sent flying by one of the experts beside Chun Xiaozhua. He slammed into one of the pillars in the mall, and blood stained the ground. "Uncle Bai!" Lu Ainen yelled. The others raged as they rushed over to take revenge for their fallen comrade, but they were sent flying all the same. Everyone in the mall started to scatter as the fight broke out. Chun Xiaozhua looked at the man called Uncle Bai, and he sneered, You're just a mid-level golden core realm cultivator. How dare you try to make a move on me? Turning to the buff man standing beside him, he introduced, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Yagyu Tyrant. He was the person who sent everyone from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce flying. A member of the Yagyu clan, Uncle Bai gasped in shock. The Yagyu clan was one of the large families in the Japanese alliance, but they were different from the three great Japanese families. They didn't interfere in the Japanese alliance's politics and financial matters. The Yagyu clan was known for training the most dedicated samurais. 1/10 of the samurai warriors in the Japanese alliance came from the Yagyu clan, and one could only imagine how strong they were. That's right. I am Yagyu Tyrant. The well-built man crossed his arms before his chest and he growled in a low voice. The faces of those from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce fell, as none of them thought that the fierce Tiger Gang would be able to recruit the members of the Yagyu clan. With the IGA clan and the Yagyu clan standing behind the fierce Tiger Gang, it was a matter of time before they swallowed the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce whole. Take her away. Chun Xiaozhua laughed merrily when he saw the look of defiance on her face. Seeing as their young lady was about to be taken away by the members of the fierce Tiger Gang, Manager Chun and the others arrived. Hold it right there. Huang Xiaolong followed behind them as he casually strolled into the mall. Manager Chun, you have to be careful. The person beside Chun Xiaozhua is Yagyu Tyrant. Uncle Bai yelled when he saw their arrival. Yagyu Tyrant? The members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce who just arrived stared at the man in shock. Yagyu Tyrant was known as the strongest cultivator under the nascent Soul Realm in the entire Japanese alliance. Chun Xiaozhua sneered at Manager Chun. Chun Longbiao, you should know what's good for you. Get out of my sight right now or I'll have to personally kick you out. Chun Xiaozhua, you're a traitor. Release Ainin immediately. Chun Xiaozhua's expression sank. Chun Longbiao, do you really think that I won't move against you because you're my second uncle? Get lost. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. I'm not afraid of you. Let's see how strong you really are. Chun Longbiao growled in rage. Do it. Chun Xiaozhua snapped at the members of the fierce Tiger Gang behind him. As soon as they received the order, everyone rushed forward. Yagyu Tyrant threw a fist at Chun Longbiao, and a horrifying pressure filled the mall. Chun Longbiao's expression changed as he didn't think that the man would attack immediately. He might be a high-level Golden Core Realm cultivator, but he knew that he wasn't a match for Yagyu Tyrant. Just as the fist was about to slam into his chest, Yagyu Tyrant froze in mid-air. Everyone stared at him in shock and they turned to look at the hand that stopped Yagyu Tyrant. The palm that stopped him was tiny compared to the fist, but it was enough to freeze Yagyu Tyrant in place. Chun Longbiao stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Little brother, this? He didn't think that the brat who was asking them for information would be able to stop Yagyu Tyrant with ease. Could he actually be as strong as Yagyu Tyrant? Struggling to pull his fist back, Yagyu Tyrant discovered that he couldn't move his hand no matter how much strength he used. In a fit of rage, he used his other hand to punch Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong shattered his arms before it could arrive. A miserable shriek left Yagyu Tyrant's lips as he was sent flying into a wall in the mall. Both the fierce Tiger Gang and the members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce sucked in a cold breath. You? Who are you? Chun Xiaozhua roared at Huang Xiaolong. How dare you interfere with the matters of my fierce Tiger Gang? Fierce Tiger Gang? Never heard of you, Huang Xiaolong muttered. With the ugliest expression he could form, Chun Xiaozhua snapped. Just wait and see. After he spoke, he went to help Yagyu Tyrant to his feet as they left with their tails tucked between their legs. When they left, the members of the fierce Tiger Gang didn't dare to cross Huang Xiaolong as they made a huge round around him. When they finally left, Uncle Bai spat out a mouthful of blood and it was clear that his injuries were severe. He was barely holding out in front of Chun Xiaozhua and the others. Uncle Bai! Lu Ainin cried in anguish. Strolling over, Huang Xiaolong retrieved a stalk of holy radiant blood ginseng and handed it over. Refine it. Holy radiant blood ginseng? Chun Longbiao exclaimed in shock. This seems to have grown for 1,000 years. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. In the few days that he was back, he managed to hasten the growth of everything in the Blue Dragon Orchard. All of them were in the 1,000-year-old category. As herbs like the Holy Radiant Blood Ginseng were great for healing injuries, Huang Xiaolong didn't allow Huang Shengan to sell them on a whim. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had confirmed his guess, Uncle Bai forced himself to his feet as he bowed respectfully. "Little brother, we are extremely grateful that you saved us all. This Holy Radiant Blood Ginseng is too precious, and we cannot accept it. We have other pills to help us recover." After he spoke, he took out a spiritual pill. As cultivators, they would bring such pills with them everywhere they went. However, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and explained when he saw that the man was about to consume his pill. "Your injuries are too serious. The pill in your hand will not allow you to fully recover. You will definitely leave behind hidden injuries if you use that pill. Don't worry about it. I have tons of these herbs. Just refine it." Lu Anan took the stalk of Holy Radiant Blood Ginseng from Huang Xiaolong and thanked him profusely. "We thank you for your care. When we get back to the manor later, we will definitely repay you." She handed the herb over to Uncle Bai after speaking. A stalk of Holy Radiant Blood Ginseng at the 1,000-year-old level worked extremely well on cultivators at the lower levels. Uncle Bai's injuries healed in an instant, and the other disciples who suffered less serious injuries recovered by taking their spiritual pills. After they were done, Chen Longbiao and the others started chatting with Huang Xiaolong. He found out that Uncle Bai was called Zhang Yibai, and they also learned that Huang Xiaolong was looking for Lu Dingming. Lu Anan and the others were shocked by the discovery. "Are you looking for my grandfather?" Huang Xiaolong nodded in affirmation, and he wasn't surprised to find out that Lu Anan was the man's granddaughter. After all, there were only so many people with his surname in the Japanese alliance. Moreover, they were all from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. "You are?" Chen Longbiao asked. "My father is called Huang Jiwen, and he's Uncle Dingming's friend." Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to hide such basic information from them. When Huang Xiaolong visited Tokyo in the past with his father, that was how he addressed Lu Dingming. Huang Jiwen? Lu Anan and the others frowned. It was clear they hadn't heard of him before. "Brother Huang, I think we should leave this place as soon as possible," Chen Longbiao continued. "If the chairman knows that a friend from the Wuxia Alliance is here, he will definitely be excited." Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong left with all of them. Along the way, Lu Anan and Chen Longbiao spoke about the grudges between the Fierce Tiger Gang and the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. The chief of the Fierce Tiger Gang, Chen Kurue, was once the vice-chairman of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. He was unwilling to be the second in command his whole life, and he left the Chamber of Commerce several years ago. He created the Fierce Tiger Gang in order to challenge the position of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. The speed at which the Fierce Tiger Gang developed was terrifying, and they seemed to have already surpassed the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce in some aspects. Chen Kurue's ambitions grew by the day, and they set their sights on the underworld of the Japanese alliance. They also wanted to control all the chambers of commerce in the Japanese alliance, and that naturally resulted in them setting their sights on the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. As such, the rift between the two factions grew wider and wider. Initially, the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce was able to suppress the Fierce Tiger Gang, but they soon obtained the support of the IGA clan. Once that happened, the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce no longer gained the upper hand and their power was dropping by the day. Several days ago, the businesses under the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce received a serious blow by the IGA clan and they suffered serious losses. Since no one wanted to offend the IGA clan, not a single soul reached out to help the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. If that kept up, the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce would fall to the Fierce Tiger Gang. "Brother Huang, the person you injured was an elder of the Yagyu clan. He is called Yagyu Tyrant," Chen Longbiao introduced. The Yagyu clan might not be involved in the running of the country, but they produce extremely strong warriors. The old ancestor of the Yagyu clan is one of the 5 strongest experts of the Japanese alliance. Aside from the Ice Palace, the number of Enlightenment Realm experts and nascent Soul Realm experts in the Yagyu clan surpasses all the other great families. Chen Longbiao sighed. Yagyu Tyrant's position in his family wasn't low at all. His father was one of the doyens in the Yagyu clan, and he was in the Enlightenment realm. Now that Yagyu tyrant was injured, they weren't going to let things go. Relax. Since I'm here, I'll see things through to the end. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Uncle Huang, you might not understand the true power of the Yagyu clan since you're from the Wuxia alliance. Lu Ainin shook her head. The strength of the Yagyu clan isn't as simple as you think it is. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. No matter how strong they were nothing but specks of dust in his eyes. Several moments later, they arrived back at the headquarters of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. It was located on the busiest street in Tokyo, and the building they were in had more than 100 stories. The size of the building alone was a testament of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce's strength. By the time they returned, the members of the Chamber of Commerce had been notified. There were rows of experts waiting for them at the entrance. Huang Xiaolong stared at Lu Dingming, who was standing among them, but he saw that he was assisted by another expert. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his hands were trembling. He held his walking stick as he tried to straighten his back. Lu Dingming was a cultivator at the peak of the late 9th level foundation building realm, and he didn't have much longer to live. When Lu Ainin saw her grandfather, she gasped in shock. She knew the condition of his body, and he hadn't been out for a long time. When Lu Dingming saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards him, a trace of happiness flashed across his eyes. However, a trace of doubt remained within. Are you really Xiaolong? Lu Dingming stared at Huang Xiaolong and asked. After all, 100 years had passed. However, Huang Xiaolong looked like he hadn't aged a day. Holding Lu Dingming's hand, complicated emotions filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. Uncle Dingming, of course it's me. Lu Dingming smiled and he chuckled in joy. Great. Is your father doing all right? Yes, he is. Huang Xiaolong laughed. My father talked about you several days ago. That's good. I won't be able to live for long, but I'm happy to meet you for the last time. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Uncle Dingming, you don't have to worry. You will still be able to live for a long time. Little brat. You're the same as before. Lu Dingming laughed merrily when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. It was clear he took what Huang Xiaolong said as a joke. They invited Huang Xiaolong into the main hall of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce amidst merry laughter. While that was playing out, a completely different scene happened in the main hall of the Yagyu clan. Yagyu Motoichi stared at the heavily injured Yagyu tyrant with a heavy expression. He could tell that his son's arms were completely crippled, and even if he used all the wealth he had, he would never be able to bring his son back to his peak state. Who? Yagyu Motoichi roared. The members of the fierce tiger gang, Chun Xiaozhua, and his father, Chun Kurue, trembled in their shoes. Senior Motoichi, he's a brat from the Wuxia alliance. Chun Xiaozhua suppressed the shock in his heart and told Yagyu Motoichi everything that happened. When they heard how Huang Xiaolong stopped Yagyu tyrant's fist before beating him up, Yagyu Motoichi was slightly taken aback. However, killing intent burned in his heart. Chinese pig. Yagyu Motoichi roared in anger as fire spewed from his eyes. He crushed the jade stone in his hand and he snorted, Regardless of your identity, you will have to die today. I don't care if you're the young master of the Ying family. Even 100 years ago, the relationship between China and Japan wasn't great. The hostility lasted all the way through the Cultivation era, and that explained the anger Yagyu Motoichi felt. Even Murasakigawa Marriott didn't feel a thing when he called Huang Xiaolong a Chinese pig. Where is that bastard right now? Yagyu Motoichi asked. Replying with haste, Chun Kurue explained, We tracked him all the way back to the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. He's there right now, and he seems to be the son of Lu Dingming's old friend. They are currently hosting a banquet in his honor. Yagyu Motoichi sneered, Son of an old friend. I'll head over there myself and deal with them once and for all. When Chun Kurue heard what he said, wild joy filled his heart. With Yagyu Motoichi's strength, they would be able to crush the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. Don't be too happy. Yagyu Motoichi stared at them and snorted coldly. You're the reason my son's arms are crippled. I'll deal with you when I get back. The faces of those from the fierce tiger gang turned pale instantly. However, they didn't dare to speak up as they lowered their heads in shame. Prepare the flying ship. I'm going over to the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce right now. Yagyu Motoichi spoke to one of the elders behind him. It didn't take long for the flying ship to be prepared. With a whole bunch of grand elders and elders, Yagyu Motoichi boarded the ship before heading for the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. As for Chun Kurue and the others, they followed obediently behind. The movement of the Yagyu clan shocked the great families of the Japanese's alliance. Of course, the Ice Palace noticed their actions too. The action of any Enlightenment realm expert would cause the entire world to shake. Not to mention the fact that Yagyu Motoichi brought along an army of grand elders and elders along with him. He also had the fierce tiger gang following closely behind. Looks like Yagyu Motoichi is headed for the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. Murasakigawa Akira, the patriarch of the Murasakigawa clan, muttered, "Do you think the Yagyu clan will uproot the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce tonight?" One of the grand elders standing behind him spoke. "I'm afraid so." The grand elder who spoke was called Murasakigawa Takashi, and he was Murasakigawa Marriott's grandfather. He was a trusted aide of Murasakigawa Akira. Shaking his head, Murasakigawa Akira sighed. Yagyu Motoichi is too hot-headed. Is he planning on killing the entire Nanjing Chamber of Commerce in public? If he actually does something as stupid as that, the Wuxia alliance will definitively come down hard on him. Then that happens, even the Yagyu clan won't be able to protect him. Eminent Elder Motoichi definitely has his reasons. Go investigate what happened, Murasakigawa Akira ordered. Murasakigawa Takashi managed to find out what happened in a matter of minutes. Oh? Yagyu Tyrant was actually crippled by a young man from Wuxia. One of his arms will never be the same again. Murasakigawa Akira nodded slowly. Is the young man currently residing in the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce? This is a little too weird. In an instant, the powers of the Japanese alliance turned to look at the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. During the banquet hosted for Huang Xiaolong, Lu Dingming asked about Huang Jiuan. When he heard that Huang Jiuan had already entered the Golden Core realm, he laughed happily. Brother Jiuan is really lucky. Unlike this old man who is probably never going to progress again in my life, he will be able to live to a ripe old age. An old man like me will only be able to live for 8 more years at most, and that's pushing it. Huang Xiaolong chuckled slightly and he took out a jade bottle. Handing it over to Lu Dingming, he said, "Uncle Dingming, this is a pill I refined myself. It's called the Blue Dragon Pill, and there are 10 pills in the bottle. As long as you refine one of them, you will definitely be able to enter the Golden Core realm." The members of the Lu family stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. One of the vice-chairmen who was seated in the hall sneered when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Our chairman bought 30 fire dragon pills from the Purple Flame sect, and he still failed to enter the Golden Core realm. Who do you think you are? Do you really think refining one of your stupid blue dragon pills will allow him to break through? Afraid that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't know what the fire dragon pills were, he continued. The fire dragon pills were refined by the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect himself. Do you know who that is? He's the best pill refiner on Earth. The person who spoke was called Zhang Yu, and he was a vice-chairman who was headhunted from another company. He wasn't just good at doing business, he was also a 9th-level nascent soul realm expert. He was the strongest expert in the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, and he had an air of arrogance around him. He had a little knowledge on pill refinement, and when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said about the Blue Dragon pills, he couldn't help but mock it. Of course, he was already not happy about the fact that he was forced to welcome Huang Xiaolong along with the others. One had to know that he was an expert at the 9th-level nascent soul realm. Why would he greet a random brat? Huang Xiaolong glanced at him and laughed. You're the idiot for being a frog in the well. Lu Ainen and the others felt their expressions changing. One had to know that Zhang Yu was the strongest expert there. Even the members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce wouldn't dare to provoke him. As expected, Zhang Yu roared in anger when he was insulted by Huang Xiaolong. Brat, do you dare to repeat yourself? Since the old chairman is here today, I'll let it slide if you apologize by drinking a bottle of wine. Otherwise, What do you think you can do to me? Huang Xiaolong chucked in amusement. Seeing Zhang Yu rage, Lu Dingming got to his feet and tried to mediate the situation. Vice Chairman Zhang? Xiaolong doesn't know about your identity and offended you unknowingly. I will apologize on his behalf. Please let it slide. Zhang Yu snorted in response. Humph. Since the old chairman spoke on your behalf, I'll give you a chance. If you try it again, don't blame me for ignoring the old chairman's position. As soon as the words left his lips, a resounding blast echoed through the air. Everyone in the hall was stunned. What's going on? Lu Dingming frowned. One of the middle-aged bodyguards standing at the door rushed in all of a sudden and yelled in panic. Chairman, it's the members of the Yagyu clan. They're here. Yagyu clan? The faces of everyone in the hall changed. Who is the person who came? Lu Dingming asked. It's eminent elder Yagyu Motoichi, and he brought along more than 30 grand elders and 70 elders. What? Lu Dingming exclaimed in fright. Even Zhang Yu couldn't help but panic. How could Zhang Yu not know about Yagyu Motoichi? The Yagyu clan might possess Enlightenment realm experts, but most of them had hidden from the world. Yagyu Motoichi was the odd one out as he controlled the enforcement hall of the Yagyu clan. He would appear in most events, and his reputation was large. It's him. He's the reason they're here. He injured Yagyu Tyrant, and Yagyu Motoichi came to look for him. Zhang Yu pointed at Huang Xiaolong and yelled, "Hand him over right now." Everyone's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. With a look of panic on her face, Lu Anan cried out, "You can't do that. Uncle Huang only did that in order to save me. We cannot hand him over." Lu Dingming nodded slowly. "Anan, you can relax. If they really wish to bring Xiaolong away, they will have to do it over my dead body." Releasing his aura, Lu Dingming growled. "I refuse to believe that the members of the Yagyu clan will dare to start a massacre here. We'll go out and greet them," Lu Dingming declared before whispering to Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, why don't you hide for now? There is a secret chamber under the building." Shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "I understand Uncle Dingming's concern, but Yagyu Motoichi hasn't entered the God of Creation realm yet. I won't be afraid of him. After all, he's just an eminent elder of a mere Yagyu clan." Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Lu Dingming had no idea what Huang Xiaolong meant. A look of appreciation formed on his face and he spoke again. "All right, let's go meet Yagyu Motoichi." The windows of the building opened up as Lu Dingming led the experts of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce over to a platform built in the air. As soon as they emerged, they saw two flying ships soaring towards them. The one in the lead had a weird insignia of the Yagyu clan inscribed on the body of the ship, and they stopped several meters away from the platform. A group of people disembarked, and Yagyu Motoichi was in the head. His eyebrows were densely packed, and it accentuated his aggressive vibes. There were groups of grand elders and elders standing behind him. Looking closely, they could see Yagyu Tyrant standing behind Yagyu Motoichi, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong the moment they disembarked. Chan Kurue and the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang leaped off their ship behind the members of the Yagyu clan. Even though most of them were cultivators in the Golden Core realm and were unable to remain in the air, a pair of wings sprouted behind every single one of them as they hovered behind Yagyu Motoichi and the others. The wings were made after technology advanced on Earth, and it could allow them to remain in the air for some time. "Father, that's the Chinese pig who crippled my arm," Yagyu Tyrant growled as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Turning to Huang Xiaolong, a trace of suspicion could be seen in Yagyu Tyrant's eyes. He seemed to recall seeing Huang Xiaolong somewhere before. Before anyone could react, Huang Xiaolong dragged Yagyu Tyrant over to himself by grabbing at the void. With a tiny flick of his wrist, Yagyu Tyrant was sent smashing into the Yagyu clan's flying ship. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. "I'll kill you if the words Chinese pig ever come out of your mouth again," Huang Xiaolong snorted. Roaring in anger, Yagyu Motoichi raged. "Brat, you're too cocky." He didn't think that anyone would dare to harm his son now that he was here. However, Huang Xiaolong was obviously an exception. "Cocky? Ever since I returned to Earth, I have tried to pardon whoever I can. Otherwise, he would have been dead the moment the words left his lips. Huang Xiaolong mumbled. Indeed, the number of people who died in his hands couldn't be compared to the time he was in the Huanglong world. Even in the Blazing Dragon world, the number of experts who died after pissing him off were uncountable. Yagyu Motoichi seethed in anger. Am I supposed to thank you for sparing his life? Eminent Elder Motoichi, there's no need to waste your time. I'll take him down right now and bring him to you. You can deal with the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce after that. One of the Grand Elders standing behind Yagyu Motoichi harumphed. The person who spoke was at the peak of the late 9th level nascent soul realm, and he was one of Yagyu Motoichi's close confidants. All right, do it. Show no mercy. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Grand Elder took a step towards Huang Xiaolong and Lu Dingming. Turning to Zhang Yu, Lu Dingming panicked. Vice Chairman Zhang Yu, please. Retreating immediately, Zhang Yu's expression changed. His grudge with the Yagyu clan isn't something I need to deal with. The faces of those from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce changed. No one would have thought that Zhang Yu would retreat at the most crucial moment. His actions proved that he wouldn't help them even if the Yagyu clan moved against the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. The Grand Elder of the Yagyu clan sneered. Zhang Yu, at least you know what's good for you. Today, the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce will be exterminated. If you remain at the side, we will spare your life. Zhang Yu's expression was somber as he took several steps back. Lu Dingming and the others couldn't help but rage. Chairman Dingming, I've said this before when I entered the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. I will do my best for the company, but I will never risk my life for you all. Zhang Yu sighed. As such, you cannot force me to fight to my last breath. Lu Dingming sighed when he heard his explanation. Forget it. He seemed to have aged by several years in the span of several seconds. However, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Lu Dingming's hand and a smile formed on his face. Uncle Dingming, you can rest assured nothing will happen to all of you. Slowly walking forward, he approached the Grand Elder who was still in mid-air. At least you have guts. The Grand Elder of the Yagyu clan clapped in amusement. It's too bad your guts won't be able to save you from dying a miserable death today. Blinking once, a ray of lightning flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes before shooting into the Grand Elder's body, turning into a block of charcoal at once. Vitality drained out from the Grand Elder as his body hardened. His nascent soul failed to escape as his body started to fall from the skies. When everyone looked at the corpse falling to the ground, they couldn't believe their eyes. Huang Xiaolong didn't even move, and he managed to kill the Grand Elder of the Yagyu clan. Lu Dingming and the members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce weren't the only ones who were stunned. Yagyu Motoichi and the members of the Yagyu clan couldn't believe what they were seeing either. The members of the fierce tiger gang felt the world spinning around them. As for Murasakigawa Akira and the experts of the other families who were spying at the side, their jaws dropped in shock. It wasn't anything special for a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator to be killed, but when the other party did it without even moving, that was something to take note of. Who in the world is that kid from the Wuxia Alliance? Murasakigawa Akira thought of the most important problem at hand as he asked the various Grand Elders behind him. Staring at each other in shock, all of them shook their heads. If none of you know who he is, why are you still standing here? Look into his background right now. Murasakigawa Akira roared when he saw their reactions. The Grand Elders, including Murasakigawa Takashi, snapped to attention as they rushed off. The Murasakigawa clan might be panicking, but the IGA clan had it worse. They were in full-blown panic mode as the Grand Elders sprang into action to look into Huang Xiaolong's identity. One had to know that they were the ones who were supporting the fierce tiger gang to hack away at the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. Now that a random expert appeared out of nowhere, a terrifying one to boot, the IGA clan felt that things were going south. The Mitsui clan and the Ice Palace weren't as flustered, but they were also investigating Huang Xiaolong's identity. When the entire Japanese alliance broke out into a fluster, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards Yagyu Motoichi. He didn't bother looking at the corpse of the Grand Elder he killed. He was walking slowly, but every step he took caused the members of the Yagyu clan to suck in a cold breath. Even Yagyu Motoichi's heart pounded in fear as he retreated subconsciously. Several dozen years ago, he faced the army of another country alone. Even then, he didn't take a step back in fear. Now, he was retreating like a mouse before Huang Xiaolong. Everyone stared at them in shock. Yagyu Motoichi, he's stepping back. Kneel and I'll spare your life. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. With their hearts pounding in fear, everyone thought that their ears were playing tricks on them. There was actually a day when a doyen of the Yagyu clan had to kneel before someone in order to preserve his life. Under the weird gazes of everyone present, Yagyu Motoichi's heart was in turmoil. However, he drew the samurai sword around his waist as he roared in anger. Baka! I'll kill you right now. Even though they were still separated by several tens of meters, the sword light slashed into Huang Xiaolong the instant he drew his sword. A look of wild joy appeared on Yagyu Motoichi's face when he saw that his sneak attack worked. The members of the Murasakigawa clan, IGA clan, and the other powers were stunned. However, the smile froze on Yagyu Motoichi's face all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong wasn't damaged at all, and not even his clothes were ruffled by his strike. His sword chi seemed to be nothing more than a breeze that blew past Huang Xiaolong. How is this possible? Murasakigawa Akira stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Even though they were watching from far, he could see that Huang Xiaolong didn't use his true chi to stop the attack. In other words, Yagyu Motoichi's sword chi definitely struck Huang Xiaolong's body. Despite that, the kid was completely fine. Yagyu Motoichi was a second-level Enlightenment Realm expert, and his sword art had already reached an extreme level. They couldn't imagine how strong Huang Xiaolong's physical body had to be in order to remain unharmed from the strike. The members of the various factions stared at him in shock. When they were still staring at him in stunned silence, Huang Xiaolong casually waved his arm and shattered Yagyu Motoichi's samurai sword into several fragments. The sword that was crafted from the best metal essence found in the Japanese alliance was shattered just like that. The fragments flew towards Yagyu Motoichi and pierced through his body like it was made of tofu. Flying backwards due to the impact, Yagyu Motoichi's body was nailed to the wall by the fragments. Blood stained the building red. A ray of light emerged from Yagyu Motoichi's body as his nascent soul tried to escape. However, it was futile. Huang Xiaolong grabbed the void to drag his nascent soul over. Lord, please show mercy. Yagyu Motoichi begged the instant he realized he was caught. Everyone could hear the fear in his voice. I gave you a chance. You would have lived if you kneeled. Huang Xiaolong sighed. Tightening his grip, Yagyu Motoichi's nascent soul exploded. An eminent elder of the Yagyu clan, an expert at the Enlightenment realm, was killed in front of their eyes. A cultivator at his level was practically a god on earth. However, he was killed like a bug on the street. He couldn't even take a single strike. Silence descended on the lands. Lu Dingming and the other members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, and everyone present stared at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at a monster. Zhang Yu, who chose to sit out of the battle, felt his legs trembling in fear. He snapped at Huang Xiaolong during the banquet, and now he knew that that was the wrong thing to do. In the headquarters of the Murasakigawa clan, Murasakigawa Takashi received a call from a member of the family, and he received the report. Patriarch Grand Elder Takashi that expert from the Wuxia Alliance is Huang Xiaolong. What? Huang Xiaolong of the Huang family of the Donglin province. Murasakigawa Akira screamed in fright. The Japanese alliance was beside the Wuxia Alliance, and they received reports on almost everything that went on there. They had long since heard of his deeds. It's him. The faces of Murasakigawa Takashi and Murasakigawa Akira changed immediately. Several days ago, they received the news that a youngster called Huang Xiaolong beheaded the old ancestors of the Chu and Zhou families in the span of 10 minutes. Huang Xiaolong looked at the members of the Yagyu clan around him and snorted. If you wish to live, kneel and start barking. Say that you're a Japanese dog, and repeat it 100 times. Didn't the members of the Japanese alliance like to call him a Chinese pig? He would ensure that the entire Yagyu clan insulted themselves enough before he allowed them to live. After all, there would definitely be videos of the incident. After he left, the video would soon make its round around the world. What? The Grand Elders and Elders of the Yagyu clan roared in rage. Even Lu Dingming and the members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce stared at Huang Xiaolong in a strange way. Baka! One of the Grand Elders of the Yagyu clan roared in anger. Even if you kill us, we won't kneel. Sure. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother arguing as he pointed at the Grand Elder who spoke. In an instant, he exploded into a mist of blood. His nascent soul didn't even get the chance to leave his body when he died. A look of fear appeared on the faces of the members of the Yagyu clan as they jumped into the air. Split up. Run. That was precisely the tactic of the Japanese alliance. It was world-renowned, and it was something they used to great effect when running away from the enemies they couldn't beat. It was too bad their opponent was Huang Xiaolong. Flipping his palm, the members of the Yagyu clan fell to the ground like flies. It didn't matter how far they got as none of them managed to escape. By the time they slammed into the ground, not a trace of life was left in them. Everyone else who didn't escape felt the blood draining from their faces. They didn't dare to move a muscle as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Kneel! His voice was like a clap of heavenly thunder that rang in the ears of half the Tokyo population. Those who had no idea fell to their knees in shock, and even the experts who were well aware of the situation got to their knees in fright. A pressure as vast as the sea emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, and the members of the Yagyu clan were forced to their knees whether they liked it or not. Everyone watched on as they started to insult themselves. As they yelled time and time again, the words Japanese dog echoed through the air. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't believe their eyes. Not even the members of the super factions of the Japanese alliance could explain what they were seeing. What's going on? They seemed to be controlled by some sort of... Murasakigawa Takashi widened his eyes as he felt like something beyond his scope of understanding was happening. Murasakigawa Akira and the other experts of the Murasakigawa clan were the same. Don't tell me Huang Xiaolong knows some sort of illusion magic? A Grand Elder of the Murasakigawa clan gasped. But, he didn't use anything on them. Murasakigawa Takashi shook his head. Sucking in a cold breath, Murasakigawa Akira felt his heart pounding in fear. He didn't see how Huang Xiaolong used his secret art to control all of them. But that made it all the more scary. Several moments later, the members of the Yagyu clan stopped when they were done saying it 100 times. The faces of the Grand Elders and Elders of the Yagyu clan were ugly as they knew whatever they did. The only problem was that they couldn't control anything they said. Scram! Huang Xiaolong snorted. Go back and inform your patriarch to retrieve the corpse in 3 days. After he spoke, he waved his hand to hang Yagyu Motoichi's body on the plaza across the street. If anyone from your Yagyu clan dares to touch the corpse in these 3 days, you'll die. As soon as the words left his lips, audible gasps could be heard everywhere on the street. Huang Xiaolong was basically declaring the Yagyu clan as his enemy. The entire family will burst with rage, and Huang Xiaolong would be the #1 target of their family. Even though rage filled the hearts of the members of the Yagyu clan, they didn't dare to say a word. They grabbed Yagyu Tyrant, who was beaten into a sorry state, and they left. Since Huang Xiaolong smashed the Yagyu clan's flying ship with Yagyu Tyrant's body previously, they could only rely on their bodies to soar through the skies. Next, Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on Chun Kurue. When they felt his stare on them, Chun Kurue and Chun Xiaozhua fell to their knees. They begged for mercy like there was no tomorrow as tears streamed down their faces. It was especially so for Chun Xiaozhua as snot and tears flew everywhere. The experts of the fierce tiger gang soon followed their lead. Traitors like you guys deserve to die. Huang Xiaolong snorted as he casually squeezed the air before him. Chun Kurue and Chun Xiaozhua were crushed by a formless pressure, and they formed craters that went several meters deep into the ground. When Zhang Yu heard what he said, his legs went numb. A stream of urine stained his pants a muddy yellow. Huang Xiaolong heard from Lu Dingming that the two of them were members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce in pretty high positions before they left. They didn't think that the two would immediately form a gang to go against the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce after leaving. Huang Xiaolong hated traitors who bit the hand who fed them. Who is the second in command of the fierce tiger gang? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. Lord, I'm the second in command. Someone who looked pretty loyal for a member of the underworld stood out all of a sudden and spoke. All right, from now on you'll be the chief. A ray of purple light entered the middle-aged man's forehead after Huang Xiaolong spoke. Yes, Lord. Falling to his knees, he swore. Zhang Tian will heed the Lord's command. The members of the fierce tiger gang stared at each other and chose to remain silent. The next to fall to his knees were one of the nascent soul realm experts of the fierce tiger gang. I, Grand Elder Xing Shui of the fierce tiger gang, will receive the Lord's command. The members of the fierce tiger gang quickly fell to their knees when they saw that one of their grand elders had taken the lead. In a matter of minutes, the entire fierce tiger gang submitted to Huang Xiaolong as the members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce stared at them in confusion. Finally, Huang Xiaolong turned around to stare at Zhang Yu. Lord, please don't kill me. Zhang Yu smashed his head into the ground in a massive kowtow. Chairman, please don't kill me. Please plead on my behalf. After all, I did work for the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Dingming couldn't bear to watch Zhang Yu being killed and he sighed. Xiaolong. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong spoke. As the vice chairman of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, Uncle Dingming should deal with him. Lu Dingming revealed a grateful expression as he thanked Huang Xiaolong before announcing Zhang Yu's punishment. Due to the kindness in his heart, Lu Dingming spared the man's life. However, he stripped Zhang Yu of everything he had in the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce before firing him. Moreover, he had someone chop off one of Zhang Yu's arms as punishment. The events started to spread through the Japanese alliance that very night. The old ancestor of the Yagyu clan is currently in the Purple Flame sect. He's consulting the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect on the art of pills, and after he heard that Yagyu Motoichi was killed, he erupted with rage. He is currently rushing back to the city. He should be back in 2 days, and he will definitely claim Yagyu Motoichi's body. Moreover, he swore to kill Huang Xiaolong before hanging his body in Yagyu Motoichi's place. The news caused the powers to fall into a state of disarray. I've heard that the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect is coming along with him. The old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect was one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth. He was also the best pill master in the world. Now, he was backing the Yagyu clan up as they returned to Tokyo. When they heard that the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect was coming to Tokyo, the old ancestor of the IGA clan, IGA Honda, jumped in joy. They roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong poked the hornet's nest this time. Ha ha ha. It's too late for him to regret his actions now. The patriarch of the IGA clan, IGA Fujio, roared with laughter. If he knew that his actions would draw the ire of the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, he might even get to his knees and bark when Yagyu Motoichi appeared that day. Ha ha ha. When the old ancestor arrives, Huang Xiaolong is going to die. I can imagine his corpse hanging on the plaza opposite the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. Laughter filled the hall. Old ancestor, should we send some men over to ensure that Huang Xiaolong doesn't leave the country? IGA Fujio asked. There's no need for that. Even if he runs, his Huang family will still be there. Huang Xiaolong is currently a celebrity in the Wuxia alliance. He's comparable to Ying Tian, and he's insulting the Japanese alliance by hanging Yagyu Motoichi's corpse for all to see. IGA Fujio sneered. When the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect kills him in the Japanese alliance, the warriors of the Wuxia alliance will have to lower their heads whenever they meet us. When the IGA clan was celebrating, the atmosphere was the same in the various superfactions of the Japanese alliance. It was especially so for the Yagyu clan. They were hanging lanterns all about to celebrate the arrival of their old ancestor. Of course, the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect was also the reason they were celebrating. The high officials of the Japanese alliance were no different as they were preparing the best dishes to welcome the arrival of the Purple Flame sect's old ancestor. As one of the 6 strongest experts in the world, They would hardly be able to see someone like him. It was their honor that they would be able to host him in their nation. Eminent Elder Wang Zhang of the Six Swords Gate also received the news of the Yagyu clan as he sneered in annoyance. What a shame! I won't be the one to kill that brat. Fu Wu, the old ancestor of the Six Swords Gate, chuckled. When Huang Xiaolong dies, I'll allow you to head over to the Blue Dragon Orchard in the Huaxia Alliance. Blue Dragon Orchard. The only reason he would go there was to deal with Huang Jiuan, Wang Milan, and the others. A sinister smile formed on Wang Zheng's face. Great! When I go there, I'll torture his parents before killing them. As for that slut, I'll capture her back and humiliate her for 10 years. She'll be my personal slut for 10 whole years as punishment. Fu Wu nodded and no longer bothered with him. When Lu Dingming heard the news of the Purple Flame Sect's old ancestor, his expression changed. He started to panic. Xiaolong, you have to leave right now. We'll arrange the flying ship for you to leave the Japanese alliance. Leave. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh when he saw the anxious look on their faces. Uncle Dingming, are you asking me to hide from a mere old ancestor of the Purple Flame Sect? Lu Dingming stared at him in shock. A mere old ancestor of the Purple Flame Sect? He stared at Huang Xiaolong's nonchalant face and he forced a smile. Damn it, you little ancestor. Didn't you just return to Earth? Do you not know how strong the 6 strongest cultivators are? Lu Qingwen, Lu Dingming's son, continued, the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth are terrifying experts. They can blow a city to nothingness with a single punch. Let's take Tokyo as an example. It will shatter if they punch it several times. One of their fists can be compared to the atomic bomb that was dropped on Japan in the past. One punch, an atomic bomb that had 20 tons of power. During the Second World War, America unleashed 2 atomic bombs on Japan, and the stronger one possessed as much power as that. That was the strength of one of the 6 strongest experts on Earth. Oh, 20 tons. Huang Xiaolong snickered. One of my punches will probably possess 20 million tons of energy. There's no need to worry. If he really comes over, I'll deal with him with a single punch. Lu Dingming, Lu Qingwen, Lu Ainan, and the others felt like beating Huang Xiaolong up when they saw the shit-eating grin on his face along with the garbage that he just sprouted. It was clear no one believed what he was saying. Xiaolong, we are not joking. Lu Dingming growled. The old ancestor of the Purple Flame Sect is probably stronger than what Qingwen described. I'm serious too, Huang Xiaolong replied. Everyone around him could only reveal a helpless expression. They knew that there was no way they could convince him to escape now that he was so adamant about staying. That very night, Huang Xiaolong made a trip down to the Fierce Tiger Gang. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Tian and the other experts of the gang were waiting for him at the entrance. Other than Zhang Tian, there were 11 nascent Soul Realm cultivators in the Fierce Tiger Gang, and there were more than 30 at the Golden Core Realm. The power they possessed might be a little lacking when compared to the strongest families on Earth, but they weren't weak. They were at least comparable to the Tan family of the Donglin province. As they invited him in, Huang Xiaolong entered the headquarters of the gang. Even though the gang had only been established for several dozen years, their expansion was rapid. They accumulated quite a bit of wealth, and their headquarters was also located on one of the busiest streets. They might not possess a skyscraper like the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, but their building was pretty big. The interior of the building was decorated well, and there was an air of luxury. Chun Kurue and his son really know how to enjoy themselves. Huang Xiaolong looked around and commented. An awkward smile appeared on Zhang Tian's face. One of the most famous designers on Earth designed the interior. Not bad. Huang Xiaolong nodded. As he strolled about, he asked about the gang in detail. When he was done walking around the building, he pretty much understood the entire structure of the gang. He left the Fierce Tiger Gang after a short while. However, he told Zhang Tian to look for traces of the Pangu axe before he left. The very next day, Huang Xiaolong left the city for a little bit. Since he knew that there was some time before the old ancestor of the Purple Flame Sect would arrive, he planned to look for traces of the Pangu axe along the shoreline. 2 days were more than enough for Huang Xiaolong to scour the entire East Sea. It was too bad nothing would go according to his plan. After all, the Pangu axe was a creation artifact, and it was one at the highest level. It wouldn't be easy even if Huang Xiaolong was the one trying to look for it. When Huang Xiaolong was making his way back to the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, two figures appeared in the skies above the city. Their aura came crashing down as they didn't plan to hide their appearance. Without a doubt, they were the old ancestors of the Yagyu clan and the Purple Flame sect. The old ancestor of the Yagyu clan, Yagyu Hasegawa, stared coldly at the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce as killing intent rose in his heart. The expression of the Purple Flame sect's old ancestor couldn't be read as he spoke. Hasegawa, let's go over there immediately. Senior Yuan Hui, please. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he spoke to Yuan Hui respectfully. Even though he was an early 9th level Enlightenment Realm expert, he was like a junior before one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth. In fact, he was like a disciple to the old man when he decided to learn the art of pill refinement from him. Yuan Hui wasn't angry at all as he started to soar through the skies. Yagyu Hasegawa remained a step behind. As Yuan Hui looked in the direction of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, a weird light flashed through his eyes. The reason he came all the way to Tokyo wasn't because of Yagyu Hasegawa. It was because he heard that Huang Xiaolong could refine the Blue Dragon pill that would allow someone at the 9th level Nascent Soul Realm to enter the Enlightenment Realm. Blue Dragon pill. A burning passion ignited in Yuan Hui's heart. If the Blue Dragon pill was really as effective as it was, all he had to do was to get the formula of the pill from Huang Xiaolong. As one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth, that wouldn't be too hard for him to do. Moreover, once he manages to get his hands on the Blue Dragon pill, his Purple Flame sect will definitely rise to become the #1 sect in the world. It wouldn't take long for them to suppress everyone else to become the only overlord on Earth. Not to mention the fact that if the Blue Dragon pill was effective in helping him break past the Enlightenment Realm to the Spirit-Severing Realm, it would be even better. The more he thought about it, the faster he flew towards the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. The two of them saw the giant building towering into the skies, and the first rays of light descended upon the earth as dawn broke. Looking at the building that was dyed in golden light, the killing intent in Yagyu Hasegawa's heart surged. The army of the Japanese alliance had already sealed off the skies and streets around the building. If anyone wanted to pass, they could only take another route. A manager of one of the top companies in the Wuxia alliance, Su Dong, arrived in the city just 1 day ago. It was a company trip, and she was there with other members of her department. According to their itinerary, they were supposed to have a tour of the Winding Dragon Garden beside the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce's building. They didn't think that they would be stopped by the army before they could approach. Hey, what's going on around here? Why did the Japanese alliance mobilize the army? Su Dong asked one of the disciples who stopped him. Looking at the robes on the disciple, it wasn't hard to see that they were members of one of the big families. Looking at Su Dong, he couldn't help but explain himself after admiring her beauty. Did you guys recently enter the city? Yeah. We are from the Pengcheng Company in the Wuxia Alliance. Su Dong nodded. We came to travel around the Japanese alliance for several days, and we wanted to tour the Winding Dragon Garden today. I see. The youngster sighed. You guys won't be able to enter the garden today. The entire area has been sealed off by the military. With your strength, you guys should leave this place. What's going on? Is there some type of fierce beast roaming around lately? One of the male colleagues beside Su Dong asked. We're not weak. Manager Su Dong is at the 2nd level foundation building realm. We are more than capable of protecting ourselves. A chuckle left the disciple's lips when he heard what the man said. He sneered. 2nd level foundation building realm? Raising his hand, a wisp of purple flame emerged. Golden Core Realm. Su Dong and the others gasped in shock. They didn't think that a random disciple they met on the street would be an expert at the Golden Core Realm. Let me tell you the truth. There will be experts in the Enlightenment Realm doing battle up ahead. Even I will be running for my life when the battle breaks out later. The young man said. Enlightenment Realm? The colleagues standing behind Su Dong yelled in shock. For ordinary people like them, They wouldn't be able to meet Golden Core realm cultivators most of the time, much less experts at the Enlightenment realm. Senior, do you know who will be the ones fighting? Su Dong asked. All right, I'll tell you. One of them will be the old ancestor of the Yagyu clan, Yagyu Hasegawa. Old ancestor of the Yagyu clan? Su Dong and the others sucked in a cold breath. No matter how uncultured they were, they knew that the Yagyu clan was a behemoth in the Japanese alliance. The old ancestor of the Yagyu clan was one of the strongest experts on Earth. Senior, what about the other one? A complicated expression formed on the disciple's face. He's someone from our Wuxia alliance. What? Someone from the Wuxia alliance? Could it be Senior Ing Tian? Su Dong couldn't help but ask. According to her knowledge, the only person who could do battle with the old ancestor of the Yagyu clan would be Ing Tian. It's not Senior Ing Tian. The person going up against Yagyu Hasegawa is Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong? Su Dong and the others revealed a suspicious expression. Even though Huang Xiaolong killed 2 old ancestors several days ago, low-level employees and personnel like Su Dong and the others would never be able to learn about it. He's the leader of the Grand Elders of the Huang family, the disciple explained again. Staring at each other in shock, Su Dong and the others had no idea why a Grand Elder of a family would pick a fight with the old ancestor of the Yagyu clan. They knew the difference in strength between a Grand Elder and an old ancestor, and they felt that Huang Xiaolong had no chance of winning. All of a sudden, Su Dong and the others saw 2 figures soaring through the air towards the giant building in the distance. A horrifying aura descended on the lands and everyone felt their bodies freezing in place. They only recovered when the 2 figures disappeared into the distance. That? Su Dong gasped in shock. One of them is Yagyu Hasegawa. The disciple stared in the direction of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce with a terrified expression, and his voice started to tremble. The other person is the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect. What? The old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect came all the way here to back Yagyu Hasegawa up. Su Dong and the others stared at each other silently. Wouldn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong is dead? The disciple sighed. It was clear that he didn't think that Huang Xiaolong had a high chance of winning. Senior, did you say that you're also a member of the Wuxia alliance? I'm an elder of the Qingcheng sect. The disciple nodded his head. Even the experts of the Wudong sect, Shaolin, Amei, and the great families of the Wuxia alliance have arrived. I heard that Ing Tian arrived yesterday. The battle was bound to shake the world. Not a single family of the Wuxia alliance wished to miss the fight, and everyone rushed towards Tokyo as soon as the news reached them. Even members of the Indonesian, Egyptian, European, Western, and African alliances had arrived. It went without saying that all the members of the Japanese alliance were also present. Senior, where are the experts who came along to watch the battle? Wouldn't that mean that the patriarchs of the various families have also arrived? Su Dong swept her gaze across the street and she couldn't find anyone of their status. The disciple of the Qingcheng sect revealed a bitter smile. All of them entered the blockade. Why would they be standing outside? The male colleagues grumbled. That's so unfair. Why are they allowed in when we aren't? Unfair? There's no such thing as that anymore. Strength rules supreme. As long as you're strong, everything will be fair for you. You will receive endless privileges, and you can do anything you want. For now, only experts in the nascent soul realm and above are allowed to enter. The meaning was clear. All of them could only remain outside. In fact, they deserve all the privileges they are getting. Anyone who can enter the nascent soul realm or higher put in a lot of hard work. Their strength is the fruits of their labor. Turning to the male colleague behind Su Dong, the disciple sighed. There's no need to complain about fairness here. If you wish to be like them, work hard and become an expert at the nascent soul realm. Su Dong and the others lowered their heads in silence. By the time they were done, Yagyu Hasegawa and the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect had already arrived. There were countless experts standing all around, and all of them were in the nascent soul realm. There were even several Enlightenment realm experts standing about. All in all, there were more than 7,000 of them. More than half the experts on Earth had gathered around the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. When they noticed the arrival of Yagyu Hasegawa and the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, the experts of every single alliance, excluding several members of the Huaxia Alliance, rushed forward to greet them. Senior Yuan Hui, Lord Yuan Hui, Senior Hasegawa. Those who approached cupped their fists and showed an extremely respectful attitude. It was as though they were afraid to be the last to greet them. Even the old ancestors and patriarchs of the great families around the world wouldn't be able to meet experts like the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect ordinarily. If they requested an audience with one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth, people like the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect would only grant them one if they were feeling good that day. That was how mighty the 6 experts were. More importantly, Yuan Hui was the #1 pill refinement master on Earth. Just that point alone was more than enough to make all the patriarchs and old ancestors fawn over him. The members of the Yagyu clan rushed towards Yagyu Hasegawa as soon as he arrived, and they bowed. Old ancestor, Senior Yuan Hui. They received the only reaction from Yuan Hui as he nodded slightly at them. When the other experts saw what happened, they hastily called out to him. Senior Yuan Hui. Yagyu Hasegawa stared at the members of the Yagyu clan as his gaze slowly turned to the corpse hanging in the plaza opposite the building. It was none other than Yagyu Motoichi. In the 2 days that passed, Yagyu Motoichi's blood had run dry. Even the stains on the ground below were solid. When everyone saw how Yagyu Hasegawa's eyes twitched when his gaze landed on Yagyu Motoichi's corpse, their hearts started to pound. Before the old ancestor arrived, everyone was already shocked at the fact that Yagyu Motoichi's body was filled with the shards of the weapon he once wielded. That was the corpse of a second-level Enlightenment Realm expert. When they re-watched the footage of how Huang Xiaolong killed the man, they were even more terrified to discover that he only used a single move. Even so, no one felt that Huang Xiaolong stood a chance against Yagyu Hasegawa. Why didn't you take his corpse down? Yagyu Hasegawa roared in anger. The members of the Yagyu clan felt their legs quivering as they replied, We can't take it down. In fact, they tried many ways in order to retrieve the corpse. Despite that, nothing worked. All of them were sent flying when they touched the corpse. The more force they used to retrieve the corpse, the worse their injuries when they were sent flying away. What do you mean you can't? Yagyu Hasegawa frowned when he heard what they said. Even Yuan Hui was stunned. Snorting coldly, Yagyu Hasegawa appeared above the corpse. With true chi surrounding his arm, he grabbed at Yagyu Motoichi's body. Everyone stared at him as he made his move, but a terrifying ray of light emerged from Yagyu Motoichi's body before slamming into Yagyu Hasegawa's body. The impact forced him several hundred meters back before he found his footing. What? Yuan Hui was equally as shocked. With his expression sinking, Yagyu Hasegawa roared, Where is Huang Xiaolong? Get out here now. The patriarch of the Yagyu clan hastily replied, Old ancestor, Huang Xiaolong doesn't seem to be here. According to Lu Dingming, he will be back in 2 days. 2 days? Heh, he definitely ran away. An expert from the Indonesian alliance snorted. The person who spoke was Kuna La, the patriarch of the Kuna family. In the Indonesian alliance, the Kuna family was an existence whose presence was akin to the heavens. They were like the Ing family of the Huaxia alliance, and their strength was comparable too. It's no wonder he ran away. He learned that Senior Yuan Hui was coming along, and his legs probably went soft when he heard the news. The patriarch of the Taizhen sect, Wang Zhou, chuckled happily. There were tons of experts who broke into laughter when they heard what he said. Even though there were more than 400 factions on Earth, the Taizhen sect was one of the factions that came from planets outside of Earth. They were only weaker than the 6 largest sects on Earth, and they were definitely stronger than the likes of the Ing family. Huang Xiaolong probably pissed his pants before running away. Ha ha ha. Wang Feiyu, an eminent elder of the 6 Swords Gate, laughed. Everyone roared with laughter, and Huang Xiaolong's image in their eyes fell to rock bottom. Even though Wang Zhang of the 6 Swords Gate didn't appear to watch the battle, 2 other eminent elders and several dozen grand elders came. Other than the experts of the Six Swords Gate, the experts of the other factions were also present. As the Ice Palace's stronghold was the Japanese alliance, the palace master came personally when she heard that Yuan Hui was going to appear. As for factions such as the Blade Gate, they sent over several grand elders and elders. The only factions who chose to remain neutral were the Divine Court sect and the Ghost Valley. Old ancestor, don't tell me Huang Xiaolong really ran away. Yingji of the Ying family turned to Ying Tian and asked, "Do you think you'll run away if you're in his shoes?" Yingji was taken aback, but he shook his head eventually. Of course not. However, it's been so long and he has yet to appear. Ying Tian shook his head slowly in confusion. Get everyone from the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce out here. Yagyu Hasegawa roared all of a sudden. If he doesn't appear, kill them all. Patriarch Yagyu hesitated for a moment. Old ancestor, there are more than 1,000 civilians in the building. Are you sure you wish to kill them all? So why if we kill them all? All of them aren't worth a fart compared to Motoichi. Yagyu Hasegawa roared. The faces of everyone from the Huaxia alliance changed. Just as Ying Tian was about to speak up, the crowd started to clamor. A figure was walking towards them, and he looked like he was strolling through the skies. Even though he seemed to be moving slowly, he appeared before everyone in several steps. That's Huang Xiaolong. So that's Huang Xiaolong. The experts who were present quickly craned their necks to look at the newcomer. A complicated expression could be seen on their faces. Xiaolong. Lu Dingming rushed out of the building when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had returned. Nodding slightly towards Lu Dingming and the others, Huang Xiaolong's expression turned cold as he looked at Yagyu Hasegawa and Yuan Hui. Before Yagyu Hasegawa could say a word, Yuan Hui started talking. Little friend Huang Xiaolong, are you from the Huang family in the Donglin province? I am Yuan Hui of the Purple Flame sect. Everyone was shocked as no one expected him to be so friendly. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but snicker in his heart when he heard how Yuan Hui addressed him. He was several million times older than the man who called him a little friend. Whatever the case, he didn't wish to bother with other matters as he turned to Yagyu Hasegawa. Are you Yagyu Hasegawa? Those who were shocked before felt their jaws dropping in fright. Huang Xiaolong actually ignored one of the 6 strongest experts on Earth. The man was the #1 pill master on the planet 2. Ying Tian, Yagyu Hasegawa, and the experts of the other families were all stunned. Yuan Hui's expression sank almost instantly. He didn't even bother with the patriarchs and old ancestors who came up to talk to him previously. Now, he asked Huang Xiaolong a question, but he was getting ignored. A trace of purple flame flashed in his eyes as he narrowed them to glare at Huang Xiaolong. Killing intent rose in his heart. Yagyu Hasegawa looked at Yuan Hui before turning back to stare at Huang Xiaolong. He didn't dare to speak before Yuan Hui as everyone could feel the murderous intent rolling off his body. Huang Xiaolong, you better get down on your knees and answer my questions now. Before he could continue, Huang Xiaolong slapped him into oblivion. With a single slap, one of the 6 strongest experts on Earth shot out like a cannonball. He slammed into the earth somewhere in the Winding Dragon Garden. Blood stained the grass around him red, and the entire world fell into silence. The world seemed to stop moving that very instant. Yagyu Hasegawa stared at Yuan Hui's sorry figure that was struggling to get up, and he felt his body freezing in place. Even the blood that was flowing through his veins turned stale. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at some terrifying beast. It was especially so for Cunala of the Cuna family in the Indonesian alliance and eminent elder Wang Feiyu of the Six Swords Gate. The members of the Japanese alliance were also trembling in their shoes. Lu Dingming and the other members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce stared at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at a miracle happening before their eyes. If not for the fact that everyone was rushing up to Yuan Hui to show their respect, Lu Dingming would think that the person Huang Xiaolong sent flying was an imposter. He was one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth, and he was also the #1 pill refinement master. Even so, all it took was a single slap. Ying Tian felt his heart pounding in fear when he looked at Huang Xiaolong once again. even though he made a guess before that Huang Xiaolong was likely stronger than any of the 6 experts. Seeing one of them beaten half to death with a single slap was a different story altogether. I hate it when people interrupt me when I'm talking, Huang Xiaolong muttered. A chill ran down the spines of everyone present, and Yagyu Hasegawa felt as though a bolt of lightning was running through his body. He turned around to look at Huang Xiaolong, but the anger in his heart was nowhere to be found. I hate repeating myself too, Huang Xiaolong continued. Falling to his knees, Yagyu Hasegawa started to cry for mercy. Senior Huang, you're right. I'm Yagyu Hasegawa, and I hope you can spare my life. Raising a single finger, Huang Xiaolong dragged Yagyu Hasegawa into the sky. His body slammed into Yagyu Motoichi's corpse before flying back towards Huang Xiaolong. I asked if you're Yagyu Hasegawa, and there's no need for any more nonsense. Ignoring the hole in his chest, Yagyu Hasegawa nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Did you say that you would kill everyone in the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce? Huang Xiaolong asked once again. Raising his head slowly, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to find an excuse for himself. However, he recalled what Huang Xiaolong said, and he eventually broke down. Yes, I did. Pointing at Yagyu Hasegawa's head, a ray of light entered the man's brain. Miserable howls left his lips as he fell from the skies. By the time he slammed into the ground, he was tearing away at his body. Everyone who saw the scene felt the blood draining from their faces. Who was the one who said that I ran away while pissing my pants earlier? Huang Xiaolong ignored Yagyu Hasegawa, who was rolling about the ground in pain, and turned to stare at the others standing around. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at Cunala, Wang Zhou, and Wang Feiyu. The 3 of them turned into the center of attention in an instant. Previously, the 3 of them were laughing at Huang Xiaolong when he failed to show up. Now they realized that they were holding in their breaths in fear of offending the man. Senior, Cunala fell to his knees in an instant as he turned deathly pale. He forced a smile and he explained, Senior, I was cracking a joke earlier. With your heroic stature, you're an invincible existence under the heavens. Yuan Hui is nothing but a fart compared to Lord Huang. There were many experts who had close relations with the Cuna family, but that was the first time they realized that the Cuna family also specialized in the art of flattery. In fact, it could be another pillar of the family. Wang Zhou and Wang Feiyu looked at Cunala, and their expressions were ugly to the extreme. They were unable to speak as freely as Cunala, and they could only kneel in fear. In the headquarters of the Six Swords Gate, Wang Zheng was trying to contact Wang Feiyu, but to no avail. He tried contacting the other eminent elder too, but no one accepted the call. There's no need to hurry, Fu Wu sighed. The 2 of them should be reporting the results of the battle soon. With Yuan Hui there, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to escape. Wang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Several minutes later, the 2 of them saw a group of eminent elders rushing into the hall with a look of terror on their faces. A frown formed on Fu Wu and Wang Zheng's face, but the eminent elders cried out before they could ask their question. Old ancestor, we have trouble. What's going on? Fu Wu sighed. The eminent elders of the Six Swords Gate and the patriarch, Sun Yuan, gasped for breath. Huang Xiaolong. Even though Sun Yuan was also an expert in the Enlightenment realm, he couldn't catch his breath. One could only imagine how quickly he ran over to deliver the news. Did Huang Xiaolong get away? Wang Zheng grumbled. Did Yuan Hui fail to kill him? If that was the case, they might be in considerable trouble. That would confirm that Huang Xiaolong's strength wasn't as weak as they imagined. No. Yuan Hui was defeated. Sun Yuan forced the words out of his mouth. What? Fu Wu and the others screamed in fright. Yuan Hui, the old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, was defeated? Wang Zheng stared at them in disbelief. Fu Wu's expression was one to behold, as he hadn't panicked in a long time. Nodding his head, Sun Yuan continued with a complex emotion on his face. At the same time, terror flashed through his eyes. Yuan Hui was defeated. and he was defeated in a single move. A single move? Wang Zheng nearly bit off his own tongue when he heard what happened. Fu Wu felt as though someone drove a sledgehammer through his chest as he stared at Sun Yuan in disbelief. Opening his mouth, Sun Yuan wanted to say that Yuan Hui was beaten half to death with a single slap, but he chose to keep silent. How? How can this be? Wang Zheng widened his eyes in shock as he muttered to himself. How can Huang Xiaolong defeat Yuan Hui? That isn't possible. All of you are mistaken. If Huang Xiaolong managed to defeat Yuan Hui with a single move, wouldn't they be in deep trouble when Huang Xiaolong paid them a visit in a month? The main palace of the Japanese alliance was lit up with lanterns as they were high in the festive spirit. The head of state looked at the hundreds of subordinates under him who were waiting for Yuan Hui's arrival, and he turned to one of his attendants to ask, "Is Lord Yuan Hui here yet?" "Not quite yet. However, he should be here soon." The attendant laughed happily. "Sir, you can relax. With Lord Yuan Hui and Lord Hasegawa's strength, they will be able to deal with Huang Xiaolong in a jiffy." An hour passed, and a shocking piece of news started to spread. The #1 pill master on Earth, Yuan Hui, was sent flying with a single slap from Huang Xiaolong. He also submitted to the man, agreeing to serve Huang Xiaolong for the rest of his life. Yagyu Hasegawa was decapitated by Huang Xiaolong, and the Yagyu clan is in dire straits. The news caused the entire world to tremble. The heads of the various alliances felt their jaws dropping in fright. Yuan Hui, one of the 6 strongest experts on Earth, submitted to Huang Xiaolong. "Are you messing with me?" The old ancestor of the Baoxing sect roared in anger. "Aren't you supposed to tell me that Lord Yuan Hui released Huang Xiaolong out of pity and the latter became his slave?" The Baoxing sect was one of the existences on the same level as the Taishan sect. The old ancestor of the Baoxing sect ranked in the top 10 ranks when they classified the experts on Earth, and he knew how terrifying Yuan Hui actually was. He couldn't believe that Yuan Hui, the person he admired the most, went over to submit to some grand elder of a mere mortal family. Soon after, even more announcements started to make their way around. The head of state of the Japanese alliance made a public announcement to the entire alliance. "If anyone uses the words Chinese pig in the future, slap yourselves 100 times or be thrown in prison for 100 days. Every member of the Japanese alliance will refer to themselves as a Japanese dog from here on out." As soon as the news emerged, the entire alliance broke out into chaos. Demonstrations were held everywhere in the nation. The heads of the various alliances couldn't believe what they were hearing either. In the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce's building, Yuan Hui was standing respectfully behind Huang Xiaolong. After dealing with Yagyu Hasegawa, Huang Xiaolong didn't start a massacre. He only killed the leaders of the major families in the Japanese alliance who chose not to surrender. As for the palace master of the Ice Palace, she was killed too after acting all high and mighty before Huang Xiaolong. Wang Zhou, Cunala, and Wang Feiyu chose to cripple one of their arms in order to be pardoned by Huang Xiaolong. The Yagyu, Mitsui, Iga, and Murasakigawa clans surrendered to Huang Xiaolong. Dismissing the experts who came to watch the battle, Huang Xiaolong started to ask Yuan Hui about everything unusual that happened on Earth. Huang Xiaolong felt that as one of the 6 strongest cultivators on Earth, Yuan Hui might know a thing or two about the appearance of the Panguax. "Your Highness, there have been several unusual happenings on Earth due to the presence of the Kunlun Paradise in the East Sea." Yuan Hui replied, "Oh? Where is the Kunlun Paradise located?" A flash of light crossed Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he continued to ask. "It's close to the Ying Islands, but the entrance has already been sealed shut. It will only open again 4 years later." 4 years? Huang Xiaolong frowned. "Yes, the Kunlun Paradise opened 70 years ago, and every time it opens, it will remain open for several days. According to what we know, the paradise will open again in 4 years." Yuan Hui replied. He continued to explain what one could find in the Kunlun Paradise, and he felt that there should be some sort of seal due to a treasure within. That was also what produced the changes to Earth in the first place to usher in the cultivation era. "Do you know what the treasure is?" "I do not know. However, it should be left behind by some ancient expert. Yuan Hui shook his head. Other than the 6 strongest factions on Earth right now, everyone else is also here for the treasure. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Now, everyone feels that the treasure will emerge the next time the Kunlun Paradise opens. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. There was no way an ordinary treasure would cause an entire world to change. From his guesses, he felt that the treasure had to be the Pangu axe. Bring me to the island right now. Huang Xiaolong got to his feet. Since he learned that the Pangu axe could be located in the Kunlun Paradise, there was no need to wait for 4 years. Your Highness, there are 4 years till the seal opens, Yuan Hui explained. Don't worry about it. Just bring me there. Huang Xiaolong waved his hands to dismiss Yuan Hui's concerns. Not daring to go against Huang Xiaolong's order, the two of them left after Huang Xiaolong bade Lu Dingming farewell. Of course, he reminded Lu Dingming to refine the blue dragon pills as soon as he could before leaving. Urging Huang Xiaolong to stay, Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Uncle Dingming, my father and I will pay you a visit soon. All right, Lu Dingming roared with laughter. I will personally pick your father up from the airport this time. Sure. As they sent him off, Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Hui soared through the skies and disappeared into the horizon. With their speed, they managed to leave the city before long as they headed straight for the Ying Island. The island was located off the coast of the Japanese Alliance, and they arrived in a short hour. As the Ying Island was pretty large, there were cities and villages laid all around. Villagers were fishing peacefully along the shores, and they painted a peaceful scene. Huang Xiaolong released his divine sense as he started to explore the surroundings. Despite that, he failed to notice anything interesting. A frown formed on his face. Are you sure the entrance of the Kunlun Paradise is located here? There is no doubt about it. I double-checked, and this is the entrance of the Kunlun Paradise. It was created by an ancient being in the Wuxia Alliance in the past, and the restrictions were laid down by the same person. If the seal remains closed, no one will be able to find the entrance, Yuan Hui explained. A weird light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Ancient cultivator? Unresigned, Huang Xiaolong flew another round around the island. Even so, he failed to discover anything. He could only choose to give up. Looks like I have to wait for 4 years, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. After all, 4 years wasn't a long time. To him, 4 years would pass in the blink of an eye. When he retrieved the Pangu axe in 4 years and cultivated the Pangu world creation art, he would be able to reach the peak of power after producing enough grand cosmos energy in his 3rd small world. Then that happened, he would be able to enter the God of Creation realm. When Huang Xiaolong was looking about, Zhang Yuhan and the students of the Eastern University were fighting against the beasts that were rushing towards the shore. It wasn't long after Huang Xiaolong's departure before the appearance of the beast tide. The students fought for the entire day, and Zhang Yuhan had no idea how many beasts she killed. Even as a 9th-level nascent soul realm cultivator, she was exhausted after a single day of battle. The students of the Eastern University stayed by her side, and their bodies were dyed red with blood. Luckily for all of them, the blood belonged to the beasts. Teacher Yuhan, we should return to the city, one of the students advised. After all, they saw the unending wave of beasts and knew that they wouldn't be able to last if they kept fighting without rest. All right, return to the city, Zhang Yuhan nodded. However, before they could return, 2 figures soared through the skies, and there were more than several dozen thousand beasts chasing them. The beasts in the lead emitted a shocking aura, and they were beasts who were comparable to Enlightenment realm experts. The faces of Zhang Yuhan and the others changed instantly. With the speed of the beasts, they would arrive in less than 10 breaths of time. There was no way they would be able to enter the city gates in time. Run! Retreat back to the city! One of the captains in the formation yelled. As the students and the teachers of the various universities started to panic, they charged towards the city gates. Damn humans! Return the Yuanpin Heavenly Pearl to our Eastern Sea race. The beasts leading the charge roared in rage. From what they heard, everyone got a general idea of the story. The two Enlightenment realm experts probably stole something from the Eastern Sea race before running back to one of the cities. The two of them weren't weak either. In a flash, they passed Zhang Yuhan and the others as they entered the city. As soon as they entered, they roared at the supervisor guarding the city. "Close the gates and activate the formation." A look of terror appeared on the supervisor's face. He stared in the direction of Zhang Yuhan and the others as he stuttered. But, they're not back yet. If they closed the city gates and activated for formation, there would only be one way things would end. Zhang Yuhan and the others would definitely be killed by the incoming swarm. "I'm the old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect. I order you to close the gates right now. Otherwise, I'll cut you down right here and now," one of the two roared. Old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect. With his expression flickering, the supervisor had no idea how to respond. After all, the 1,000 Extermination sect was as famous as the Taizhen sect and the other top-tier sects. Even though the old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect wasn't as strong as Yuan Hui, he was still a 9th-level Enlightenment realm cultivator. As the headquarters of the 1,000 Extermination sect was located in Wuxia, their influence there was pretty strong. Lord Huang Xiaolong's nephew and teacher Zhang Yuhan of the Eastern University are both out there. In a last-ditch attempt, the supervisor yelled. Even though he was only a Golden Core realm cultivator, he was a disciple of the Li family. He heard some stories of what happened recently. "Who the fuck is Huang Xiaolong? If you talk any more crap, I'll kill you," the old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect yelled. As he had been busy stealing the pearl, he didn't hear anything about Huang Xiaolong in the past few days. Under the threat of the old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect, the supervisor could only order for the gates to close. "No!" As the students and teachers saw the gates slamming shut, they knew that everything was over for them. The old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the gates closing. The other expert was the old ancestor of the Training Star sect, and he looked at the Yuanpin Heavenly Pearl in his hand. The two of them roared with laughter in their hearts. The two pearls were absolute treasures, and they were countless times better than any herb they could obtain on Earth. If they refined the pearls, they would be able to refine their chi veins and physical bodies. They would actually gain a chance to enter the spirit-severing realm. The beast tide slammed into the gates as they were celebrating in their hearts, but they were stopped by the formations around the city. Amidst the roars of the beasts, everyone trapped outside screamed in terror. Miserable shrieks filled the skies. A teacher of one of the universities was swallowed whole by one of the beasts around them. The teacher was from the Technological University, and he was at the Golden Core realm. Despite that, he didn't even get the chance to fight back. Lin Kai and the others felt the blood draining from their faces when they saw what happened. "Everyone, gather around," Zhang Yuhan screamed. "All nascent soul realm cultivators on the outside to protect the students." She raised her sword to begin the counterattack. Tears of Azura, waving her blades and circulating her true chi, blade light rained down on the beasts. Tears of Azura was the second move in the Azura sword art, and it was obviously something Huang Xiaolong taught her. As one of the moves he used when he just started his cultivation journey, the Azura sword art held a special place in his heart. At his current level, he improved it many times over before teaching it to others. "Ha!" The two old ancestors yelled in shock when they saw her sword art. "Peak of the 9th level nascent soul realm? Who is that woman?" The old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect asked the supervisor of the city. Li Dongyuan, the supervisor, hastily replied, "She's the head of the Eastern University, Zhang Yuhan. She's Lord Huang Xiaolong's old lover." Huang Xiaolong. Hearing his name again, the old ancestor of the Training Star sect, Ma Lin, frowned. "Who is Huang Xiaolong?" "He's the leader of the Grand Elders of the Huang family in the Donglin province." "Heh, he's just a mere Grand Elder of Immortal family. I thought he was some big shot." Kong Hui, the old ancestor of the 1,000 Extermination sect, snorted. "The only family that possesses an acceptable level of power in the Huaxia Alliance is the Ying family. Everyone else is trash. Ma Lin sneered. The two of them might be at the 9th level enlightenment realm. They were still pretty afraid of Ying Tian. Thinking if he should explain the current situation to the old ancestors, Li Dongyuan decided against it eventually. Due to his low position in the family, he hadn't heard of Huang Xiaolong's crescent deeds. The only news he had came from the Grand Elder's conversation. A cry rang through the air all of a sudden as Zhang Yuhan's sword flew about in the crowd of beasts. Every time it landed, one of the beasts would fall. Nice sword art. The two ancestors couldn't help but praise. Even though they couldn't understand the principles behind the sword art, they were able to see that her skills weren't ordinary. I wonder how she cultivated such a powerful set of sword art. A fire burned in Ma Lin's eyes. Everyone could see that he had his eyes set on the Azura sword art. However, he gave up on the idea when he saw the beast tide standing between Zhang Yuhan and the city. All of a sudden, one of the beasts lunged at Lin Kai. Screaming in fright, Zhang Yuhan wanted to head over to protect him, but she was stopped by a beast in the enlightenment realm. As the beast opened its mouth to chomp down on the kid, a ray of light emerged from Lin Kai's chest and sent the beast flying. Like a meteor, the beast slammed heavily into the city walls and giant cracks formed on it. Staring at the jade pendant on Lin Kai's chest, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Is that a spiritual treasure? The old ancestors of the two sects felt their jaws dropping in fright. It definitely is. Moreover, it has to be a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Ma Lin gasped in shock. Mid-grade spiritual treasure. Even for the 6 strongest sects, a treasure at that level was considered an inheritance treasure. A ray of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he stopped in mid-air. He stared in the direction of the Huaxia alliance all of a sudden. Yuan Hui couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, my nephew is in trouble." As soon as the words left his lips, he grabbed Yuan Hui and took a step forward. Yuan Hui couldn't even react as the world started to spin around him. Originally, they would take more than an hour before they could return. However, Huang Xiaolong shifted the space around them and they appeared a distance away from the beast tide. Zhang Yuhan and the others were surrounded by a group of beasts, and Huang Xiaolong's expression turned frosty in an instant. Tearing through the skies, a snort left his lips. The sound wave caused the world to tremble, and even those located in the innermost part of the city heard the snort. Sucking in a cold breath, everyone turned to look at the shore. With Zhang Yuhan and Lin Kai in danger, Huang Xiaolong knew that it was time to make a move. With a fist, he summoned an ice dragon that stretched for thousands of miles as they tore through the surface of the sea. The entire ocean was split in two, as the ice dragon made its way towards the beasts on shore. The two old ancestors who were standing on the city gates saw something they would never forget as long as they lived. The ice dragon brought with it an untold amount of power as it smashed into the group of beasts who were surrounding the students and teachers of the universities. In an instant, countless beasts were sent crashing into the city walls as they shattered the protective formation. The earth rumbled and the skies shook. Zhang Yuhan and the others looked at the beasts who had slammed into the city walls and noticed that every single beast no longer showed any signs of life. Even the beasts in the Enlightenment realm died just like that. Like wooden statues, everyone slowly turned to look at the figure standing high in the skies above the East Sea. As cultivators, they were at least able to see that far ahead, and they saw a figure standing in the skies. With a slight frown on his face, Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms in front of him. His robes fluttered in the wind. Not a single trace of true qi leaked from Huang Xiaolong's body, but his presence alone was enough to force everyone into submission. The old ancestors of the two sects looked at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. He managed to kill several tens of thousands of sea beasts with a single punch, not to mention the fact that he was still several dozen miles away from the battlefield. There were beasts who weren't weaker than the two of them in the fray, but they were killed all the same. The power he used had already exceeded the scope of their imaginations. Looking at the corpses that were stuck in the city walls, the bodies of the beasts were preserved perfectly. However, there wasn't a single trace of blood on their bodies. Everything was frozen solid. Kong Hui and Ma Lin stared at the thick ice on the walls, and they could see that the layer of frost stretched for as far as their eyes could see. Even though it was the middle of summer, chills ran down their bodies when they saw the frozen corpses. Who is he? Kong Hui's teeth chattered as he asked. He's Lord Huang Xiaolong. Lin Dongyuan replied. Huang Xiaolong, the leader of the Grand Elders of the Huang family in the Donglin province. Explosions went off in the heads of Kong Hui and Ma Lin. When in the world did an expert of his level appear in the Huang family? His strength had far surpassed their expectations. Thinking about how they ordered Li Dongyuan to shut the city gates, their faces turned deathly pale. Just a moment ago, they locked Huang Xiaolong's old lover and the students of the universities outside the city, sacrificing them to the horde of beasts. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards them with Yuan Hui following closely behind. Even Yuan Hui was astounded by the strength Huang Xiaolong displayed with that single punch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on the beach. It was then where Kong Hui and Ma Lin saw Yuan Hui standing respectfully behind Huang Xiaolong. Their eyeballs dropped in fright. Lord Yuan Hui, Xiaolong, Uncle. Zhang Yuhan and Lin Kai jumped in joy when they saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards them. They felt as though they took a trip down to hell and back after the battle. Nodding slightly to the both of them, Huang Xiaolong asked, "What went wrong?" "Uncle, it's them. They drew all the beasts over before running into the city themselves. They ordered the gates to be closed before we could return." Lin Kai pointed at Kong Hui and Ma Lin, who were standing on the city gates, and raged. Countless eyes turned to look at the two instantly. Traces of rage could be seen in the eyes of the students and teachers of the various universities. With their legs going numb, the two of them fell to their knees. As for Li Dongyuan, he didn't fare much better. He might have received orders from the two of them to close the gates, but he was still the supervisor of the city. The order to close the gates and open the defensive formation came from his mouth. "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong looked at the two of them. No one knew how the two of them fell, but the two of them managed to fall off the front of the city walls. Like a rock, they smashed into the ground outside the gate with a loud thump. "Who are they?" Huang Xiaolong asked Yuan Hui. "Your Highness, this subordinate exchanged pointers with them in the past, and they are the old ancestors of the Thousand Extermination sect and the Training Star sect. One is called Kong Hui and the other is called Ma Lin." Next, he introduced them briefly. When the two of them heard how Yuan Hui addressed himself in front of Huang Xiaolong, they were so frightened that their hearts nearly stopped beating. "Senior, the situation was dire, and we were thinking of the safety of the people in the city. That was the only reason we ordered for the gates to be closed. We didn't know that Senior Huang's friends and family were outside." Kong Hui tried to explain himself. Yes, Senior Huang. If we knew that your relatives were outside, we would never order them to close the gates." Ma Lin hastily followed up. Looking at them with an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong turned to Li Dongyuan. "You, tell me what happened." Falling to his knees, Li Dongyuan slammed his head into the ground in a massive kowtow. "Senior Huang, I had nothing to do with this. I told them that teacher Zhang Yuhan and Lin Kai were outside. They didn't care about it, and they ordered me to close the gates. They said that you were a mere grand elder in the Huang family, and only the Ying family was worth something in the Wuxia alliance." The faces of Kong Hui and Ma Lin changed instantly. They roared in anger as they tried to slap Li Dongyuan. "How dare you frame us?" Before their palm could land, they were sent smashing into the wall like the beasts. Just like that, 2 cultivators at the 9th level enlightenment realm died. Even their nascent souls failed to escape from their bodies. Staring at the bodies in shock, Li Dongyuan slammed his head into the ground again. "Are you a disciple of the Li family?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Yes, I... Li Dongyuan couldn't even form a complete sentence when Huang Xiaolong sent him flying with a single tap. Blood sprayed from his lips as Huang Xiaolong's voice boomed in his ears. "I'll allow you to live seeing as you're honest. However, I'll cripple your qi veins as punishment." Thanking Huang Xiaolong profusely for sparing his life, Li Dongyuan bowed again and again. It didn't take long for the news of the two old ancestors' death to travel across the world. The world was thrown into chaos again, as the news of the Japanese alliance's submission hadn't even died down. Soon after, the video of Huang Xiaolong killing the sea beasts with a single punch started to spread. Satellite videos of the entire process were broadcasted to the entire world. When everyone saw the bodies of the beasts stacked together on the city walls, the experts of the various factions had no idea how to react. Even though it was only a short video, the horrifying power of the ice dragon that Huang Xiaolong summoned shocked everyone to their core. Ignoring everything else that went on, Huang Xiaolong brought Zhang Yuhan and Lin Kai back to the Eastern University. As they made their way back, the topic of discussion shifted to eminent elder Wang Zheng of the Six Swords Gate. In the past, Huang Xiaolong said that Wang Zheng was to kneel in front of the Zhang family as an apology before crippling both his hands. Otherwise, he would trample on Wang Zheng's corpse in the Six Swords Gate. Everyone thought that he was crazy, but that was no longer the case. Old ancestor, do you think that Wang Zheng will kneel before the Zhang family manor before crippling his arms? Yingji asked Ying Tian. If they're not stupid, they will definitely do it. After all, keeping his life is more important than anything else. When everyone thought that Wang Zheng was about to do whatever Huang Xiaolong said, another piece of news rocked the world. The Six Swords Gate of the Heavenly King Star sent several experts over to Earth. He's said to be old ancestor Fu Wu's martial uncle, and he's an expert who has already surpassed the Enlightenment realm. Fu Wu's martial uncle should be a high-level spirit-severing realm expert. The Six Swords Gate's headquarters was located on the Heavenly King Star, and Fu Wu was a mere Grand Elder who was sent over to Earth. When the experts on Earth heard the news, they broke out into another round of discussion. Fu Wu's martial uncle. It said that he entered the 7th-level spirit-severing realm 100 years ago. Now, he might be at the late 7th-level spirit-severing realm, and he cultivates the way of the sword. It's said that he killed a late 7th-level spirit-severing realm beast in the past. The patriarch of the Shadow Sword Gate yelled. Things will get interesting now. Do you think that Huang Xiaolong will still kill his way into the Six Swords Gate? The old ancestor of the mysterious gold faction sneered. Huang Xiaolong might be strong, but he won't be Fu Wu's martial uncle's opponent. When the expert arrives, Huang Xiaolong would be thanking the gods if the Six Swords Gate doesn't look for him. The pavilion master of the Lonely Peak Pavilion snorted. The three factions were all top-rate powers on Earth. Even though they weren't as strong as the six, their strength was comparable to the Thousand Extermination Sect and the other powers. They were also from the Heavenly King Star, and all of the patriarchs knew how strong Fu Wu's martial uncle was. As soon as their conversation got out, the entire world shook. A frown formed on Ying Tian's face when he heard the news flying around. Old ancestor, do you think we should rescind the offer? Yingji asked. Just a moment ago, Ying Tian had passed down an order for the entire family to work closely with the Huang family. Moreover, they had to listen to the Huang family on all matters. Falling deep into thought, Ying Tian sighed eventually. All right, do not carry out my previous order. Huang Xiaolong might be strong, but no one thought that he would be stronger than Fu Wu's martial uncle. Moreover, the number of people he offended could no longer be counted. Other than the Six Swords Gate, there was also the Ice Palace, Thousand Extermination Sect, and the Training Star Sect. No matter how strong he was, Huang Xiaolong was working alone. No one thought that he would be able to fight against the spirit-severing realm experts of the various sects. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong connected a video call with Huang Shingon. Huang Xiaolong received reports on the reaction of the various families on Earth after they heard the news that Fu Wu's martial uncle was coming. Oh right, Your Highness. Ying Tian terminated the collaboration with our Huang family. He originally wanted to hand over several industries over to us, but he took back the offer at the last moment. Huang Xiaolong remained completely at ease as he continued to ask, what about the other families in the Wuxia alliance? After seeing that the Ying family has drawn the line, many families have done the same. They are afraid that the Six Swords Gate will deal with them after they come for us. Currently, they are avoiding us like the plague. Huang Shingon growled in annoyance. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had seen such things many times in the past. Back in the Huanglong and Blazing Dragon world, things like that happened all the time. The very next day, Zhang Yuhan looked for Huang Xiaolong the moment dawn broke, and she cried out, "Xiaolong, Elder Zhang Guodong called me, and informed me that 4 of the Grand Elders were convinced by Zhang Wanqing to leave the family. All of them submitted to the Six Swords Gate. Other than the 4 Grand Elders, several dozen elders moved too." Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second when he heard the news. Zhang Wanqing started some rumors in the family, saying that Fu Wu's martial uncle will trample on the Zhang family the moment he returns. "Everyone is afraid at the moment, and I need to return to the Zhang family manor right now." "It's all right. I'll go back with you," Huang Xiaolong comforted her. When she heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted to go back with her, a trace of joy formed in her heart. Even though she was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm, she felt that she was only safe beside Huang Xiaolong. As such, the 2 of them left the university. "It's all my fault. If I didn't allow Zhang Wanqing to get away, this wouldn't have happened." Zhang Yuhan blamed herself as they flew back towards the Zhang family manor. Originally, Huang Xiaolong's intention was to kill Zhang Wanqing. However, Zhang Yuhan had chosen to let her off. "It's not your fault." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. "The Grand Elders and Elders of the family have followed her for too long. It won't be long till they betray you. It's not a bad thing for them to leave the family. When you enter the Enlightenment realm in the future, you can raise another batch of nascent soul realm experts." However, a trace of frost flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he muttered, "There's no need for you to worry about anything. Next month, I will definitely pay a visit to the Six Swords Gate. Zhang Wanqing and everyone else who betrayed the family won't be able to get away. I'll let you deal with them then." Zhang Yuhan wanted to open her mouth to plead for mercy on their behalf, but she chose to remain silent eventually. After all, she had already allowed a group of traitors to emerge because of her compassion. She wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. When they returned to the Zhang family manor, Zhang Yuhan managed to solve the problems in a flash. After all, Huang Xiaolong was present, and Zhang Yuhan still had some sway in the family. It didn't take long for the family to calm down. As the Zhang family manor and the Blue Dragon Orchard were pretty close to each other, Huang Xiaolong decided to make a trip back home. As Zhang Yuhan had to deal with several family matters, Huang Xiaolong returned alone. As for Yuan Hui, Huang Xiaolong allowed him to return to the Purple Flame sect. When he arrived at the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong told his father about Lu Dingming. Smiles lit up Huang Jiyuan's face. "I told Uncle Dingming that we will be going over in a few days to visit him. When that happens, Uncle Dingming will be welcoming us at the airport." "Ha ha ha, that's great," Huang Jiyuan laughed. "How is your Uncle Dingming's body now?" "It's all right," Huang Xiaolong replied. With the Blue Dragon pills, Lu Dingming will definitely break through to the Golden Core realm soon. His body would be much stronger than before. After asking Huang Xiaolong about several matters regarding the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce, Huang Jiyuan smiled in satisfaction. Next, Huang Xiaolong went over to examine the progress of everyone's cultivation level. With the help of all the herbs and techniques he taught, everyone improved by leaps and bounds. The very next day, another piece of news shook the world. The experts of the Thousand Extermination sect and the Training Star sect formed an alliance. Even though their headquarters were in the Hidden Dragon Star, they were heading straight for Earth. There were 6 experts in the Spirit-Severing Realm who were on their way, and one of them was a high-level Spirit-Severing Realm expert. He was the old ancestor of the Thousand Extermination sect, and he was also Kong Hui's master. His name was Lu Yi. Huang Xiaolong killed Ma Lin and Kong Hui of the 2 sects, and they're definitely here to seek revenge. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaolong is screwed this time. They aren't the only ones. The Ice Palace also sent 2 Spirit-Severing Realm experts over, and the Purple Flame sect might do the same. Why would the Purple Flame sect do the same? After Yuan Hui agreed to submit to Huang Xiaolong, the headquarters of the Purple Flame sect rose into a rage. They are definitely planning on coming over to interrogate Huang Xiaolong. I wonder which expert from the Purple Flame sect will come to Earth. Whatever the case, the Purple Flame sect is one of the 3 strongest sects in the Flowing Flame Star. Their true strength surpasses the Six Swords Gate and the Hidden Dragon Star. Anyone sent by them will definitely be stronger than the others. Rumors continued to spread through the earth and the various factions erupted into chaos. It was even more so for the sects involved. In the headquarters of the Six Swords Gate, Wang Zheng roared with laughter as a sinister smile hung on his face. The heavens are helping me. Huang Xiaolong. Let's see how you weasel your way out of this one. A grin hung on Fu Wu's face. When my master and my martial uncle arrive, we will move immediately. We shall kill Huang Xiaolong and everyone he cares for. Everyone related to him will die. Wang Zheng continued. Ha ha ha. I can't wait. Relax. My master and my martial uncle will be here in 3 days at the very latest. Fu Wu chuckled. Just wait for 3 more days. All right. I'll let that son of a bitch stay alive to watch 3 more sunrises. Wang Zheng snickered. Old ancestor, eminent elder. One of the grand elders ran into the room and reported. Zhang Wanqing of the Zhang family brought 4 grand elders over. All of them hope to submit to our Six Swords Gate so that we will spare their lives. Wang Zheng chuckled in amusement. Zhang Wanqing is pretty interesting. It's too bad she's useless now that Huang Xiaolong crippled her qi veins. Fu Wu shook his hand and explained. Even though she's a cripple, she is extremely important when it comes to placating the grand elders and elders of the Zhang family. We can always kill her when we bring them over to our side. The Six Swords Gate was naturally disinclined to keep useless people. It was a pity. She had no idea she was already a dead person in the eyes of the faction. In the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Shingon reported everything he heard to Huang Xiaolong. He spoke about how experts in the spirit-severing realm would be heading over to Earth, and the Ice Palace even sent 2 high-level spirit-severing realm experts this time. As for the Purple Flame sect, they only sent a single expert over. His name is Ren Qi. Huang Shingon glanced at Huang Xiaolong. He should be a 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert. That was the 9th-level spirit-severing realm they were talking about. To Huang Shingon, someone at that level was basically God. Even a 1st-level spirit-severing realm expert was an existence akin to the heavens. There were once several people who said that even the 6 strongest experts on Earth wouldn't be able to defeat a 1st-level spirit-severing realm expert even if they worked together. One could only imagine how terrifying they were. There wasn't even a need to describe the strength of an expert at the high-level spirit-severing realm. Huang Xiaolong nodded casually when he heard the news. There are countless families spreading rumors in the Wuxia alliance. They say that Your Highness will definitely be killed the moment the experts arrive. According to them, the Huang family is doomed. Right now, everyone in the Huang family is panicking. Huang Shingon lowered his head, and he muttered in embarrassment. Who started it? The main culprits are the Zhou and Chu families. The Liu and Lin families are in on it too. Hesitating for a moment, Huang Shingon decided to continue. The Sun and Tan families are planning to change sides too. Tan Bai. Huang Xiaolong frowned. In the past, the Tan family tried to take over the Huang family's assets and Huang Xiaolong decided to let them off because of Tan Wei's relationship with Huang Bisheng. He even gave the other party 10 blue dragon pills so that he could enter the Enlightenment realm. Now, Tan Bai was actually planning to go against the Huang family. As for Lin Xiaotian, they were part of the families who were spreading shit about the Huang family. Yes, after Tan Bai entered the Enlightenment realm, he forbade all disciples of the Tan family from interacting with our Huang family. Sun Yao did the same. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. It's a shame. I overestimated their loyalty. He didn't use the Grand Mist parasitic medium to control any of them, and it seemed as though all of them were planning to revolt now that they knew spirit-severing realm cultivators were coming to deal with the Huang family. Your Highness, do you think we should warn the Lin, Sun, and Tan families? No. They will beg for forgiveness in a few days. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Xiaolong didn't really care about everything that happened on the other planets or stars around Earth. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong continued to advise everyone as they cultivated, and he passed his days comfortably. Ancestor Rinqi of the Purple Flame Sect has arrived. He captured Yuan Hui the moment he arrived, and he crippled his qi veins. After sending him to prison immediately, Ancestor Rinqi said that Huang Xiaolong was to head over to the Purple Flame Sect to apologize for his mistakes. If he refuses to do so, he will kill everyone in the Huang family. There are countless experts who had no idea who Rinqi was, and they jumped in fright when they heard about him. 9th level Spirit Severing Realm. In the Tan family. Grandpa, how can you do this? Tan Wei snapped as she looked at Tan Bai. I did all of this for the Tan family. From this moment onwards, you are not allowed to talk to Huang Bixing. If you do, I'll expel you from the Tan family. Turning to Tan Guanghai, he ordered, take care of Wei'er. Do not allow her to leave the compound. If Huang Bixing comes over to meet her, there's no need to entertain him. Kick him out. Tan Bai continued, just tell him she isn't here. In the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong nearly laughed out loud when he heard Rinqi's order. Since that's the case, you can prepare the flying ship now. I'll head over immediately, Huang Xiaolong muttered casually. Your Highness, you're planning to head over there now? Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Contact the disciples of the Purple Flame Sect. Tell them I'll be there soon. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's flying ship traveled slowly towards the Purple Flame Sect. As soon as he emerged from the manor, the various families received news on it. Ha ha ha! Ancestor Rinqi gave him 2 days. But he's heading there the moment he heard the news. What a loser! And here I thought that Huang Xiaolong is someone with a backbone. No shit. In order to live, he has to do it. Everyone joked at the fact that Huang Xiaolong was a spineless bastard. When Huang Xiaolong headed over to the Purple Flame Sect, the various large families around the world did the same. The old ancestor of the Ice Palace, Zheng Ruation, did the same. Even the old ancestor and patriarch of the Divine Court Sect made a trip over. The Valley Master of the Ghost Valley did the same, even though both factions didn't turn up for the battle in the Japanese alliance. Even though the 6 strongest factions were hailed as such, the Divine Court Sect was the strongest among all of them. Their strength had always been a mystery. The Ghost Valley was the most mysterious faction out of the 6, and their secret art terrified almost everyone in the world. When the members of the Ghost Valley used the secret art of their ghost race, they would turn into monstrous beings. Huang Xiaolong looked at the mountain ranges and forests that he passed without the slightest trace of panic on his face. Huang Shingon called Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. Your Highness, Rinqi passed down an order a moment ago. He said that you would have to climb up the steps of the mountain and kowtow thrice every time you take a step. Huang Shingon lowered his head and muttered. Oh, how many steps are there to reach the gate of the Purple Flame Sect? There are around 2,000 of them, Huang Shingon stammered. So, Rinqi wants me to kowtow 6,000 times. A weird light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yes, yes. Even though Huang Shingon was on a video call with Huang Xiaolong, he could feel the killing intent from across the screen. Rinqi also said, what else did he say? Huang Xiaolong snapped, I hate people who beat about the bush. He also said that your Highness has to endure an hour of torture with the purple flames before he will allow you to live. Huang Shingon muttered. The terror of the purple flames could cause the hearts of everyone on earth to quake in fear. Even a tiny bit of the purple flames could turn a giant mountain into ashes. Rinqi wanted Huang Xiaolong to endure it for a whole hour. Oh, is that it? He wants to burn me for an entire hour. Huang Xiaolong nearly laughed out loud when he heard what Rinqi wanted to do. Huang Shingon lowered his head in embarrassment. What did the other families and factions do after they heard that I'm heading over to the Purple Flame Sect? When they heard that your Highness was heading over, everyone did the same thing. The old ancestors and patriarchs of their factions chose to head over to watch the show. Even the Divine Court Sect and Ghost Valley headed over. Other than our Huang family, basically every family in the world is heading there right now. Ying Tian and He Yuan Kong used the fastest flying ship they could find, and they are heading there right now. Huang Shingon reported everything truthfully to Huang Xiaolong. Seems like everyone thinks that I'm there to apologize. Huang Xiaolong snickered. Yes. Pass down my order. Every disciple of the Huang family is to put down everything they are doing right now to head over to the Purple Flame sect. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock through the screen, Huang Shingan hastily agreed. After he terminated the connection, Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, a terrifying ray of light emerged and the world seemed to turn a little brighter. With his arms clasped behind his back, a serene look returned to Huang Xiaolong's face as he stared into the distance. He didn't bother speeding up as he allowed the flying ship to continue traveling slowly. Since everyone wanted to be there to watch the show, he shall allow them to do so. With his current speed, he should be able to arrive in half a day. There was no way anyone would be slower than him. For hours later, countless experts stood around the peak of the Purple Flame sect as they waited for the show to start. The number of experts in the nascent soul realm or higher couldn't be counted. As the number one expert in the Wuxia Alliance, Ingtian was like a normal spectator there. In front of the various super sects, he was merely an ordinary cultivator. Old ancestor, is Huang Xiaolong not here yet? Practically all the experts on Earth have arrived, Ingji asked. Shaking his head, Ingtian sighed. Huang Xiaolong seems to be controlling the speed of his flying ship. Controlling the speed? He's definitely slowing down on purpose. He Ding, the patriarch of the He family, sneered. Does he really think that he can hide from this by driving slowly? The old ancestor of the He family snorted. What a pity. He was sorry for Huang Xiaolong. According to him, Huang Xiaolong would have no difficulty breaking through to the spirit-severing realm. It was too bad he would be killed after spending such a short time on Earth. Ingtian shook his head and remained silent. It was clear he thought the same. After 100 years of absence, everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong's talent was insane. However, it was too bad he had to offend the various super factions. The experts of the Divine Court sect and Ghost Valley have arrived. 2 groups of people soared through the skies, and one of the groups was clad in golden robes. The others were clad in black robes that caused one's heart to tremble when one looked at them. Divine Court sect, Ghost Valley. Everyone broke out into a flurry of activities all of a sudden. Is that the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect? He Yuankong's pupils shrank as they landed on the silver-haired elder leading the 2 groups. There was a golden symbol on his forehead, and he looked extremely well-built. There was an air of majesty around him. That was the first time He Yuanong saw the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect. Yes, Ingtian replied, and a look of fear could be seen in his eyes. That wasn't the first time he was meeting the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect, Chao Gang. The protective formation around the Purple Flame sect opened when the 2 groups arrived, and a group of experts emerged. When the members of the Ice Palace and the other factions arrived, no one came out to welcome them. Now, the experts of the Purple Flame sect were personally welcoming the members of the Divine Court sect and Ghost Valley. One could only imagine how strong they were. When Chao Gang saw the person who came out, he roared with laughter. Brother Rinqi, it's been so long. Rinqi. Everyone stared at the young man who emerged from the Purple Flame sect in shock. He was the ancestor Rinqi who came from the headquarters of the Purple Flame sect. He was the 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert they were talking about. The fact that the Chao Gang and Rinqi knew each other shocked everyone. The way they spoke to each other highlighted their extraordinary relationship. Could Chao Gang also be an expert in the spirit-severing realm? Moreover, he had to be a high-level spirit-severing realm expert if he could address Rinqi as such. Brother Chao Gang, long time no see. Rinqi cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Wu Guangxi, the valley master of the Ghost Valley, bowed. Lord Rinqi, your master and I have been friends for a long time. There is no need for such formalities. Rinqi chuckled. Everyone was shocked to discover the unusual relationship between the 3 strongest factions. Chao Gang couldn't help but laugh. I was planning to take care of Huang Xiaolong on your behalf, but since you're here, I won't have to take matters into my own hands. He's just a little brat from the mortal world. There is no need for us to worry. Anyway, I prepared a banquet when I heard that all of you were coming. Let's have a chat before he arrives. Ha ha ha, when he comes, it won't be too late for us to torture him all we like. We can also take this chance to warn the aboriginals on Earth that they are a bunch of backward monkeys compared to us. Chao Gang roared with laughter. Brother Rinchi is right. Wu Guangxi snickered. We shall listen to Lord Rinchi. Amidst their laughter, the three of them entered the Purple Flame sect. As soon as they left, the experts around the mountain erupted with fervor. Lord Chao Gang and Lord Rinchi are actually friends. I heard that the Divine Court sect is the strongest sect in the Flowing Flame Star. They are even stronger than the Purple Flame sect. Who in the world is Valley Master Wu's teacher? He's definitely also a 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert. Lu Xulong, the old ancestor of the Ice Palace, snorted. Huang Xiaolong is such a fool. He could have offended anyone, but he went ahead and caused trouble for the Purple Flame sect. He even had to take Yuan Hui as his slave. It's no wonder the Purple Flame sect is so angry after receiving such an insult. The old ancestor of the Blade Gate, Wang Shiwen, chuckled. In fact, I admire Huang Xiaolong's courage. Courage? Lu Xulong mocked. He's stupid and ignorant. Even if the Purple Flame sect doesn't do anything to him, the experts of my Ice Palace will definitely kill him. Ancestor Lu Wangshuan from our headquarters is coming as we speak. What? Even Senior Lu Wangshuan is coming? Wang Shiwen gasped in shock. Lu Wangshuan was one of the 10 strongest experts on the Dark Star where the Ice Palace was located. He was a late 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert, and he was even stronger than Rinchi. A smug look appeared on Lu Xulong's face, and he chuckled. That's right. Ancestor Lu Wangshuan isn't the only person coming. 3 high-level spirit-severing realm experts from the Northern Yellow River will be coming too. Wang Shiwen succeeded in a cold breath. That would mean that the Ice Palace sent 4 high-level spirit-severing realm experts over to Earth. All of a sudden, everyone broke out into discussion once again. Huang Xiaolong's flying ship is here. He's here. Everyone broke out into cheers. From afar, a flying ship soared slowly through the skies. As the body of the ship bore the insignia of a blue dragon, it seemed to come to life under the illumination of the midday sun. The flint ship arrived before long, and a young man whose black hair swayed in the wind stepped out of the ship. Huang Xiaolong really knows how to put on an act, Lu Xulong sneered. Huang Xiaolong had killed his disciple, the palace master of the Ice Palace back in the Japanese Alliance. He hated Huang Xiaolong to the core, and he wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. He's just putting on a front. When he climbs up the mountain while kowtowing, he won't be able to look so cool anymore. Wang Shiwen snorted. In fact, the sects that came from the other stars were not friendly to the members of Earth at all. As such, Wang Shiwen's attitude was typical for cultivators who weren't Earthlings. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with whatever they said as he walked towards the peak the moment he disembarked. As he was someone who could deal with Yuan Hui with a single slap, not a single person standing around dared to stop him. Just as he was about to arrive at the mountain peak, the defensive formations around the mountain opened and a group of experts emerged. The person who came out was the patriarch of the Purple Flame sect, Chun Xingjian, and there were a ton of eminent elders who were also at the Enlightenment realm standing behind him. Despite their lineup, there was no sign of Rinchi. When Huang Xiaolong arrived, Rinchi was still enjoying a feast with Chao Gang and Wu Guangxi. Chun Xingjian and the others stopped Huang Xiaolong as soon as they emerged. Huang Xiaolong, Lord Rinchi gave the order. You cannot stop when you climb up the mountain. If you do, you will have to start over from the beginning. Waving his hand, he opened the formation around the mountain to summon a set of stone steps. The steps appeared from the foot of the mountain all the way to the main gates. Shards of glass and nails lined the steps, and it was clear that the Purple Flame sect was making things difficult for Huang Xiaolong. We won't make things difficult for you. All the obstacles on the steps are not stained with poison. Chun Xingjian sneered. You can begin now. When you climb, you are not allowed to use true qi to protect yourself. If you cannot arrive at the gates in an hour, you will have to restart the climb. Everyone felt their hearts pounding in fear when they saw the shards of glass and nails on the steps. There was no way they could use an hour to ascend the steps. Not even 4 hours would be enough. Huang Xiaolong, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and start climbing. Someone in the crowd roared with laughter. The person who yelled was Lu Shulong, and there was a smug look on his face when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Ha ha ha! Even if he uses everything he has, he won't be able to reach the top. Wang Shiwen roared with laughter. The experts of the Ice Palace and Blade Gate started to laugh when they heard what their old ancestors said. The experts of the other factions might not have said anything, but many of them were snickering under their breaths. Gloating expressions could be seen on their faces. Looking at Chen Xingjian, the corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips tilted upwards. Who told you I came here to apologize? Everyone stared at him in shock when the words left his lips. If you're not here to kneel, are you here to drink a cup of tea with Lord Renqi? Lu Xuan snorted in disbelief. Many people chuckled under their breaths as they were utterly amused by the situation. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong reached out with his right hand and grabbed Chen Xingjian by the neck. Staring at Huang Xiaolong with a look of fear on his face, Chen Xingjian didn't even get to speak when Huang Xiaolong snapped his neck. Releasing his grip, Huang Xiaolong tosses Chen Xingjian's corpse away like he was throwing rubbish. Boom! When Chen Xingjian's body slammed into the ground below, the entire mountain seemed to explode. Rocks flew everywhere as the world trembled. Everyone stared at the crater created by Chen Xingjian's corpse with a look of disbelief. He dares. Ingji stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. He didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would dare to make a move on anyone in the Purple Flame sect. Ingtian couldn't believe his eyes either. He shook his head and sighed. If he tried his best to endure the humiliation, he might have lived. Now he's doomed. When Lord Renqi makes his move, Huang Xiaolong will die a horrible death. That's right. Lord Renqi probably used the shards of glass and nails to anger Huang Xiaolong into doing something wrong. Now Huang Xiaolong is in a lot of trouble. Yuan Kong shook his head in pity. Huang Xiaolong is still too young. He doesn't know how to control his temper. Ingtian sighed. One of the eminent elders of the Purple Flame sect roared in rage. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you touch our patriarch? You're dead. You're definitely going to die. Whap! With a single slap, Huang Xiaolong sent the eminent elder down to the ground too. This time, cracks started to spread through the mountain. How dare you! A majestic voice emerged from the Purple Flame sect, and the sound wave contained enough power to wipe out several cities. The experts standing around felt their brains shaking in their skulls. Another massive group of experts emerged from the mountain, and the 3 people in the lead were Renqi, Chao Gang, and Wu Guangxi. The experts of the 3 factions stood behind them obediently, and there were more than a few hundred experts in the nascent soul realm or higher. When Renqi looked at the corpses of Chen Xingjian and the eminent elder, a cold light flashed through his eyes. I have decided that I won't allow you to die alone. I will ensure that every one of the Huang family and those related to you will die a death 1,000 times more painful than those you killed. Renqi's voice resounded in the minds of everyone present. He released his aura completely, and the clouds in the skies started to move. A terrifying hurricane surrounded him, and he turned into the god of storms as he stood in the middle of the frightening wind flow. A crushing pressure came down on those standing around the mountain, and they found it hard to breathe. Everyone looked at Renqi with terrified expressions on their faces. Is that the strength of a 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert? All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong reached towards the middle of the hurricane where Renqi stood. Huang Xiaolong, you're overestimating yourself. Senior Renqi's strength is more than enough to tear ordinary experts in the mid-level spirit-severing realm into pieces. Wang Shiwen cackled with laughter. When everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong would be torn into shreds, his hand pierced through the howling gales. He casually grabbed Renqi's neck as he dragged the man towards himself. The terrifying winds stopped all of a sudden, and the world returned to its natural state. A look of fear formed in Renqi's eyes as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He used all the true qi he could muster, but he realized that he couldn't move a single muscle in his body. He was like a frail chicken dangling in the skies. Everyone who was at the scene felt a bomb going off in their minds. The world seemed to stop as their jaws dropped in disbelief. There were more than 10,000 experts from all over the world present, but not a single one dared to take a breath. Silence fell on the lands. "Release Lord Rinchi at once," one of the eminent elders roared. "Otherwise, our purple flame sect will." Before he could complete his sentence, Huang Xiaolong waved his arm and sent everyone from the purple flame sect smashing into the mountain. In an instant, several hundred holes that went deep into the ground appeared. If one were to look at the mountain from afar, one would think that a shooting star split into several hundred pieces and struck the mountain. Those who went crashing into the mountain were beyond dead. They were smashed into meat paste. Sucking in a cold breath, the bodies of the experts from the Divine Court sect and Ghost Valley froze in fear. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother looking at them as he looked at Rinchi, who was trying to struggle his way out. "Kill me? Killing everyone related to me?" With a single slap, he sent Rinchi's head spinning around his neck. As his head spun clockwise around his neck, screams filled the air. Of course, Huang Xiaolong made sure that he didn't die. That was the extent of it. Rinchi would have to suffer from the pain of getting his head twisted off his shoulders multiple times. Heart-wrenching screams emerged from his lips. As Rinchi's head spun around, the experts from all the other factions felt the world spinning around them. After more than 10 rounds, Rinchi's head finally stopped spinning. However, his face was facing the wrong way. "Making sure everyone related to me dies a death 1,000 times worse than those I killed?" Frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he slapped Rinchi's face again. This time, it spun the other way. When his head finally stopped spinning, Huang Xiaolong sealed off Rinchi's true chi before throwing him to the bottom of the steps. "If you manage to climb up to the gates of the Purple Flame sect in an hour, I'll spare your life. Remember to kowtow thrice every step." That was Rinchi's order before Huang Xiaolong had arrived. Looking at the shards of glass and nails lining the steps, Rinchi felt the blood draining from his face. However, he roared with laughter all of a sudden. "Huang Xiaolong, even if I die, I won't listen to you. You can kill me if you like." "Kill you?" Huang Xiaolong raised a single eyebrow in amusement. "Not to worry. You shall experience a life worse than death." Casually pointing at Rinchi's forehead, a ray of light entered his body. The squeals that came out from his lips were 1,000 times more miserable than when his head was spinning around his neck. I'll climb. Please, please stop." Too late. Huang Xiaolong ignored Rinchi, who was trashing and rolling about the bottom of the steps. The experts who were watching everything unfold felt their hearts trembling in fear. They didn't know how much pain Rinchi had to be in for a 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert like him to be screaming as such. As he turned to look at the experts of the other factions, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother thinking of a specific punishment for all of them. Their faces changed when they saw that Huang Xiaolong's attention had turned to them. With his gaze stopping on Chao Gang, Wu Guangxi, Wang Xuan, and Lu Xulong, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "The 4 of you shall suffer the same punishment. Climb up from the bottom. If you arrive in an hour, I'll allow you to live." Their expressions sank instantly. "Huang Xiaolong, don't go too far." Lu Xulong roared in anger. "The experts from my ice palace will arrive in a few days. When that happens, you—" Huang Xiaolong pointed at him, and a ball of fire appeared on Lu Xulong's eyebrows. With that as the origin, it started to spread towards other places of his body. He was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Rage rose in their hearts when they heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted them to kowtow as they climbed up the steps to the gates of the Purple Flame sect. They wanted to lash out at him, but after Huang Xiaolong killed Lu Xulong, their legs went soft from fear. Never in their lives had they felt so afraid of somebody. Out of the 3 of them, one of them was the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect. He was the strongest person on Earth, and the other was the Valley Master of the Ghost Valley. No one knew how strong he actually was, and the other was the old ancestor of the Blade Gate. Ordinarily, they would be feared everywhere they went. Now, they couldn't even breathe loudly before Huang Xiaolong. After looking at Lu Shulong's ashes drifting in the wind, Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at the three of them. A smile formed on his lips as his gaze fell on Chao Gang. "Didn't you say that you would take care of me for Rinqi?" Chao Gang's expression changed drastically. The words indeed left his lips when Rinqi came out to welcome him. But how in the world would Huang Xiaolong know? He hadn't even arrived. Turning to Wang Shiwen, Huang Xiaolong continued, "Didn't you say that I wouldn't be able to act cool any longer when I climb up the steps?" Opening his mouth, Wang Shiwen wanted to explain himself, but he managed to stop himself when he saw the look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "I will only give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. It's up to you whether you would like to climb or not. If you do, you'll get to keep your life. If you don't, you'll end up like Lu Shulong." Lu Shulong's ashes had already landed on their faces by the time Huang Xiaolong was done. Uncertainty flashed in their eyes. Yingtian, He Yuan Kong, and the others were watching with bated breaths. Everyone looked at Chao Gang and the others, and their expressions were weird. Chao Gang was the strongest person on earth. But now he had to climb a mountain to keep his life. He even had to kowtow thrice every step. What in the world is happening? The hearts of Yingtian and the others felt as though they would pop out of their chest by the way it was pounding. Lin Guodong, the old ancestor of the Lin family in the Ha province, was also present. He was standing quite close to Yingtian and the others, and his pants were already wet. His entire body was numb as he looked at Rinqi, who was still screaming at the bottom of the mountain. The experts of the Wuxia Alliance looked at Lin Guodong's defendant look, and they shook their heads in silence. The Lin family chose to submit to the Huang family previously, and they could have hugged onto Huang Xiaolong's large thighs. It was too bad they betrayed the Huang family as soon as they heard that Rinqi was coming to Earth. They started spreading rumors everywhere that Huang Xiaolong was doomed. There was no way Huang Xiaolong would allow traitors like them to live. When Huang Xiaolong returned to the Wuxia Alliance after dealing with the matters on hand, his first target would no doubt be the Lin family. "Lord Huang Xiaolong, our Divine Court sect is the #1 sect in the Flowing Flame Star. Our founding ancestor is in existence who has surpassed the spirit-severing realm. I am his grandson." Seeing as time was about to run out, Chao Gang chose to try his best to talk his way out of it. "Moreover, he loves me a lot. Lord Huang Xiaolong, please." Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Xiaolong pointed at his head and a ball of flame turned him into ashes. "Grandson of the founding ancestor of the Divine Court sect?" Huang Xiaolong muttered. "All the same to me." Everyone felt a chill running down their bodies when they saw Chao Gang turning into a pile of ash. Even an existence that surpassed the spirit-severing realm wasn't enough to stop Huang Xiaolong. 9. Huang Xiaolong looked at the other two left. I'll climb right now." Wu Guangxi was afraid that he would be too slow, and he ran all the way over to the start of the steps. Wang Shiwen was the same. As they ascended up the mountain, they slammed their heads into the ground heavily. The shards of glass and nails soon tore through their skin, but they didn't dare to protect themselves with their true qi. Everyone looked at the two of them in silence. Disciples of the Purple Flame Sect, Divine Court Sect, Ghost Valley, and Blade Gate, listen up. I'll spare everyone who kneels and submits to me in the next 10 seconds. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air again. 10 seconds. We will be able to keep our lives. The faces of those from the factions changed. Not a single person dared to jump out to scold Huang Xiaolong any longer. Even the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect couldn't protect himself with the founding ancestor's identity and strength. None of them there thought that they were more important than Chao Gang. Time trickled on. Rinqi was still rolling about in pain as he tore the skin from his face with his very own hands. Wang Hong of the Divine Court sect is willing to serve Lord Huang Xiaolong. One of the experts in the Divine Court sect got to his knees. Wang Hong was an eminent elder of the Divine Court sect, and he was the strongest among them all. He was barely weaker than Chao Gang, and his prestige in the sect could be said to be sky-high. When they saw their strongest doyen kneeling, the members of the Divine Court sect broke out into an uproar. However, they soon started to get to their knees. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Like what he promised, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to kill everyone who didn't submit. Several rays of frost turned those who didn't submit into ice statues. As they shattered, the bodies of those who refused to submit scattered in the wind. I hereby announce that my Brown family will submit to Lord Huang Xiaolong. George Brown of the American Alliance kneeled as his voice rang through the air. The Brown family was the strongest family in the American Alliance, and they weren't just the strongest there. They controlled the economy, and they were one of the richest members in the world. The Brown family had no grievances with Huang Xiaolong, but their old ancestor was so afraid after Huang Xiaolong killed Chao Gang and Lu Xulong that he chose to submit. As the old ancestor had already given his word, the members of the family fell to their knees. Several moments later, not a single soul was left standing. Even the members of the Ying family were on their knees. As for Lin Guodong, he was trembling like a leaf in the wind. There were more than 10,000 experts present, but almost every one of them represented some sort of power on Earth. After their submission, more than half the power on Earth surrendered. Huang Xiaolong could be said to have gained control of Earth at that very instant. Allowing them to get up, Huang Xiaolong took a step and entered the main hall of the Purple Flame sect. Even though there were tons of restrictions around the main hall, Huang Xiaolong entered as he wished. He threw the entire treasure of the sect into the Sun-Moon furnace without saying a word. Nothing in there was of any use to him, but the Huang family was still a mortal family. They were in need of treasures, and the treasury of the Purple Flame sect was a good start. Next, Huang Xiaolong took a trip down to the prison of the Purple Flame sect, and he saved Yuan Hui. Even though Yuan Hui's qi veins were crippled, it was nothing Huang Xiaolong couldn't heal. With a single move, Yuan Hui returned to his peak state. In the residence of the Tan family, Tan Bai felt his heart pounding as a weird feeling formed in his heart. "Is there any news from the Purple Flame sect?" he asked Tan Guanghai. "Father, I got several people to head over, but there hasn't been any videos of news from the sect." Tan Guanghai tried to comfort the old ancestor. "Father, there's no need to worry. Renqi is a 9th-level spirit-severing realm expert, and his strength is more than enough to flip the heavens. There is no way Huang Xiaolong can live through this." Tan Bai nodded slowly. Several minutes later, a look of joy formed on Tan Guanghai's face. "Father, the videos are here." Snapping back to attention, Tan Bai chuckled. "Hurry up and play it. Let me see if Huang Xiaolong is really dead." As they started the video, the scene that played out around the Purple Flame sect unfolded before their eyes. They saw Huang Xiaolong's flying ship appear, and the two of them held their breaths. Tan Bai tightened his grip when he saw the experts of the Purple Flame sect emerging. As Chen Xingjian stopped Huang Xiaolong to ask him to climb the steps filled with glass, Tan Bai and Tan Guanghai were shocked to the core when Huang Xiaolong snapped Chen Xingjian's neck before throwing him down into the mountain. He dares to move against the patriarch of the Purple Flame sect. Next, they saw how Huang Xiaolong slapped an eminent elder to death. With their eyes widening in shock, they continued to watch the video. As Renqi's roar rang in their ears, they saw another group of experts appearing. When they saw the strength Renqi revealed, an expectant look appeared on their faces. However, they were bound to be disappointed as Huang Xiaolong casually reached into the hurricane surrounding Renqi to drag him out. They saw how Renqi dangled in midair as a look of fear was plastered on his face. The two of them could feel how terrified Renqi was through the screen. Touring to look at each other, the two of them felt their entire bodies turning cold. Next, Huang Xiaolong sent the eminent elders and elders of the Purple Flame sect flying into the mountain, turning them all into meat paste. Finally, the video turned to show Renqi rolling about in pain. Lu Xulong and Chao Gang were killed with a single finger, and the other two old ancestors started to climb the mountain. The hearts of Tan Bai and Tan Guanghai froze. We are finished. The Tan family is finished." Tan Bai cried out. The light in his eyes extinguished. Jumping to his feet, Tan Guanghai exclaimed, We can get Wei'er to plead on our behalf. Doesn't Huang Bixing like my daughter?" The light in Tan Bai's eyes reignited, and he jumped to his feet. That's right. As long as Wei'er looks for Huang Datu, His Highness will definitely let us off. All of a sudden, Tan Guanghai froze. An hour ago, Huang Datu came over to look for Wei. I stopped him and told him never to come again. What else did you say to him? Tan Bai felt his heart stopping. I also told him that he's not worthy of Wei. I also told him to get out of our sight. Moreover, I told him that his Huang family will be exterminated by the Purple Flame sect soon, and to not drag our Tan family into this. Tan Bai fell back into his chair. Once again, the sky came crashing down on him. Tan Bai wasn't the only one feeling it. The same scene was playing out in the Lin family. Lin Jinshan, the old ancestor of the Lin family, slumped in his chair. As they thought that Huang Xiaolong's death was basically set in stone, they didn't bother going over to watch the battle. He casually glanced at the video and nearly died of fright. In the Lu, Zhou, and Chu families, sounds of weeping could be heard all over the place. Half a day later, after dealing with the large powers, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Blue Dragon Orchard. As soon as he arrived, he saw Tan Bai, Tan Guanghai, Lin Jinshan, and the old ancestor of the Lu, Zhou, and Chu families kneeling at the entrance of the manor. When they noticed Huang Xiaolong's return, Tan Bai was the first to cry out, "Your Highness, please spare us. We know our mistakes. On behalf of Wei, please spare my life." The others quickly kowtowed as they didn't hesitate to slam their heads into the ground with the greatest force possible. "Spare you guys?" Huang Xiaolong looked at them with a frosty light flashing in his eyes. "When you guys tried to swallow the Huang family's business in the past, I spared you once. I even helped you to enter the Enlightenment realm. Not only did you cut all ties with the Huang family, but you also went as far as to spread rumors that my entire family will be exterminated. Do you think I will spare your lives?" Raising his hand, a ray of light shot towards Lin Jinshan's forehead. Widening his eyes, Lin Jinshan crumpled to the ground. Tan Bai and the others pissed their pants in fear. "Xiaolong, stop right now." Huang Jiyuan, Huang Milin, Huang Qinfei, Huang Wen, and Huang Bixing emerged from the manor. Without a doubt, the person who stopped Huang Xiaolong was Huang Milin. Tan Wei was beside her, and her eyes were swollen and red. When Huang Xiaolong glanced at her, she avoided his gaze altogether. Holding Huang Milin, she hid from Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, I came to know everything from Wei. The Tan family might not have done the right thing, but you should leave things at that." Looking at Lin Jinshan's corpse, Huang Milin frowned. "Why must you kill them? Can't you talk to them like a reasonable person?" "Reasonable?" Huang Xiaolong was too stunned to speak. "All right, I know what to do. I'll deal with it," Huang Xiaolong muttered. "Nonsense. Do you think your mother is annoying now that I stopped you from killing them all? There are several hundred people here. Are you going to be satisfied only after killing all of them? Do you think that you can do whatever you want now that you have become a super expert?" As rays of silvery moonlight fell upon the lands, Huang Xiaolong looked at the skies above from inside the Blue Dragon Orchard. "Xiaolong, will you blame me for interfering with the members of the Tan family?" Huang Milin spoke as she walked towards Huang Xiaolong with Huang Jiyuan. "Of course not." Huang Xiaolong shook his head slightly. Because of Huang Milin, Huang Xiaolong didn't kill anyone other than Lin Jinshan. To him, none of it mattered. It didn't matter if they lived or died. "Oh right, I'll contact Uncle Dingming in a bit. Shall we head over to Tokyo for a holiday?" A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. After dealing with the Purple Flame sect, Huang Xiaolong freed up some time to travel around with his parents. "All right." Huang Jiyuan and Huang Milin chuckled happily in response. Huang Xiaolong contacted Lu Dingming after his parents agreed to go on a holiday. When Lu Dingming heard that they were going to be arriving the next day, he jumped in joy as he started to banter with Huang Jiyuan. After refining the Blue Dragon pill, Lu Dingming became a whole new person. When they finally disconnected the call half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong arranged for Huang Shingon to get them a ticket to Tokyo the very next day. Huang Shingon didn't take long to book a ticket for a plane that left at 9 in the morning. When night fell, Huang Milin and Huang Jiyuan started to get busy. Just like the time they went to visit Huang Wen in the Lin family, Wang Milan filled up several chests with spiritual treasures and herbs. Mom, we're going to Tokyo for a holiday. We're not there to visit our relatives. Why do you need so many things? Huang Xiaolong sighed in defeat. As she threw even more items into another empty chest, Wang Milan snapped. Stop annoying me, you little brat. Uncle Dingming and your dad are childhood friends. We have to bring gifts over now that we're visiting him. It's not like we lack any of these treasures either. Staring at the chests of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, Huang Xiaolong revealed a helpless smile. Uncle Dingming is the chairman of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce. He doesn't lack any of this. Humph. It doesn't matter if he has them or not. These are proof of our sincerity. Didn't you say that the herbs grown in the Blue Dragon Orchard are one of a kind? They won't be able to buy them in the Japanese alliance. Wang Milan snorted. Turning to look at his father, brother, and sister, all of them saw the look of amusement in each other's eyes. Xiaolong, why don't you ask Sister Yuhan to come along with us? Huang Wen chuckled all of a sudden. Yeah, it will be so much more fun with Sister Yuhan. Huang Qinfei couldn't help but join in the fun. Looking at Huang Qinfei, Huang Xiaolong snapped. You're one to talk. You've been single for God knows how long now. It's time for you to find a girlfriend. Scrunching his face up into a ball, Huang Qinfei's face turned as red as a tomato. I heard that Qinfei found someone several days ago. Huang Wen winked at Huang Xiaolong. Staring at Huang Qinfei in shock, Huang Xiaolong continued. Is that true? That's great. Who is she? Wang Milan stopped chucking stuff into the chests as she turned around to stare at Huang Qinfei. Little brat, why didn't you tell me? Hurry up and tell us who the lady is. Clearly, Huang Qinfei didn't tell anyone about the matter. A look of joy formed on Huang Jiuan's face. The two of them had made a lot of plans with regards to Huang Qinfei's marriage arrangements. However, no one had fancied him with his semi-crippled body and their situation in the Huang family. When they heard that Huang Qinfei had finally found someone he liked, the two of them were jumping in joy. It's someone from the Xiao family in Huazhou City. She's called Xiaoyu, but she doesn't seem to know who I am. Huang Qinfei looked at all of them with an embarrassed expression. Xiaoyu, that's a nice name. Wang Milan smiled in response. What does she look like? Is she tall? Is she skinny? Is she pretty? No. It doesn't matter even if she isn't that pretty. As long as she's kind and filial, that's all that matters. We won't interfere with your decisions. Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter when he saw how happy his mother was. Huang Wen giggled in amusement when she looked at Huang Qinfei's uneasy expression. Mom, we only met thrice. The corners of Huang Qinfei's mouth started to twitch. Moreover, I won't need you guys to interfere with my matters. Nonsense. This concerns all of us. Wang Milan snapped. You're too innocent. I'm afraid you'll be cheated by her. Another wave of laughter filled the space around them when Huang Xiaolong and Huang Wen heard how Wang Milan described Huang Qinfei. Huang Jiuan chuckled in amusement. He's an adult now. Why are you afraid of him getting cheated on? Wang Milan glared at Huang Jiuan and sneered. What do you know? Go away and stop interrupting me. With a helpless sigh, Huang Jiuan could only stand silently at the side. The patriarch of the Xiao family seems to be called Xiao Cheng, right? Wang Milan turned to ask Huang Qinfei. His reputation isn't bad. Even though the Xiao family wasn't a powerful family, they were of considerable status in the city. Xiao Cheng was a mid-level nascent soul realm expert. As he had always been inclined to do charity work, he was a pretty famous person even in the Huaxia alliance. Naturally, the Xiao family's financial prowess wasn't too weak. Yes, Huang Qinfei nodded. Xiao Cheng is Xiao Yu's uncle. A flash of light crossed Wang Milan's eyes. That's great. When we return from the Japanese alliance, we shall make a trip over to the Xiao family. Huang Qinfei jumped in fright when he heard where the conversation was headed. No. This is going too quickly. We only met several times in the past, and you'll scare her if we head over to the Xiao family immediately. Huang Xiaolong remained silent as he chuckled to himself at the side. The very next day, The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Xingan, became a chauffeur for Huang Xiaolong and his family as they brought them over to the airport in Huazhou City. Even though there were 6 of them who were going to the airport, the car Huang Xingan used was a special limousine built by the luxury car company, Rolls-Royce. Could fit 10 people easily, and they enjoyed a comfortable ride to the airport. Xiaolong, when did we buy this car for the family? Huang Qinfei looked at the interior of the car and gasped in shock. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked all around. I got them to customize the car for our family. This is the only kind in the world, and it arrived this morning. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Even the body of the car contained an insignia of a blue dragon, and the handles were stamped with the same crest. Everything about it screamed luxury. If you want another one, I'll get them to make a few more, Huang Xiaolong explained. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Qinfei exclaimed, wouldn't it take quite a bit of money for them to customize all of it? This should cost more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones, right? Nope, it's free. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Everyone stared at him in shock. Free! Huang Datu was the first to break the silence. He had seen several articles in the newspaper in the past, and he knew that a Western prince had once ordered a personalized Rolls-Royce. It cost more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones, and the price gobsmacked those who read the articles. Yeah, I didn't pay a cent. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. During the battle or beatdown in the Purple Flame sect, one of the old ancestors who submitted to Huang Xiaolong was the founder of the Rolls-Royce company. Who would dare to accept money from Huang Xiaolong after he flattened the Purple Flame sect alone? When they arrived at the airport, Huang Xiaolong didn't use the Huang family's authority to cut in line. Instead, they waited like everyone else. Huang Xingan only left when Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the departure hall. As there was still half an hour till their flight, Huang Xiaolong and the others found a place near the gate to take a short rest. All of a sudden, the crowd broke into an uproar as a group of bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses entered the airport. They surrounded a pretty-looking lady who was wearing a windbreaker. A massive group of fans was screaming behind her. Pan Yingying, I love you. Pan Yingying, can I get your autograph? Pan Yingying. Huang Datu stood up all of a sudden. She's my idol. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask Huang Datu when he saw how excited the kid was. Is Pan Yingying really famous? Yeah. Huang Wen explained. She's the top celebrity in our Huaxia alliance. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. If Huang Wen had heard of her, she had to be pretty famous. She's not just famous in our Huaxia alliance. She's one of the top few female celebrities in the world. Huang Datu became even more excited as he introduced. She managed to win 3 Oscars and countless other awards. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He knew that the Oscars were extremely hard to obtain. Even before he left Earth, nearly no one in the Huaxia alliance had managed to obtain one of them. Now, Pan Yingying had obtained 3 of them. As Huang Datu was still starstruck, the entire group arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong and they took a seat. The bodyguards around her stared at everyone around them with frosty expressions. It was as though they were afraid someone would make a move on Pan Yingying. Wang Mylin couldn't help but snort after looking at Huang Xiaolong. Why does she need such exaggerated protection? She's even more ostentatious than you. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Mom, you just haven't seen me in front of others. When more than 10,000 experts who led the various powers on Earth kneeled and bowed to him, that was a true show of strength. Those experts were at the nascent soul realm at the very least, and there were even experts in the enlightenment realm and spirit-severing realm. Wang Mylin thought that he was referring to the time when Tan Bai and the others kneeled in front of the Blue Dragon Manor, and she chided, Yeah, whatever you say. Huang Datu couldn't sit still as he started to walk towards Pan Yingying. After all, she was an idol he had admired for a very long time. Before he could arrive, he was stopped by her bodyguards. I just wanted her autograph. Huang Datu tried to explain himself. Our boss needs her rest. One of the bodyguards growled. In order to protect herself, Pan Yingying had established a security company. The bodyguards she employed to protect her were in the Xiantian realm, and they could easily deal with ordinary people who tried to harass her. However, they were useless when up against a real expert. Pan Yingying merely glanced at Huang Datu before returning to her magazine. I just want an autograph from her. I won't take long. It was clear she heard him, and she shook her head in silence after waving her hand to shoo him away. Bixing, come back here. Huang Qinfei couldn't help but sigh when he saw Huang Datu's persistence. He could only lower his head as he walked back to Huang Xiaolong and the others. Soon after, all of them passed security, and they headed towards the plane. They could see that Pan Yingying and her bodyguards were heading for the same plane. Don't tell me she's really going to be on the same flight as us. That's great. Huang Datu yelped in joy. Everyone could see that he was still waiting to get an autograph from her. Huang Qinfei snorted coldly. I'll break your legs if you dare to pester them again. He was extremely disgusted when he thought about idols and stars. According to him, all of them were completely useless to society. As for the people in the entertainment industry, he felt that 90% of them were walking down the wrong path. Zhang Rui, his ex-wife, was someone who worked in the entertainment industry, and that explained the hatred he had for them. Huang Datu could only lower his head quietly after receiving the warning from his father. However, Huang Xiaolong's entire group was stopped by one of Pan Yingying's bodyguards when they were about to board the plane. What's the meaning of this? Huang Qinfei's expression sank. When the bodyguard stopped them from boarding the plane, Huang Qinfei erupted in rage. After all, he was irritated by Pan Yingying's presence from the beginning. With a smug smile on his face, the bodyguard sneered. It's nothing much. However, none of you are allowed to board the plane. A frown formed on Huang Wen's face. Our tickets are for the first-class seats on the plane. Why are we not allowed to enter? Pan Yingying, who had already boarded the plane, sneered when she heard the question. All right, I'll transfer you guys however much money you used to purchase the tickets. We can even pay for your tickets in economy class. Don't even dream of sitting near me during the flight. Do you think you can do whatever you want because of your stinking money? Huang Qinfei snapped. Ignoring all the arguments that were going on, Huang Xiaolong casually flung the bodyguard in their way to the side before boarding the plane. Huang Qinfei and the others stared at him in shock. Pan Yingying was taken aback by his sudden act of violence. She didn't think that anyone would dare to make a move on her bodyguards. Throw every single one of them out. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Huang Qinfei. Roaring with laughter, Huang Qinfei sprung into action. All right, no problem. One after another, the bodyguards were thrown off the plane. Huang Qinfei was a 7th-level foundation building realm, and after training hard in the Blue Dragon Orchard, no one in the foundation building realm was his opponent. Not to mention the fact that the bodyguards were only Xiantian realm cultivators. What do you think you're doing? Pan Yingying roared in anger. All of you will go to jail. Huang Xiaolong grabbed her collar, and as her screams pierced the air, he threw her off the plane too, slamming face first into the ground. Pan Yingying couldn't believe what had just happened. It was the same for Huang Datu. His idol, who had won 3 Oscars and was the goddess of many young masters' eyes, was thrown out of the plane by his uncle. What's going on? Several workers ran over when they noticed the commotion. They were shocked to discover bodies scattered all around. They knew that Pan Yingying would be flying with them, and all of them had received orders to ensure that she got whatever she wanted. Crawling to her feet, Pan Yingying pointed at Huang Xiaolong as she gasped for breath. Young lady Pan Yingying, this... More than 30 enforcers appeared all of a sudden. These peasants are plotting against my life. Take them down right now. I will throw them all in jail. Pan Yingying roared in anger. The enforcers were shocked to hear what had happened, and they drew their guns immediately. Huang Jiyuan and the others turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. After all, with Huang Xiaolong present, not even a rocket launcher would be enough to harm them. I'll give you one chance right now to put down your guns. If you open fire, no one in this world will be able to save you. Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. Staring at each other, the enforcers didn't know what to do. Pan Yingying couldn't help but rage when she saw that they were hesitating. Are you blind? Didn't you see how he injured me? Hurry up and capture them all. Otherwise, I'll get the higher-ups in the 4Cs company to fire you. The faces of the enforcers changed instantly. Even though they were mere enforcers at the airport, they received a lot of benefits. It would be nearly impossible to find another job that paid that well if they were fired. However, Huang Jiuan stopped them before things could get out of hand. Hold it right there. Humph. Are you planning to apologize now? It's too late. Pan Yingying sneered. Retrieving a golden plaque, he handed it over to the captain of the enforcers. I am an elder of the Huang family of the Donglin province. An elder of the Huang family? The enforcers gasped in fright. Even Pan Yingying was stunned. The enforcers were low-leveled employees and had no idea what had happened in the Purple Flame sect, but they knew that the Huang family was one of the 10 strongest cultivation families in the Wuxia alliance. An elder of the Huang family wasn't someone they could afford to offend. So what if you're an elder of the Huang family? Your son injured all of us. Even if you're an elder of the Huang family, you will be punished by the laws of the Wuxia alliance. You will all go to jail. Pan Yingying sneered as she pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Her reputation after winning 3 Oscars was something normal people could only dream of. She knew the young masters and many families, and she even had connections to elders in the great families. For example, Zhou Dexin of the Zhou family and Chu Yicheng of the Chu family. She even knew Tan Zong, the grand elder of the Tan family. She was surprised by Huang Jiuan's identity, but she wouldn't be afraid of him. When Huang Xiaolong heard that Pan Yingying was determined to cause trouble for them, he glanced at her and sighed, "Go ahead and sue me." Seeing as Huang Xiaolong wasn't taking her seriously, flames of rage burned in her heart. "Fine. You're definitely going to jail for the rest of your life." "Sure. I'll be waiting." Several moments later, the pilot of the plane came over, and after he learned of Huang Jiuan's identity, he quickly contacted one of the managers of the 4Cs company. "What? Huang Jiuan? An elder of the Huang family?" When Tan Hong received the call from the pilot, he jumped in fright. The 4Cs company belonged to the Tan family, and Tan Hong was Tan Guanghai's nephew. He was one of Tan Bai's grandchildren, and he was Tan Wei's cousin. As a direct disciple of the Tan family, he was extremely clear about Huang Jiuan's identity. How could he not know who Huang Xiaolong's father was? Just 1 day ago, he was kneeling before the Blue Dragon orchard with all the direct disciples of the Tan family. They were begging Huang Xiaolong to spare their lives, and they even saw how Huang Xiaolong killed Lin Jinshan with a single gesture. He had nearly died in fright when that happened. Lin Jinshan was an expert at the Enlightenment realm. An old ancestor of one of the 10 great families in the Wuxia alliance was killed by Huang Xiaolong without a single word. Yes, the person who made the move was Huang Jiuan's son, the pilot explained. Pan Yingying wishes to sue him, and she wants to see him in jail. Do you think we should help her on the matter by capturing Huang Jiuan's son? Did you just say that Huang Jiuan's son was the one who made the move? His son. Tan Hong leaped to his feet and roared into the phone. Is his son wearing Dao robes? Does he have long black hair? Is he exceptionally handsome? The pilot frowned. He didn't expect Manager Tan to know Huang Jiuan's son. Yes, that's him. He seems to be called Huang Xiaolong or something, the pilot replied. Huang Xiaolong. Tan Hong's legs gave way as he crumpled to the ground. His Highness. Manager Tan, do you know who Huang Xiaolong is? The pilot couldn't help but ask when he heard the commotion on the other side of the phone. After hesitating for some time, the pilot continued, Should we capture Huang Xiaolong before we decide on what to do? Pan Yingying says that she knows your third uncle, Tan Zong. Tan Hong snapped back to attention when he heard what the pilot said. Jumping to his feet, a hysterical roar left his lips. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Are you fucking stupid? Are you trying to get my Tan family killed? Looking at his expression, he would have choked the pilot to death if they were standing beside each other. The pilot gasped in shock. That was the first time he heard vulgarities spewing from Manager Tan's mouth. Moreover, the entire sentence was filled with them. Moreover, he said that they would be getting the Tan family killed. Isn't Manager Tan exaggerating a little? He might be someone working for the Four Seas Company, but he wasn't part of the Tan family. Regardless, he knew that the Tan family was one of the strongest families in the Donglin province. The other party might be from the Huang family, but it didn't seem like they had enough power to destroy the Tan family. After all, they were just elders. Tell me right now, did you do anything to disrespect His Highness? Tan Hong howled. His Highness. The pilot didn't know how to react. His Highness Huang Xiaolong. Did you mess with him? No, we didn't. The pilot was curious about how he addressed Huang Xiaolong, but he replied truthfully. When we heard that they were elders of the Huang family, I contacted you straight away. We didn't allow the enforcers to do anything. Heaving a sigh of relief, Tan Hong felt that he had crawled back from the depths of hell. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he commanded, "Go back right now and treat everyone from the Huang family with the utmost respect. Do you hear me? I need to report this to my grandfather right now." The pilot was astonished to hear that Tan Hong was reporting the events that had happened to their old director. After all, the other party were mere elders in the Huang family. To him, it was a minor incident. Not to mention the fact that it had been a long time since the old director made any decisions. Even when a great general of the Wuxia alliance had paid a visit to the Tan family in the past, he had heard that the old director, Tan Bai, had remained in seclusion. With a frown on his face, he quickly returned to deal with the situation. The only difference was the look in his eyes when he looked at Huang Xiaolong and the others. Naturally, he wouldn't think that Huang Xiaolong was the reason behind Tan Hong's exaggerated reaction. Pan Yingying snorted when she saw the pilot's reappearance. "Have you contacted the upper management of your Four Seas Company? Hurry up and take them down." Ignoring her, the pilot bowed to Huang Jun. "Lord Huang Jun, our staff made a mistake and allowed you to suffer some discomfort. I sincerely apologize, and I hope you will forgive me. Please board the plane. The upper echelons will come to a decision soon." Staring at the pilot in shock, Pan Yingying didn't understand what was going on. She snapped, "What do you mean by this? You should be apologizing to me. I know Grand Elder Tanzong of the Tan family. He's the vice director of your Four Seas Company." The pilot remained completely impassive, and he continued, "Young Lady Pan, everything you did was recorded by the cameras up there. We know that you started the problem. You got your subordinates to block off Lord Huang Jiuan's path. You violated the regulations of our airline." Pan Yingying glared at the pilot and snapped, "Are you saying that I should be the one apologizing to them now?" "That is correct." The pilot nodded. Pan Yingying was so angry she decided to call Tanzong immediately. However, she couldn't get through no matter how many times she tried. After trying several times and failing, Pan Yingying could only glare at Huang Xiaolong and the others before leaving behind her final threats. "All of you will definitely regret this." Soon after, she found a seat in the economy class. When she left, Huang Jiwen received a video call from Tan Bai. The first thing Tan Bai said as soon as the call connected was, "Lord Huang Jiwen, I know everything that happened on board the plane." The pilot had seen Tan Bai once during one of the banquets hosted by the Tan family, and he managed to recognize the man. When he heard how Tan Bai addressed Huang Jiwen, his eyes widened in surprise. "Tan Bai, you are Tan Wei's grandfather. There is no need for formalities." Huang Jiwen chuckled helplessly. "Yeah. Tan Bai, he's right." Wang Milan nodded at the side. No, I cannot do that. I am His Highness' slave. I cannot disregard the rules." Tan Bai hastily shook his head. His Highness' slave. The pilot felt his jaws dropping in fright. Didn't Tan Hong call Huang Xiaolong His Highness just a moment ago? Could it be? Turning his head slightly to look at Huang Xiaolong, the pilot felt his body trembling in fear. "Get Pan Yingying and all her bodyguards off the plane," Huang Xiaolong muttered. "From now on, she's barred from taking any flights from your Four Seas Company." "Yes, Your Highness. I will pass the order down immediately." Tan Bai seemed to have received an imperial pardon when he heard the order. "All right, go ahead and do it. The plane should be leaving in a few minutes. We shouldn't waste everyone's time." Tan Bai quickly made a bow before disconnecting the video. The pilot stared at the scene in shock as he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. As Huang Jiyuan and the others were the only ones in the first-class section of the plane, the pilot was the only one who saw what had happened. Pan Yingying and her bodyguards had no idea what had happened. Not too long after the call was disconnected, the pilot received an order from his higher-ups that he had to chase Pan Yingying off the plane. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he quickly spoke of their decision. What? What did you just say? When Pan Yingying heard that they were chasing her off the plane, she stared at the pilot in shock. This is not possible. She didn't believe that they would kick her off the plane. Also, you have been blacklisted by our 4Cs company. You will no longer be able to enjoy our services. Nonsense. This is not happening. Pan Yingying screamed in anger. Please chase them off the plane. The pilot spoke to the enforcers. He didn't even tell them to escort her off the plane, and instead, he got them to kick her out. When they went over to grab Pan Yingying and her bodyguards, she made a final-ditch attempt as her shrill voice rang through the plane. What are you doing? I'll sue your company. How dare you chase me off the plane? After going back and forth, all of them were thrown off the plane. When they were screaming in anger at the gate, the plane took off. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Pan Yingying returned to the departure hall after several minutes. With an ugly expression, she got one of her bodyguards to make another booking. However, he returned to bring her the bad news. She was barred from flying with the 4Cs company, and the next flight to the Japanese alliance also belonged to the 4Cs company. Stamping about in anger, Pan Yingying tried to call Tanzong once again. After more than 20 tries, she managed to connect a video call. Grand Elder Tanzong. It's me, Pan Yingying. She seemed to have found her saving grace when the call connected. I know everything that happened. Sweeping his gaze around him, he seemed to be afraid that there were other people who would overhear his conversation with her. Don't contact me anymore, please. Grand Elder Tanzong. They are just elders of the Huang family, you. Before Pan Yingying could complete her sentence, Tanzong's expression changed to one of fear, and he cut her off immediately. Shut up. Staring at him in stunned silence, Pan Yingying didn't know what she said wrong. If you wish to die, please don't drag me into this. The Tan family has nothing to do with this. Tanzong sighed. I'll let you in on something. The person who passed down the order was the old ancestor of my Tan family. After speaking, he disconnected the call. Pan Yingying stared at the blank screen in shock. She didn't understand why the old ancestor of the Tan family would be the one to pass down the order. Boss, why don't we take another airline? One of the bodyguards whimpered. Yeah, after all, the 4Cs company isn't the only company with planes in the Wuxia alliance. With her expression sinking, Pan Yingying sighed. Go take a look at the other flights. Get me the one that leaves soon. I found it. It's from the Dragon Wind Company, and it leaves at 5 in the afternoon. However, we will need to go to the Lixin airport. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to hurry over to the other airport? Pan Yingying's expression fell even further. The hatred she had for Huang Xiaolong became even stronger. When I arrive in the Japanese alliance, you'll regret everything you have done. She was heading over because of the Murasakigawa's request, and she was there to film a show. As one of the disciples of the Murasakigawa clan, Murasakigawa Tatsuya seemed to be interested in her. She planned to use his influence to take care of Huang Xiaolong and the others. According to her, the Huang family might be a big shot in the Wuxia alliance, but they would be powerless in the Japanese alliance. When they arrived, she could do as she pleased. We'll head over to the Lixin airport now. When Pan Yingying boarded the plane towards Tokyo in the afternoon, Huang Xiaolong and the others had already arrived. When they did, Huang Xiaolong saw several dozen limousines parked beside the plane. Every single one of them was part of a limited edition series. The old ancestor and patriarch of the Murasakigawa, Mitsui, and IGA clans stood respectfully beside their cars as they waited for Huang Xiaolong's arrival. Out of the dozens of limos, there were 4 of them with golden car plates. The car plates sparkled under the midday sun, and they were extremely eye-catching. When the passengers on the plane saw the luxurious lineup, especially the golden car plates, they were shocked. No one was allowed to drive into the flight lines. But now, there were several dozen cars right under the plane. There were even 4 of them with bright golden plates. Can the car plates be actually made out of gold? One of the passengers cried out. It was the first time many of them were seeing so many luxury limousines, much less several of them with golden plates. Hush! Keep quiet if you don't know what's going on. Another passenger hushed. The golden plates were crafted by the 8 alliances 3 years ago. There are only 100 golden plates in the world, and they were given to the top 100 families and sects in the world. Only the old ancestors and patriarchs of the various factions will be able to use them. Only 100 of them in the world. Are there actually 4 superpowers present at the moment? Someone asked. They seem to be here for someone. I wonder who's the important guest. He has to be someone special if he can get 4 of the top 100 factions to personally welcome him. Someone else gasped in shock. When Huang Jiyuan and the others disembarked, they were shocked to see the impressive lineup. I wonder who they're here for. They have to be someone pretty impressive. Huang Data gasped in shock. Wang Mylan tapped him lightly on the head, and she chuckled. They're definitely not here to pick you up. Turning to look all around her, she continued, Xiaolong, didn't Uncle Dingming say that he will pick us up from the airport? Why isn't he here? Huang Qinfei snickered. Mom, not everyone can enter this place. Only several experts with special identities will get the chance to enter the flight line. Uncle Dingming should be waiting for us outside. The Nanjing Chamber of Commerce was one of the big companies in the Japanese alliance, but they were too weak compared to the Murasakigawa, Mitsui, IGA, and Yagyu clan. Huang Qinfei did his research and knew that no matter how important the chairman of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce was, he would be far too lacking compared to the patriarchs of the superfamilies. There was no way he would be able to pick them up the moment they disembarked. Or so he thought. When Huang Jiyuan and the others were planning to walk towards the arrival gates, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to stop them. He turned and walked towards the fleet of cars. Oh shit! Is Uncle connected to the families of the Japanese alliance? Huang Datu stared at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. As Huang Xiaolong didn't bring up the matter in the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce and the Purple Flame sect, none of them knew that the families in the Japanese alliance had already submitted to him. When the old ancestors, patriarchs, and doyens of the superfamilies saw that Huang Xiaolong was walking towards them, they fell to their knees. We greet your highness! They greeted him in unison, and they startled half the airport with their voice. Everyone turned to stare at the scene playing out under the plane in shock. Even Huang Jiyuan and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. Get up! Huang Xiaolong muttered. The members of the Murasakigawa clan thanked Huang Xiaolong before getting to their feet. I didn't ask you guys to pick me up. Huang Xiaolong continued. Who told you guys to come? Huang Xiaolong had spoken to them briefly over the phone the day before, and he had said that he would be arriving at the airport, but he hadn't told any of them to welcome him. Not to mention, they did it in such an ostentatious way. Murasakigawa, Akira, and the others fell to their knees in fright when they heard what he said. Your Highness, we were wrong. We made the decision without consulting your Highness, and we hope you will forgive us. Get up. I'll let it slide this time. However, none of you are allowed to do anything like this again in the future without my permission. Huang Xiaolong pardoned all of them while shaking his head. All right, all of you can go back now. I'm here with my family for a holiday. I do not wish to be disturbed, and I'll let you know if I need anything, Huang Xiaolong concluded. Yes, your highness. In an instant, all of them hopped back into their limousines, and they left the premises. Strange looks formed on the faces of everyone as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even though they were frightened by the sudden display, no one dared to speak ill of Huang Xiaolong. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong spoke after returning to Huang Jiyuan's side. Snapping back to reality, Huang Data gasped, Uncle, are they your subordinates? Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement and looked at Huang Datu. Why don't you stop them from leaving to ask them? Staring at the golden plates on the car, Huang Data chickened out. Never mind. Xiaolong, are they really your subordinates? Wang Mylan didn't plan to let the topic slide. Nodding helplessly, Huang Xiaolong laughed. 9 out of 10 superpowers on Earth submitted to me. Naturally, they're part of those who surrendered. Wang Mylan chided him instantly. You little brat. Stop lying to your parents. It was clear none of them believed what he said. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he didn't try to explain himself. When Huang Xiaolong and the others left the airport, a young girl around the age of 7 went up to him. Big brother, can you give me your autograph? She handed him a piece of paper and a pen as she stared at him with a face full of anticipation. With his eyes widening in shock, Huang Xiaolong quickly recovered as a brilliant smile formed on his face. Of course. He signed his name on the piece of paper, and the words seemed to resemble lively dragons that could one day soar through the skies. After obtaining Huang Xiaolong's signature, the little girl jumped in joy. Big brother, I will strive to be as strong as you in the future. In her eyes, Huang Xiaolong was a legend for making so many Japanese experts kneel. Rubbing her head, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. You will have to do your best and cultivate diligently if you want that to happen. She nodded solemnly. When Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the arrival hall, they saw Lu Dingming, Lu Qingwen, and Lu Anan waiting for them. Even though Lu Dingming didn't follow the great families into the airport, the vehicles they used to welcome Huang Xiaolong and the others were also custom-ordered limousines. With an entire convoy of them, it was extremely eye-catching. When Lu Dingming and the others saw Huang Xiaolong and the others, they quickly stepped forward. Brother Jiyuan. Lu Dingming yelled in joy as he grabbed Huang Jiyuan's arms. Dingming! Grandma Mylan, you're so pretty! Lu Anan gasped when she saw Wang Mylan's youthful appearance. Wang Mylan chuckled happily as she held Lu Anan by the hand. You must be Dingming's granddaughter. You're the real beauty here. I wonder who will be lucky enough to be your husband in the future. Lu Anan's face flushed red in an instant. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Dingming invited Huang Xiaolong and the others into one of the limousines parked outside. Lu Dingming, Lu Qingwen, and Lu Anan were the only members of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce who sat with Huang Xiaolong and his family. Everyone else followed behind in the other cars. Along the way, Lu Dingming and Huang Jiyuan spoke about everything that had happened in recent years. When they learned that Lu Dingming's wife had passed away several years ago due to sickness, they comforted him. When they finally arrived at the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce's building, Lu Dingming had already arranged for a banquet to welcome them. After everyone went to freshen themselves up, the banquet started. As wine glasses clinked against each other, the festive atmosphere was brought out. Lu Dingming and the others were extremely reserved in front of Huang Xiaolong initially, but as the alcohol started flowing, they started to lighten up. When Huang Xiaolong and the others were enjoying their food, Pan Yingying arrived at the airport. As soon as they emerged from the airport, a fleet of BMWs arrived at the entrance. A young man who was clad in the robes of the Murasakigawa clan stood at the very front to welcome her. Pan Yingying smiled when she saw him. Young Master Murasakigawa Tatsuya, what an honor. You should have just sent several people over instead of coming personally. Murasakigawa Tatsuya was a direct disciple of the Murasakigawa clan, and he was Murasakigawa Marriott's cousin. He was the disciple with the greatest potential in the family, and he received a lot of attention from the higher-ups of the family. Murasakigawa Tatsuya grinned. It's my honor for being able to play host to young Lady Yingying. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. With Pan Yingying's appearance and figure, she was a goddess in the eyes of many people. He handed over the bouquet of flowers he had prepared, and Pan Yingying took a whiff as a brilliant smile broke out on her face. Young Master Tatsuya, how did you know that these are my favorite flowers? They must be hard to find. They were 100-spirit flowers, and they only grew on other stars. When the sects had started to arrive on Earth, the flowers had eventually made their way into the ecosystem. However, not many people could obtain such flowers. The scent of the flowers was extremely hard to forget after one had smelled it once. Murasakigawa Tatsuya laughed. As long as young Lady Yingying likes it, I'll go to the corners of the world to find the flowers. A charming smile appeared on Pan Yingying's face, and it caused a flame to be lit up in Murasakigawa Tatsuya's mind. When the two of them boarded the car, Murasakigawa Tatsuya couldn't help but ask about the fact that she was several hours late. Thinking about the treatment she had suffered in the airport, the anger in her heart reignited. I planned to take the plane at 9, but a disciple of the Wuxia Alliance framed me. He got me kicked off the plane. A trace of frost flashed through Murasakigawa Tatsuya's eyes when he heard that a member of the Wuxia Alliance was involved. How can something like that happen? Tell me, what is the name of the person who got you kicked off the plane? He's a disciple of the Huang family in the Wuxia Alliance. Pan Yingying looked at Murasakigawa Tatsuya's expression, and she sneered inwardly. He's called Huang Xiaolong, and his father is called Huang Jiwen. Huang Jiwen is an elder of the Huang family of the Donglin province. Huang family, Murasakigawa Tatsuya snorted. He's a small fry from the Huang family in the Wuxia Alliance. From the way he acted, I would have thought that he was a young master of the Ing family. Relax. I'll get someone to deal with him. Even though he was a direct disciple of the Murasakigawa clan, it was clear that Murasakigawa Tatsuya wasn't privy to the news among the higher-ups. Moreover, he had been keeping himself in seclusion for the past few years. Since he had emerged from seclusion 2 days ago, no one found the time to update him about Huang Xiaolong's matters. Pan Yingying revealed another charming smile as she muttered, "He's right here in Tokyo. He arrived in the morning, along with his parents." "Oh, he's here." Murasakigawa Tatsuya patted his chest to reassure her. "Since that's the case, I'll get some people to look for him now. Young Lady Yingying, please rest assured that I will capture them by tomorrow. You will be able to do as you please. I would have to thank young Master Tatsuya in advance." Pan Yingying giggled. Soon after, Murasakigawa Tatsuya and Pan Yingying arrived at the Tokyo hotel. He prepared a banquet for her, and from the looks of it, he was a pretty influential person in the city. After all, not everyone would be able to host a banquet there. At the same time, he ordered some men to look for Huang Xiaolong. Night eventually fell, and Huang Xiaolong stood on the rooftop of the Nanjing Chamber of Commerce as he stared at the busy streets below. "For more days," Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. There were 4 more days till the start of the next month. He had mentioned that if Wang Zhang didn't kneel before the Zhang family to apologize to Zhang Yuhan, he would head over to the Six Swords Gate to slay the man personally. There hadn't been any movements from the Six Swords Gate since then. When Huang Xiaolong was thinking about how he should deal with them, Huang Shingon interrupted him with a video call. He reported everything that had happened recently. "Your Highness Fu Wu, the old ancestor of the Six Swords Gate, sent an envoy over to our Huang family. He said that Wang Zhang is willing to cripple both his hands and kneel before the Zhang family manor to apologize to young Lady Zhang Yuhan." Huang Xiaolong snorted in response. "Didn't Fu Wu's master and martial uncle arrive on Earth several days ago? Weren't they going on and on about how they'll kill me? When they learned that your Highness killed Rinchi in the Purple Flame sect, Fu Wu's master and martial uncle turned back and returned to the Heavenly King Star. They left before stepping foot on Earth. The spirit-severing realm experts of the various sects ran back to where they came from." Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all. "Tell Fu Wu that it's too late for them even if they wish to apologize." Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Tell him that I'll personally head over to the Six Swords Gate to retrieve his head along with Wang Zheng's after 4 days. The news quickly reached Fu Wu and Wang Zheng. "He's going overboard." Fu Wu roared in anger. "Huang Xiaolong is going too far. Does he really think my Six Swords Gate will be afraid of him?" Wang Zhang hesitated for a moment and muttered, "We should return to the Heavenly King Star." Even though there was a killing formation around the Six Swords Gate, they knew that it wouldn't be able to stop Huang Xiaolong for a second if he wished to kill his way into the sect. Fu Wu's expression sank, but he nodded his head eventually. "Fine. We shall return to the Heavenly King Star before making other plans. We will form an alliance with the Purple Flame sect, Divine Court sect, Blade Gate, Ghost Valley, and the Ice Palace. With all the experts from the various sects, we will deal with Huang Xiaolong once and for all." "Are we just leaving like that?" Wang Jing asked. He didn't know if Fu Wu planned to bring the eminent elders of the Six Swords Gate back with them. Pausing for a moment, Fu Wu sighed. We'll go alone. We will definitely alert Huang Xiaolong if we mobilize everyone. When that happens, none of us will be able to run. It was clear that Fu Wu had chosen to leave everyone on Earth to face Huang Xiaolong's wrath alone. Several minutes later, the two of them turned into streaks of light as they sneakily left the Six Swords Gate. It was completely useless as their movements were detected by the members of the Huang family instantly. Huang Xinggan reported it to Huang Xiaolong. "Your Highness, should we stop the two of them?" "There's no need to," Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "You mean?" Huang Xinggan didn't understand why Huang Xiaolong would allow them to escape from Earth. "Just let them return to the Heavenly King Star. I'll make a trip down there after a few days and deal with them then." Huang Xinggan felt a bulb lightening up in his mind. "Your Highness, I also heard that the founding ancestor of the Six Swords Gate is pretty good friends with the Master of the Heavenly King Star. The Master of the Heavenly King Star is said to be in existence who has surpassed the spirit-severing realm." Huang Xinggan continued. "His combat prowess is exceptional, and he is said to be a descendant of a heavenly immortal. He has the bloodline of a god, and he has more than 10 experts at the peak of the late 9th level spirit-severing realm as his subordinates." Even though Huang Xiaolong's strength shocked them all, and they felt that he should be in existence who had surpassed the spirit-severing realm, they were afraid that he wouldn't be a match for the other party. After all, the Heavenly King Star was where the headquarters of the Six Swords Gate was located. As the Heavenly King Star had entered the Cultivation era thousands of years before Earth, they possessed a much higher level of strength. "Oh, all right." Huang Xiaolong remained impassive. When he left Earth, Huang Xiaolong would no longer need to suppress his strength to the void immortal realm. Even if the combined Dao ancestor of the Pangu world came, he wouldn't be able to take a punch from Huang Xiaolong. The night passed quietly. When the day broke the next day, Huang Jiuan, Huang Milan, Huang Qinfei, Huang Wan, and Huang Datu went to look for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Milan was the first to speak. "Xiaolong, we heard that the Myriad Dragon Plaza is the biggest mall in the world. We would like to go shopping in a bit. You should come along." "Sure." Huang Xiaolong nodded happily when he saw how excited they were. Since they were there for holiday, Huang Xiaolong was more than happy to bring them around so they could enjoy themselves. Everyone laughed happily when Huang Xiaolong agreed to go along with them. "When we get there, you can buy whatever you want. I'll pay for everything." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Data jumped in joy. "Uncle is really generous." From the looks of it, he was planning to splash the cash when they got to the plaza now that Huang Xiaolong had agreed to pay for everything he wanted. "Then I won't hold back." Huang Wen laughed happily. Huang Xiaolong grinned. "I have more than 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. There's no need to hold back." 10 billion? Huang Wen and Huang Data gasped in shock. Even his parents couldn't believe their ears. "Xiaolong, where did you get so much money from?" Huang Juan widened his eyes in fright and asked, "Don't tell me you earned them by killing beasts." How many beasts would he have to kill? "Of course not. An old ancestor of a sect tried to kill me, but I killed him in retaliation. As a punishment, I took the entire sect's treasury." After he spoke, he released the restrictions around the Purple Flame sect's treasury. Spirit pills, spirit stones, and spirit herbs started to fall from the skies. Huang Jiuan and Huang Melian were stunned and speechless. "There's too many of them. Even the Blue Dragon Orchard won't be enough to store all the items." Huang Milan gasped. Chuckling in response, Huang Xiaolong replied, "We might need 3 Blue Dragon Orchards in order to store them all." The Purple Flame sect was one of the 6 strongest factions on Earth, and it was the #1 pill refining sect. Their accumulated wealth for the past tens of years couldn't be imagined. The spiritual food alone would be enough to fill countless truckloads. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the Myriad Dragon Plaza, and they were followed by Lu Dingming and the rest. Not too long after they entered, Murasakigawa Yuiitsu, the old ancestor of the Murasakigawa clan, received a report from his disciples. "What? His Highness is shopping in the Myriad Dragon Plaza." Murasakigawa Yuiitsu gasped in shock. The entire plaza was owned by the Murasakigawa clan, and it wasn't weird for them to learn of Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. "Yes, Old ancestor, do you think we should go over to assist His Highness? The patriarch of the Murasakigawa clan, Murasakigawa Akira, asked. After all, Huang Xiaolong was shopping in their territory. If they pretended not to know, they might cause some misunderstandings when Huang Xiaolong found out in the future. Sucking in a cold breath, Murasakigawa Yuietsu decided to contact Huang Xiaolong. After learning that the Myriad Dragon Plaza belonged to the Murasakigawa clan, Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. All right, you can come over. When you do, please call the person responsible for the plaza over too, Huang Xiaolong muttered. As the Myriad Dragon Plaza was tens of stories tall and spanned more than 200 square feet in size, Huang Xiaolong needed someone who was familiar with the area to bring them around. Murasakigawa Yuietsu jumped in joy when he heard that Huang Xiaolong had a need for him. He used the fastest vehicle he had to rush over to the plaza. Since Huang Xiaolong only called for him and the person responsible for the plaza, Murasakigawa Yuietsu didn't get the experts of the family to head over with him. He arrived alone, and when he did, he summoned the manager of the entire plaza before rushing over to where Huang Xiaolong said he would be. Huang Xiaolong started shopping at the 14th story, and it was filled with jewelry shops that contained famed pieces from all over the world. The manager of the plaza was an elder of the Murasakigawa clan, and he was called Murasakigawa Yaren. He thought that the sky was falling when the old ancestor turned up, and he was trembling like a leaf in the wind. Ordinarily, nothing would cause their old ancestor to leave the manor. He didn't expect that Murasakigawa Yuietsu wouldn't say anything after summoning him. Instead, he charged straight for the 14th floor. By the time they arrived, Murasakigawa Tatsuya also received news of Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. Oh? Huang Xiaolong is currently in the Myriad Dragon Plaza. A chuckle left his lips. If he had to make a move anywhere else, he might be a little careful. However, all his caution turned to smoke when he heard that Huang Xiaolong was shopping in the Murasakigawa clan's territory. Young Lady Yingying, we managed to locate Huang Xiaolong. He is currently in the Myriad Dragon Plaza. You haven't been there before, and I suggest we head over for a stroll. All right, Pan Yingying goggled. She had long since heard of the famous Myriad Dragon Plaza, and she could take the chance to go shopping. Murasakigawa Tatsuya and Pan Yingying headed over to the Myriad Dragon Plaza by car. Since they learned that Huang Jiyuan was an elder of the Huang family and should be at the Golden Core Realm, they brought over several dozen high-level Golden Core Realm experts in case anything went wrong. All of them were hired by Murasakigawa Tatsuya for a huge sum of money. When they arrived, Murasakigawa Tatsuya chuckled in amusement. Huang Xiaolong and the others are currently on the 14th floor. Lady Pan Yingying, you can decide if you wish to shop around or if you wish to confront him directly. I heard that the 14th floor specializes in jewelry. Let's head up there directly. We'll take care of Huang Xiaolong before buying to my heart's content. Murasakigawa Tatsuya chuckled. All right, let's go. As soon as he spoke, he brought everyone towards the 14th floor. I wonder how you wish to deal with him later? Murasakigawa Tatsuya asked casually. When Pan Yingying thought of the scene where Huang Xiaolong had tossed her out of the flying ship previously, she growled. Since he threw me off the ship, I'll throw him off the 14th floor. We'll send someone to grab him from the first floor and bring him up again. We'll be done after I throw him off several dozen times. Staring at her in stunned silence, Murasakigawa Tatsuya laughed. That's a good idea, Pan Yingying added. Before throwing him off, I'll slap him till he can't tell left from right. Murasakigawa Tatsuya laughed. All right, that sounds even better. You can humiliate him to your heart's content. When their group was traveling up to the 14th floor, Murasakigawa Yuietsu and Murasakigawa Yaren had already found Huang Xiaolong. They followed closely behind the Huang family, and when they learned that Wang Milan and Huang Wen were planning to buy some jewelry, they quickly introduced the best products they had to offer. All right, I'll take that. Wang Milan pointed at one of the dark blue pendants and said, the gemstone inlaid in the pendant might only be the size of a thumbnail, but it was the extremely rarely seen phantom sapphire. It was extremely rare, and the pendant was a work of art. Huang Wen also chose a pendant, and it glowed an icy red. Like the petals of a rose, Her pendant was in stark contrast to the one Wang Milan chose. When Huang Xiaolong was about to pay for both of them, Murasakigawa Yuitsu spoke up from the side. "Your Highness, there's no need to pay. Just pick out anything you want. I'll get someone to foot the bill later." "All right." Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to stand on ceremony. When the two of them were about to keep the pendants, a haughty voice rang through the air. "Put those down right now." Wang Milan, Huang Wen, Huang Qinfei, and the others turned to look at the person who spoke. It was no surprise that it came from Murasakigawa Tatsuya. Leading the group over, Murasakigawa Tatsuya was unable to see Murasakigawa Yuitsu and Murasakigawa Yarin, as they were standing behind Huang Xiaolong. "Pan Yingying?" Sneering coldly, Pan Yingying addressed the members of the Huang family. "Humph! I bet you didn't think that we would meet again so soon. Let me introduce you to young Master Murasakigawa Tatsuya. His grandfather is an eminent elder of the Murasakigawa clan, and the manager of the Myriad Dragon Plaza is his third uncle." Afraid that they wouldn't know who the Murasakigawa clan was, she continued, "Look, the Murasakigawa clan is one of the 4 strongest families in the country. They are also ranked at the peak of the world. Your Huang family is merely a small speck of dust compared to them. If the Murasakigawa clan wishes for you to disappear, you'll be erased from the face of the earth." Murasakigawa Tatsuya's eyes landed on Huang Xiaolong, and he snorted, "Are you Huang Xiaolong? All right, I won't kill you today. Young Lady Pan Yingying has instructed me to toss you down from the 14th floor. She'll be done after she does that several times." Even if Huang Xiaolong was at the Foundation building realm, he would basically be half dead after that ordeal. The moment the words left his lips, Murasakigawa Yarin appeared from behind Huang Xiaolong, and he slapped Murasakigawa Tatsuya till he saw stars. The sudden change caused everyone to fall into silence. Flying into a fit of rage, Murasakigawa Tatsuya wanted to give the order to kill the person who slapped him when he recognized Murasakigawa Yarin. Third uncle? Murasakigawa Tatsuya's bodyguards who were about to take down his attacker jumped in fright when they heard what he said. Turning to look at Murasakigawa Yarin and then Huang Xiaolong, Murasakigawa Tatsuya stuttered, "Third uncle? What are you doing here?" From what it looked like, his third uncle seemed to have appeared from behind Huang Xiaolong. "Why can't he be here?" A stern voice rang through the air. Frowning, Murasakigawa Tatsuya felt as though he had heard the voice somewhere before. He couldn't help but turn to look behind Huang Xiaolong once again. Stepping to the side, Murasakigawa Yuitsu revealed his presence. When Murasakigawa Tatsuya saw the old ancestor, he felt the world spinning around him as his vision started to go dark. As Pan Yingying wasn't paying attention to Murasakigawa Tatsuya's expression, she pouted and rocked his arm coquettishly. "Young master, who the hell is that old man? He sounds so annoying." A slap landed on her face instantly, and she was thrown through the store. Falling to his knees, Murasakigawa Tatsuya stuttered, Old ancestor, what are you doing here?" Glaring coldly at Murasakigawa Tatsuya, Murasakigawa Yuitsu snorted, "Why am I here? Why can't I be here?" After scolding a junior of his family, Murasakigawa Yuitsu fell to his knees and apologized to Huang Xiaolong. "Your Highness, I didn't raise the members of my family well. Please forgive them." Murasakigawa Tatsuya's eyes nearly popped out of his eye sockets when he saw what was going on. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong just the son of an elder in the Huang family? Why in the world was their old ancestor? Huang Xiaolong glanced at Murasakigawa Yuitsu, and he muttered, "Throw them off the 14th floor, including the girl. Since they're from your family, you can deal with them as you please." Murasakigawa Yuitsu thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely before personally carrying out the punishment. When everything was over, Wang Milan and the others shopped for a little while longer before returning. After the past few days, they basically saw everything of interest in the country. On the third day, Huang Qinfei broke a piece of news to Huang Xiaolong and Huang Jiuan. "Xiao Yu told me that it's her uncle's 80th birthday tomorrow. She wishes to invite me over as a guest." Wang Milan was the first to react. "That's great. You're finally going to meet her elders. Xiao Cheng was the patriarch of the Xiao family, and his 80th birthday was definitely a huge matter. It was definitely something special for her to invite him over. But we're planning to visit Mount Fuji to watch the sunrise tomorrow? Huang Chunfei sighed. According to their itinerary, they were only supposed to leave in a few days. Wang Milan snapped. We can always come back. This is her first invitation, and you cannot reject it no matter what. Let's go back today. It didn't take long for them to embark on their return journey. When they returned to the Blue Dragon Orchard, Wang Milan started to make arrangements. It was the first time her son was going to meet his in-laws. As such, he had to look presentable. Wang Milan and Huang Wen dragged him over to the largest mall in the city before getting him a ton of clothes. As they were in a pretty large city, they had pretty much all the brand name stores. After getting him ready, Wang Milan clapped his shoulders and sighed. My son really is handsome. How can I be more handsome than my big brother? Huang Qinfei chuckled in embarrassment. Your big brother is the most handsome kid in the world. You can be second. Wang Milan laughed. Wang Milan might be exaggerating a little, but she wasn't too far off the truth. Huang Qinfei wasn't ugly to begin with, and with the time he spent cultivating in the Blue Dragon Orchard, he exuded a unique aura. By the time they were done, night had fallen. Even though it was already 9:30, Huang Qinfei went to find Huang Xiaolong and Huang Jiyuan. Big brother, father, why don't you follow me there tomorrow? Huang Xiaolong, who was giving Huang Jiyuan pointers, stared at Huang Qinfei in shock. Damn brat, are you really so scared? You're just going there to meet her parents. You're not there to do anything else. Why do you need us there? Huang Jiyuan chuckled. I'm too nervous to meet Xiao Yu's parents and uncle alone. Huang Xiaolong laughed. It's not like they'll eat you alive. What are you afraid of? Huang Qinfei let out an awkward chuckle. I have no idea. Why don't you guys follow me there tomorrow? This concerns my happiness for the rest of my life. Are you really willing to toss me in there alone? Huang Jiyuan sighed. If Xiao Yu heard what you said, she'll be the first to deal with your nonsense. Eventually, the two of them agreed to go with him. When Wang Milan heard the news, she decided to tag along as well. There was nothing they could do to stop her, and Huang Qinfei jumped in fright. If she went, unexpected things might occur. No matter how Huang Qinfei begged, Wang Milan was hellbent on going with him. If you invited your father and your brother, why can't you invite me too? In the end, it became a four-man group. Just as they were planning on their course of action, another scene was playing out in the Xiao family manor. Xiao Yu stared at her parents and gasped. What? Second aunt wishes to introduce me to someone. Yes, I heard that he's the young master of the True Spirit sect. They might not be a top-tier cultivation sect, but they're one of the best in the region. They're not too much weaker than our family, and he's going to be the patriarch in the future. Xiao Baishan, Xiao Yu's father, continued, tomorrow, he'll be there at the banquet. If she could marry the man, he would be extremely satisfied with the outcome. Xiao Yu's mother was full of smiles, and it was clear that she was extremely content with the man. Actually, I have someone I like. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Her parents stared at her in shock. You were? Why didn't you say anything in the past? A suspicious look formed in Xiao Baishan's eyes as he looked at his daughter. He thought that she was lying to him in order to get out of the arranged marriage. I came to know him several days ago, and he's called Huang Qinfei. Sweetness filled her heart when she thought of him. Several days ago? Zhou Jia, Xiao Yu's mother, frowned. How can you fall in love with someone in such a short amount of time? Which family does he come from? Where does he live? Xiao Yu shook her head. He didn't tell me which family he's from. I only know that he's from the same region as us. You don't even know anything about him. Nonsense. I refuse to accept that brat into our family. Xiao Baishan snapped. There were too many disciples with the surname Huang, and the two of them didn't think that he was related to the Huang family of the Donglin province at all. Dad! Xiao Yu frowned. Whatever the case, I'm not going to get together with the young master of the True Spirit sect. I already invited Huang Chunfei to the banquet tomorrow. What? Zhou Jia sighed. Your uncle invited many big shots from the surrounding regions for his 80th birthday. The banquet is extremely high profile, and your uncle came up with the invitation list himself. How can you invite anyone you like? Tell him that he's not to come right now. Xiao Baishan growled. Pouting, Xiao Yu ignored them all. Whatever the case, I already sent out the invitation. If you're afraid that he'll embarrass uncle if he comes, the both of us won't attend the banquet. Your uncle really dotes on you. Little lass, are you really going to miss his banquet for someone not even in the family? Xiao Baishan felt a trace of anger forming in his heart. You're going to drive me mad. Zhou Jia thought about it for a second before sighing. Since you're determined to invite him over, we'll see if he catches your uncle's eye. If your uncle doesn't like the kid, you can't blame us for driving him out. According to her, it would be for the best if they nipped her affection for the unknown man in the bud. Xiao Yu jumped in excitement. All right, you won't have to worry. Uncle will like Qinfei. Huang Qinfei passed an entire night without sleep. As the sun rose the next day, Huang Xiaolong and the others traveled over to the Xiao family manor. When Huang Xiaolong saw Huang Chunfei's anxious expression, he chuckled. The sky isn't going to fall. What are you afraid of? Yeah, look at your big brother. Wang Milan chided. He's a frequent visitor of the Zhang family. A helpless expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. We're talking about Qinfei here. What has this got to do with me? How are things going on with you and Yuhan? When are you planning to get married? Give me a grandchild soon. Wang Milan pushed on. Huang Xiaolong felt beads of sweat dripping off his forehead. Isn't Datu alive and well? Nonsense. I'm talking about your child with Yuhan. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Huang Jiuan, but he was met with the same treatment. Your mother spoke for the both of us. A sneaky snicker left Huang Qinfei's lips. An hour later, they finally arrived. When they did, they saw countless people entering the manor as the festivities were in full swing. Why are there so many strong experts here to celebrate Xiao Cheng's birthday? Huang Qinfei asked in confusion. More than half the families in Donglin have some relation to the Xiao family. It's no wonder there are so many people, Wang Milan explained. Huang Qinfei looked around and discovered that Xiao Yu was already standing at the gate. She looked all around as she awaited his arrival. Mum, that's Xiao Yu. Let's head over. Huang Qinfei discovered her quickly and a smile formed on his face. He brought his parents and Huang Xiaolong over. Wang Milan evaluated Xiao Yu in her heart. The last vibrant looks along with her personality quickly got Wang Milan's approval. She looked at Huang Xiaolong and Huang Jiuan as she chuckled. She's really pretty. Looks like our Qinfei is in luck. Huang Xiaolong and his father burst out laughing. However, it didn't take long for a frown to form on Huang Xiaolong's face. Xiao Yu might have invited Huang Qinfei to the Xiao family for the first time, but her parents weren't present. Qinfei, Xiao Yu saw him almost the same time he noticed her, and a look of joy blossomed on her face. She quickly ran over to Huang Xiaolong's group, but she was slightly taken aback when she saw the three other members of Huang Qinfei's family. Xiao Yu? Huang Qinfei stuttered. These are my parents, and he's my big brother. They wished to come along, so... Xiao Yu gasped in shock. Weren't they a little too young to be his parents and big brother? It was especially so for his big brother. He looked like he'd barely graduated from university. Even though she was stunned for a second, her face quickly turned red from all the attention she was getting from Wang Milan. She quickly greeted them in a sweet voice. Uncle, Aunt, Big Brother. Ha ha ha, what a thoughtful young lass. Wang Milan grinned before holding Xiao Yu's hand. This is a gift for you. After she spoke, she handed over a tiny little box. Next, she took out another present and passed it over. This is a present for your uncle's 80th birthday. Both items were picked out after special consideration. Both of them came from the Purple Flame Sex treasury. Politely, she declined the gifts. Auntie, this? Xiao Yu, please accept them. Huang Qinfei chuckled. All right, I'll accept them on behalf of my uncle then. Pausing for a moment, an awkward expression formed on her face. Oh, my parents are busy due to the large banquet, so it's all right, we understand. Wang Mylan laughed. All of a sudden, a middle-aged lady clad in red robes walked over. You were no wonder I couldn't find you. Hurry up and come over. This is the patriarch of the True Spirit sect, Qiu Xiaopeng, and his wife. The young man over there is the young master of the True Spirit sect, Qiu Buohong. Wang Mylan and the others were slightly taken aback. An unnatural expression formed on Xiao Yu's face, and she quickly introduced Huang Xiaolong's group. Qin Fei, uncle, auntie, these are my parents. Next, she turned to Xiao Baishan and Zhou Jia. This is Qin Fei, his big brother, and his parents. In fact, Xiao Baishan and his wife had long since noticed the group. When they saw that Huang Qinfei brought several other people along, frowns formed on their faces. Uncle, auntie. Huang Qinfei didn't know what they were thinking, and he quickly greeted them. The two of them eventually nodded at him after taking their daughter's feelings into consideration. The banquet is about to start. Let's enter the main hall. As for Huang Jiyuan and the others, they didn't bother speaking to them at all. What about Chen Fei and his family? Xiao Yu frowned. The inner hall is full of important people invited by your uncle. The seats in there have already been allocated. All of you can remain in the outer hall. Outer hall. Xiao Yu's countenance darkened. Wang Mylan and the others were slightly annoyed, but Huang Xiaolong remained as calm as could be. Let's enter quickly. Your uncle is looking for you. Zhou Jia hurried before grabbing Xiao Yu's hand. She practically dragged her daughter into the inner hall. With an apologetic gaze, she was dragged away by her parents. As for Qiu Xiaopeng and the members of the True Spirit sect, they had already entered the hall. When Qiu Xiaopeng and the others passed by Huang Xiaolong's group, Qiu Buohong gloated in front of Huang Qinfei's face. Hey, take a look at yourself. Do you think you're qualified to take Xiao Yu's hand in marriage? You can't even enter the inner hall. Xiao Yu is mine. In the future, you better stay away from her. A flash of rage crossed Huang Qinfei's eyes. As Huang Jiyuan's expression turned darker and darker, he eventually growled, Let's go back. Glancing at Huang Qinfei, Wang Mylan noticed that he didn't oppose his father's decision. Xiaolong, Wang Mylan turned to ask Huang Xiaolong. Since he had returned, Huang Xiaolong had been the pillar of the family. Understanding his mother's concerns, Huang Xiaolong muttered, All right, let's return. Soon after, the four of them headed for the entrance. When Huang Xiaolong and the others were walking out, an elder from the Xiao family yelled in excitement, Grand Elder Ing Shiming of the Ing family has arrived. What? Grand Elder of the Ing family? They actually sent someone to celebrate Xiao Cheng's birthday. Xiao Cheng is really someone of status if the Ing family sent someone to congratulate him. I heard that Xiao Cheng has been friends with Ing Shiming for some time now. The entire venue exploded. Soon after, a group of people poured out from the inner hall. The person in the lead had silver hair and he had a ruddy complexion. A smile could be seen on his face, and he was none other than the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Cheng. He was accompanied by a group of grand elders and experts of the other families. The inner hall that was filled to the brim a moment ago was emptied as they appeared to greet Ing Shiming. Even though the Xiao family was a large family in the province, they were far too lacking when compared to the Ing family. Ing Shiming's arrival was nothing short of a celebration. As Xiao Cheng and the others rushed out of the hall, they overtook Huang Xiaolong's group as they ran over to the Ing family's convoy. As a grand elder of the Ing family, Ing Shiming's convoy consisted of 6 luxury cars. When the group of experts arrived at the entrance of the manor, Ing Shiming barely stepped out of his vehicle. Brother Shiming, I'm honored that you came all the way out here for my birthday. Xiao Cheng grabbed Ing Shiming's hand in joy. A smile also formed on Ing Shiming's face. Brother Xiao Cheng, we've been friends for so long and there's no need to be embarrassed. Looking at the group of experts behind Xiao Cheng, he continued, There are so many people here already. Everyone roared with laughter. Chatting with Xiao Cheng for a moment, he was eventually invited into the manor. However, A familiar figure caught his eye when he stepped through the entrance of the Xiao family manor. As the number of people who came was all clad in suits and ties, someone in a Dao robe looked extremely eye-catching. Shiming felt his mind spinning as he stopped abruptly. Everyone who was following behind him ground to a halt, and they stared at him in shock. Xiao Cheng followed his gaze, and so did everyone else. They noticed that Shiming was staring at Huang Xiaolong, Wang Milan, Huang Jiyuan, and Huang Qinfei. A look of confusion formed on Xiao Baishan's and Zhou Jia's faces. Could Shiming actually know them? Brother Shiming, this... Xiao Cheng couldn't help but ask. Unable to catch whatever Xiao Cheng said, Shiming rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. His figure turned blurry due to how quickly he was moving. Xiao Cheng gasped in shock. Who are those people? He was clearly referring to Huang Xiaolong's group. To his knowledge, he hadn't invited them over. Big brother, that guy over there is Xiao Yu's friend. He is called Huang Qinfei. Xiao Baishan replied. She got to know him a few days ago, and she invited him over. Who would have thought that he would invite his family over to attend the banquet too? After Xiao Baishan spoke, everyone saw Shiming falling to his knees before Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Cheng and the others felt their eyeballs popping out of their sockets. What in the world was going on? When they were still stuck in a state of shock, Shiming slammed his head into the ground in a massive kowtow. Shiming greets your highness. I didn't know that you were here, and I failed to give a proper greeting. Please forgive me. Once again his head smashed into the ground. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence. Shiming actually kneeled before the young man and addressed him as, Your Highness. Xiao Cheng was completely bewildered. So were the other members of the Xiao family, and Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Shiming, this? Xiao Cheng snapped back to reality, and he hastily ran over to Shiming's side. Shiming was a grand elder of the Ing family. He wouldn't even kneel when he met the leaders of the great alliances. When Xiao Cheng was about to help him up, Shiming turned around and roared at the experts of the Ing family. Why aren't you guys greeting His Highness? His tone was stern, and the members of the Ing family fell to their knees instantly. Xiao Cheng, who was about to help Shiming up, stopped dead in his tracks. Huang Xiaolong and the others turned around to look at Shiming, who was on his knees. When Huang Xiaolong had brought everyone to the Heavenly Dragon building, Shiming was among those he had frozen in place. During the incident on the Purple Flame Mountain, Shiming had witnessed the entire thing with Ji and Tian. Shiming, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Yes, Your Highness, Shiming replied excitedly. He felt endless joy when Huang Xiaolong addressed him directly. However, he knew that Huang Xiaolong was someone who hated to make small talk, and he didn't continue to introduce himself. You can get up. Thanking Huang Xiaolong with another kowtow, Shiming got to his feet. Only then did the members of the Ing family stand up. After allowing Shiming to get up, Huang Xiaolong turned around and spoke to his parents. Let's go. Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milan nodded their heads. Getting into their BMW, the members of the Huang family left. Shiming wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to obstruct Huang Xiaolong's way. Since Shiming hadn't said anything, no one else dared to open their mouths. Everyone watched as Huang Xiaolong's car left the area. When the car finally disappeared, Shiming turned to glare at Xiao Cheng with an ugly expression on his face. Even someone who was blind could see that Huang Xiaolong's group was leaving the Xiao family manor on bad terms. Xiao Cheng, did you guys offend His Highness? His tone changed instantly. Xiao Cheng felt a sense of trepidation fill his heart. Of course not. Xiao Cheng denied it. I didn't invite them over, my niece did. He gestured for Xiao Yu to come over, and he asked, You explain what's going on. I only met Qinfei several days ago. Today is my uncle's banquet, and I invited him over to participate in the celebration. As for the man you call His Highness, he is Qinfei's older brother. The look on Shiming's face softened, but he continued his line of questioning. Why did His Highness leave with his family? Xiao Yu looked at her parents. Hesitating slightly, Xiao Baishan explained. The guests in the hall were on the invitation list, written by my big brother himself. There are no empty seats left, and I allowed them to sit in the outer hall. There's nothing wrong with that. What? You sent His Highness to the outer hall? Shiming roared with rage, and a slap sent Xiao Baishan flying through the air. One could only imagine how heavy the slap was. The faces of Xiao Cheng and the others changed. We're leaving too, Shiming said to the experts of the Ying family. Xiao Cheng's expression changed slightly when his younger brother was slapped, but he panicked when he heard that Shiming was planning to leave. He ran over and asked, Brother Shiming, there's no need to be impulsive. I didn't know who His Highness was and failed to make the appropriate arrangements. In fact, there isn't anything wrong with sending some guests to the outer hall when the inner hall is full. Even at that point, he had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was. Full? Shiming snapped. Do you really think I'm stupid? There was no way the inner hall would be filled. There were definitely several seats for important guests who might show up out of the blue. Moreover, he could tell that Xiao Baishan was hiding something. Xiao Cheng wanted to continue to explain himself, but Shiming snorted to interrupt him. Your Xiao family can consider our relationship void. You better look out for yourselves. Shiming brought the members of the Ying family away after speaking. Xiao Cheng felt a trace of despair when he saw the icy cold gaze in Shiming's eyes when he left. The members of the True Spirit sect felt as though the world was crashing down on them. It was especially so for Qiu Bohong as his legs went completely soft. Xiao Cheng's expression sank, and he roared in confusion. Can someone please tell me who that kid is? Everyone stared at each other in confusion, and they shook their heads slowly. All of them might be from large clans, but they were merely ants compared to people like Shiming. With Huang Xiaolong locking down all news of himself, there was no way they could learn anything. Zhou Jia held Xiao Baishan, and she whispered in his ear, Could Huang Chunfei be from the Huang family in the Donglin province? Huang family? Her voice was soft, but everyone felt a thunderclap in their minds when they heard the name. They might not have seen Huang Xiaolong in person, but they had heard some stuff about the Huang family recently. Even though Xiao Cheng had no idea what had happened on the Purple Flame Mountain, he knew that the Huang family was something none of them could compare to. According to the rumors, the Huang family had given birth to a supreme expert. Moreover, it was said that even the old ancestor of the Ying family was afraid of him. Xiao Cheng's expression changed immediately. Could the person Shiming addressed as Your Highness be the supreme expert they were talking about? However, he couldn't believe it due to Huang Xiaolong's appearance. The kid looked like he barely graduated from university. Zhou Jia had no idea how strong the Huang family was, and she snapped in irritation. Even if that brat is a direct disciple of the Huang family, who do they think they are? Senior Shiming definitely overreacted when he slapped Baishan. She would be lying if she said that she wasn't angry after Shiming slapped her husband in public. Preposterous! Xiao Cheng yelled, shocking Zhou Jia. Turning to Xiao Yu, Xiao Cheng asked, how did you get acquainted with Huang Chunfei? We met during an auction several days ago. She explained a little more about how they actually met. When Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the Blue Dragon Orchard, they received a report from Huang Shengon. Xiao Cheng, Xiao Baishan, Zhou Jia, and Xiao Yu were there to pay them a visit. Big brother, this... Huang Chunfei looked at Huang Xiaolong. Let Xiao Yu in. The others can wait outside, Huang Xiaolong ordered. The moment the words left his lips, Huang Chunfei ran out of the courtyard in excitement. Wang Milan couldn't help but smile. This brat behaves exactly the same way as the little one. Xiaolong, Xiao Baishan, and Zhou Jia are her parents, Huang Juan mentioned. Don't worry, I know what to do. Huang Xiaolong knew what his father meant. What about the members of the True Spirit sect? Wang Milan thought of the things Qiu Bohong said, and a trace of anger flashed through her mind. Every time I think of what he said, I get really irritated. Humph! How can he say that Chunfei isn't qualified to take Xiao Yu's hand in marriage? Does he really think that he's someone important? I really hope their sect goes bankrupt. It will be for the best if their sect topples. Let's see if he can still stay cocky when that happens. Wang Milan snorted in annoyance. As Xiao Cheng's banquet ended the moment he left, all the guests left. The members of the True Spirit sect didn't remain behind either. On their way back, Qiu Buhong couldn't sit still. He muttered softly, "Do you think that the Huang family will mess with us because of this incident?" Qiu Xiaopeng was equally as troubled. "Didn't you just say some unpleasant things to that kid? We'll just send them some gifts and express our apology in a few days. It's nothing too serious." He Hua, Qiu Xiaopeng's wife, muttered, "Humph. Our True Spirit sect isn't someone they can trample on as they please. If they think that they can mess with us because of this, they have another thing coming. Everyone knows that we have a great relationship with the Six Swords Gate." It was true that they had close relations to the Six Swords Gate. Even though the True Spirit sect wasn't too strong, none of the great families dared to push them too far. Of course, none of them knew the beef Huang Xiaolong had with the Six Swords Gate. They wouldn't know that the old ancestor and an eminent elder of the sect had already escaped the day before due to Huang Xiaolong's threat. All of a sudden, Qiu Xiaopeng's phone rang. He was surprised to discover the caller. It was the old ancestor of the Snow Wolf sect, and he didn't dare to ignore the call. The moment the video call connected, a look of terror could be seen on the old ancestor's face as he addressed Qiu Xiaopeng. "Qiu Xiaopeng, from now on, my Snow Wolf sect will stop cooperating with your True Spirit Chamber of Commerce." "What? Why?" The True Spirit Chamber of Commerce was the True Spirit sect's income source. The Snow Wolf sect was their main customer, and if they lost the Snow Wolf sect, their finances would take a huge hit. The old ancestor of the Snow Wolf sect hesitated for a moment when Qiu Xiaopeng asked for a reason, but he eventually disconnected without saying anything. The moment the old ancestor disconnected, another call came through. It was the Patriarch of the Blue Nether Realm. They were also one of their largest customers. A bad feeling filled Qiu Xiaopeng's heart. Taking the call, the Patriarch of the Blue Nether Realm sighed, "In the future, my Blue Nether Realm will no longer cooperate with your True Spirit sect." He instructed Qiu Xiaopeng never to contact them again. The faces of Qiu Xiaopeng, He Hua, and Qiu Buhong were extremely ugly. Qiu Xiaopeng's phone rang continuously, and it only stopped after several dozen minutes. Why did this happen? Qiu Xiaopeng shattered the phone in his hands. The patriarchs and the old ancestors of the various large families and sects contacted him a moment ago in order to cancel their cooperation. In other words, the True Spirit Chamber of Commerce lost all its major customers. Huang Chunfei. The Huang family is definitely behind this, Qiu Buhong screamed. A trace of hatred flashed through Qiu Xiaopeng's eyes. Huang family? Humph. Since you left me with no choice, you can't blame me for what I'm about to do. He contacted Grand Elder Hu Zhe from the Six Swords Gate after he spoke. When the call connected, he saw Hu Zhe packing everything he could. "What do you want?" Hu Zhe snapped. "Lord Hu Zhe, we clashed with a youngster from the Huang family. We didn't do much, but the Huang family used their full strength to cause all our business partners to cease cooperation with us." Qiu Xiaopeng hoped that Hu Zhe could assist them. However, terror filled Hu Zhe's face when he heard what Qiu Xiaopeng said. "Huang? Did you just say the Huang family?" "His Highness." Qiu Xiaopeng, He Hua, and Qiu Buhong jumped in fright when they saw the terrified look on Hu Zhe's face. "Lord Hu Zhe, you?" Qiu Xiaopeng wanted to ask another question, but he was interrupted by an enraged roar from Hu Zhe. "Fuck you. You piece of shit. Did you offend His Highness?" Hu Zhe's yell caused his brain to buzz. Panic started to set in. "You motherfucker. How the fuck did you offend His Highness?" Hu Zhe yelled. Qiu Xiaopeng was clearly offended when Hu Zhe called him a derogatory name, but he held in his rage as the other party was a Grand Elder of the Six Swords Gate. "Lord Hu Zhe, is the person you are referring to? Didn't you hear my question? Answer me." Hu Zhe interrupted him. Killing intent filled his eyes and Qiu Xiaopeng didn't dare to say any more. He quickly told Hu Zhe everything that had happened without hiding anything. He even repeated everything Qiu Buhong said to Huang Qinfei without missing a word. When Hu Zhe heard that it was Qiu Buhong who offended Huang Xiaolong, he turned his anger on the kid. "If you were standing in front of me now, I would have killed you with a single slap." Qiu Buohong fell to his knees instantly. Lord Huzhe, do you think that you can mediate the situation for us? Qiu Xiaoping decided to bite the bullet and ask the raging Huzhe. If our Chamber of Commerce falls, we will lose all support. The thousands of disciples of our true spirit sect won't be able to afford their daily expenses. After hearing that Qiu Xiaoping had no idea how serious his crimes were, the urge to kill everyone on the line rose in Huzhe's heart. Even then, Qiu Xiaoping felt that his only problem was the matter with the Chamber of Commerce. You, Qiu Xiaoping, are you fucking stupid? Haven't you heard of Huang Xiaolong? Do you know that the old ancestors of the Purple Flame sect, Ghost Valley, and the Blade Gate are all his subordinates? Yuan Hui, Wu Guangxi, and Wang Jiawen have all submitted to him. Did you know that the old ancestor of the Ice Palace, Lu Shulong, was killed after offending Huang Xiaolong? He's planning to exterminate my sect tomorrow, and I'm packing all my stuff to run away. Do you two know that the old ancestor and an eminent elder have already run back to the heavenly king star? Here you are asking me to fucking mediate the situation for you, in front of Huang Xiaolong. I'm nothing more than a fart. Are you planning to ask someone who is worth less than a fart to pull you out of trouble? His voice rang in their minds. It was the first time the three of them realized that they were nothing more than frogs in a well. None of the three noticed when Huzhe disconnected the call. The car ground to a halt in the middle of the plains. Father, do we? Qiu Buohong muttered softly. Qiu Xiaoping kicked Qiu Buohong all of a sudden, and he didn't stop till Qiu Buohong stopped moving. In the Blue Dragon Orchard, are you really planning to head over to the Six Swords Gate tomorrow? Zhang Yuhan spoke to Huang Xiaolong through the screen of his phone. Huang Xiaolong nodded before changing the topic. How are things in the Zhang family manor? Should we head over to the Six Swords Gate together? Zhang Yuhan hesitated for a moment, but she eventually shook her head. I don't think I should. She knew the meaning behind Huang Xiaolong's invitation. It was because several members of the Zhang family had gone to seek refuge in the Six Swords Gate. All right. Zhang Yuhan wasn't determined enough to get rid of those who escaped. As such, she left the final decision to Huang Xiaolong. Oh right. My mum asked when you planned on coming over to spend some time with her. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Her face turned red immediately. Every time she spoke to Wang Milan, the topic of marriage would be brought up. In a few days. Zhang Yuhan eventually lowered her head and squeaked. After chatting for several more minutes, they disconnected the call. Stars filled the starry skies as Xiao Cheng, Xiao Baishan, and Zhou Jia kneeled before the entrance of the Blue Dragon Orchard. The three of them had been kneeling since the afternoon. Big brother, why don't we forget it? Huang Qinfei said. It's your call, Huang Xiaolong explained. A look of joy appeared on Huang Qinfei's face as he rushed out of the courtyard after thanking Huang Xiaolong. The moment dawn broke the next day, Huang Xiaolong shifted space as he arrived above the Six Swords Gate in half an hour. When he arrived, there were disciples still planning to make their escape. In the main hall of the headquarters, Patriarch Sun Yuyuan was sending everything on board of several flying ships. After the old ancestor left, he had been taking charge of packing the items. However, there were far too many things to take care of. A figure appeared above him all of a sudden. The experts of the Six Swords Gate who were moving about stopped abruptly. They raised their heads only to be greeted by the strongest monster they knew. Huang Xiaolong. Didn't the spies around the manor report that Huang Xiaolong was seen in the Blue Dragon Orchard half an hour ago? How could he arrive so quickly? Huang Xiaolong didn't say a word as he looked at Sun Yuan silently. Huang Xiaolong, are you really planning to offend all the sects outside Earth? If you do this, we'll form a super alliance and hunt you down. Sun Yuan roared. If you... Before he was done, a ray of light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's finger and landed on his forehead. He was swallowed by the ray of light, and when it finally dissipated, there was nothing left in his place but splintered space. A terrifying power could be felt in the void left behind. Sun Yuyuan had long since been reduced to nothingness. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the corner where the traitors of the Zhang family were. All of them fell to their knees in fright. "Senior Huang, please spare our lives," the experts of the Six Swords Gate cried out in terror as they kneeled before the supreme figure. "We are willing to submit. We will be Senior Huang's slaves from this day onwards." In the year 2018, Huang Xiaolong killed Sun Yuyuan of the Six Swords Gate before taking control of the Cultivation sect. The members of the Zhang family who defected were killed without a shred of mercy. The entire globe trembled when the news reached their ears. All 6 great factions on Earth belonged to Huang Xiaolong. After subduing the strongest factions, Huang Xiaolong didn't return to the Blue Dragon Orchard immediately. Instead, he left Earth and headed straight for the headquarters of the Six Swords Gate. The moment he left Earth, his strength was no longer restricted. He took a single step and crossed hundreds of millions of miles. In 2 short minutes, a grayish planet could be seen in the distance. There were signs of life all over the planet, and it was tens of times larger than Earth. There were several auras that had crossed the spirit-severing realm and were at the soul condensation realm. Huang Xiaolong arrived above the star in an instant, and with another step he arrived at the Six Swords Gate. The headquarters of the Six Swords Gate was on the Heavenly King Star, and they were one of the 2 strongest factions on the planet. They controlled a massive region, and vigorous sword chi filled the air. Restrictions were laid over the lands, and there were at least hundreds of them. On Earth, the Six Swords Gate had 6 mid-grade spiritual grade treasures in their Six Swords killing formation. They were pretty strong, but that was nothing compared to the Heavenly King Star. Every single formation in the headquarters was stronger than the Six Swords killing formation. No, they were in completely different leagues. On Earth, there were several experts at the peak of the Enlightenment realm. Here, there were several hundred experts at that level. There were over 40 spirit-severing realm experts, and 2 soul condensation realm monsters. Huang Xiaolong's Dao soul swept through the planet once, and he discovered Fu Wu and Wang Zhang in one of the palaces. The 2 of them were on their knees as they kneeled before 2 spirit-severing realm experts. From what he could see, they were making a report of some sort. Even though the 2 of them left 2 days before Huang Xiaolong, they arrived not too long ago. "Master, Martial Uncle, Huang Xiaolong went too far," Fu Wu growled. "We acceded to his request, and Wang Zhang crippled his arms before kowtowing to Zhang Yuhan. Even then, he wished to kill the 2 of us. Master, we should join hands with the other sects to summon a great army. When several thousand Golden Core realm cultivators trample on Earth, we'll kill everyone related to the Huang family," Fu Wu cried. Wang Zhang nodded his head and continued, "That's right. If we join hands, we'll have more than a dozen soul condensation realm experts. When we arrive on Earth, we'll see Huang Xiaolong peeing his pants in fright." Fu Wu's martial uncle, Chun Shen, muttered, "Several days ago, the old ancestor of the Divine Court sect summoned all of us to form an alliance. They also brought many experts over to the Flowing Flame Star. The old ancestor will probably personally make a move. When that happens, I'll go along with him." A look of joy formed on their faces. "Is that true? That's great." Fu Wu grinned. Wan Shun, Fu Wu's master, chuckled. "The experts in the surrounding region have all been invited. We have nearly 200 soul condensation realm experts." 200? Fu Wu and Wang Zhang yelled in fright. Wouldn't that mean that nearly all the experts in the surrounding stars showed up? 3 days later, the alliance would be formed. In 5 days, the great allied army will head over to Earth. Chunshin laughed. Huang Xiaolong will only be able to live for 10 more days at best. Chun Shun's transmission symbol trembled, and he quickly glanced at the message. "The old ancestor is summoning me. Looks like we're going to head over to the Flowing Flame Star to talk about the alliance." Chun Shin and Wan Shin stood up at the same time. However, they realized that a figure was standing at the entrance after standing up. It was the figure of a young man. "Who?" the 2 experts yelled in fright. When they saw the other party's robes, they realized that he wasn't from the Six Swords Gate. Fu Wu and Wang Zhang's reactions were completely different. They screamed in unison, "Huang Xiaolong!" Chun Shun and Wan Shun took a step back in shock, as they quickly activated the grand formation protecting the palace. The moment it was activated, they heaved a sigh of relief. They had heard that Renqi of the Purple Flame sect was killed by Huang Xiaolong with a single blow, and they didn't know whether the rumors were true. Chun Shin's eyes narrowed as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you're pretty gutsy to come here alone. This is just the Six Swords Gate. Even if you're from the Panwu Immortal Gate, I'll come and go as I please, Huang Xiaolong muttered. The Panwu Immortal Gate was the strongest sect in the Silver River Star system, but Chen Xin and the others had never heard of them. Right before Chen Xin could say anything, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward and entered the area protected by the Grand Formation. He quickly walked into the main hall. What? All four experts of the Six Swords Gate gasped. Even experts who surpassed the spirit-severing realm would find it difficult to shatter the formation. Now, Huang Xiaolong passed through it like it didn't exist. Huang Xiaolong, aren't you in the soul condensation realm? Chen Xin yelped. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and dragged all four of them towards him. Is your imagination only limited to the soul condensation realm? Their faces changed instantly. Did Huang Xiaolong mean to say that he had surpassed the soul condensation realm? Wouldn't that mean that he was in the Great Void realm? Around the surrounding stars, the strongest expert was at the 6th level soul condensation realm. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother saying anything else as he clenched his fist to turn all of them into a bloody mist. When that was going on, a batch of experts could be seen in the main hall of the Six Swords Gate. There were more than 40 of them, and all of them were in the spirit-severing realm. The old ancestor looked around, and he said sternly, "Is everyone here? If there's no one left, let's go." Ancestor, Eminent Elder Chen Shen and Wan Shun aren't here yet, the Patriarch of the Six Swords Gate, Shi Chuan, reported. Chao Deng, the old ancestor of the Six Swords Gate, felt a trace of irritation rising in his heart, and he growled at an eminent elder beside him, "Go find them!" "Yes, ancestor," the doyen replied. Right before he could leave the hall, a figure could be seen strolling casually towards them. He was clad in a weird Dao robe, and there were unknown runes swirling on it. Chao Deng and the others thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Who dares to barge into our Six Swords Gate?" The disciples who were in charge of security roared. However, they were sent flying before they could touch the figure. "What audacity!" One of the Grand Elders at the 9th level Enlightenment realm slashed at the figure. It was too bad he was sent flying before his sword chi could come into contact with the other party. Chao Deng and the others felt their expressions changing slightly. It wasn't anything to send them flying. Chao Deng could do it too. But the part that shocked him was that he couldn't see how Huang Xiaolong moved. The Grand Elder and the others were sent flying by an unknown force. Soon after, the experts of the Six Swords Gate surrounded Huang Xiaolong. They were planning to stop him before he could enter the hall. Without suspense, all of them were flung away. Under the gaze of those from the Six Swords Gate, Huang Xiaolong stepped into the hall. "Who might you be?" Chao Deng spoke as a fire burned in his eyes. "Why did you barge into my Six Swords Gate and harm my disciples? Weren't you planning to form an alliance to deal with me?" Huang Xiaolong asked casually. Chao Deng and the others frowned as confusion filled their hearts. "You're Huang Xiaolong?" The experts in the surrounding stars had all gathered for the sake of dealing with the kid standing before them. However, the true question was, how did Huang Xiaolong arrive so quickly? The eminent elders of the Six Swords Gate stepped back slightly. However, Chao Deng quickly calmed himself after all the shock he suffered. They were currently in the base camp of the Six Swords Gate, and they had the 100 Swords formation to protect them. Their strength was greatly supplemented in their territory. They had several dozen spirit-severing realm experts, and they wouldn't be afraid of 3rd-level soul condensation realm experts. "If all of you kneel and submit to me right now, I'll allow you to live," Huang Xiaolong mentioned. Chao Deng roared with laughter. "Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can do as you wish in my Six Swords Gate? I refuse to believe that you're a high-level soul condensation realm expert. There's no way." Huang Xiaolong casually pointed at Chao Deng. and his body stiffened up and a hole appeared in the space between his eyebrows. The hole slowly expanded and swallowed Chao Deng's body. The hole was created by a weird flame, and it was something none of them had ever seen. Old ancestor! Shi Chuan and the others screamed in fright. Chao Deng's disciple, a high-level spirit-severing realm expert, tried to save his master. However, a speck of flame touched him, and he was quickly devoured. Shi Chuan and the others didn't dare to approach the two piles of ashes, and they could only watch on as their old ancestor was killed. Activate all the formations. We'll risk it all. One of the eminent elders roared angrily. Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger and the eminent elder was sent flying into space. With a single gesture, he could send a high-level spirit-severing realm expert flying into oblivion. Shi Chuan and the others sucked in a cold breath. Shi Chuan was an early first-level soul condensation realm expert, and even after using his divine sense, he couldn't locate the eminent elder who was sent into space. If you wish to be like him, you can refuse to kneel. I'll send you flying out of the heavenly king star. Huang Xiaolong's voice was cold as he laid down his threat. Off the heavenly king star. The faces of Shi Chuan and the others changed. They had never heard of anyone sending a high-level spirit-severing realm expert flying through space with a single flick. Even with a rocket, they would need tens of minutes to leave the atmosphere. However, the eminent elder seemed to disappear in an instant. Is Huang Xiaolong bluffing? As doubt filled their minds, a terrifyingly powerful aura was released by Huang Xiaolong. It was as though the power of the entire world was turning on them. Countless creatures on the heavenly king star were forced to the ground in an instant. The experts of the Six Swords Gate were no exceptions, and they found it hard to breathe. They couldn't even move their toes. After several breaths of time, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his aura and the members of the Six Swords Gate felt as though they took a trip to hell and back. The flowing flame star was the planet with the strongest experts among those in the region. The Divine Court sect wasn't just the strongest faction on the planet, but they were the strongest sect in the entire region. The Six Swords Gate might be one of the strongest factions on the Heavenly King Star, but they were far too lacking when compared to the Divine Court sect. There were 2 soul condensation realm experts in the Six Swords Gate, but there were 11 of them in the Divine Court sect. As for the number of spirit-severing realm experts, the Divine Court sect had nearly 10 times the amount. The old ancestor of the Divine Court sect, Chun Haoguang, was the strongest expert in the region. He was at the peak of the late 6th level soul condensation realm, and he would enter the high-level soul condensation realm the moment he progressed. As such, the experts in the region chose to answer the call to arms when they were summoned. One could see Chun Haoguang's prestige in the region. As experts poured into the flowing flame star, it became more and more lively. The closer the day of the alliance formation came, the busier the planet became. 3 days later, it was the day the alliance was to be established, and a figure appeared in the skies above the flowing flame star. It was none other than Huang Xiaolong. In fact, Huang Xiaolong went around the region to subdue the experts who hadn't arrived. He even strolled about the region to look for herbs that would assist his parents. All 312 sects should have arrived, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. He stood in space above the flowing flame star, and he looked at the various beasts and flying ships around the main continent. He even saw several aliens who looked completely different from humans. There was even a race with completely blue skin and eyes. There were some with leopard-like skin and facial features. The Silver River star system was boundless, and humans were merely one of the races that populated it. The old ancestor of the Divine Court sect, Chun Haoguang, wasn't even human. He was from the Golden Horn Silverlight race. Huang Xiaolong casually strolled towards the Divine Court sect. At that moment, the experts of the various factions had gathered in the plaza. The plaza was split into several sections, and the various old ancestors gathered on a platform near the center of the plaza. Experts in the soul condensation realm but of lower status were slightly lower, and the spirit-severing realm eminent elders came after. There were countless disciples in the Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Enlightenment realm filling the rest of the area. Everyone, I'm sure all of you know why we're gathered here today. Chen Haoguang announced. His voice rang in the ears of those present. The old ancestor of the Purple Flame sect, Liang Yun, chuckled. If Brother Chen Haoguang personally makes a move, you'll be able to wipe Earth off the face of existence. You will be able to kill that brat 100 times over. There's no need to form an alliance of this scale. Everyone laughed in agreement. Brother Liang Yun is right. Killing a mere earthling is nothing but a flick of the wrist. Cui Yuan, the old ancestor of the Ghost Valley, sneered. Chen Haoguang raised his hand to settle everyone down. A chuckle left his lips. In fact, I didn't call all of you here to form an alliance just for a mere Huang Xiaolong. Everyone perked their ears up a little in response. When I was touring the ancient regions, I discovered an immortal cave, Chen Haoguang explained. Immortal cave? The experts standing around gasped in surprise. Immortal caves would have been left behind by certain experts tens of thousands of years ago. Those experts would ordinarily be in the Great Void Realm or above. If that was the case, the Immortal Cave definitely contained priceless treasures. I feel that the Immortal Cave was left behind by a senior in the Great Void Realm. Chen Haoguang continued, the grand formation within isn't too strong, and as long as all of us work together, there is an 80% chance that we can enter the cave. The experts in the plaza broke out into discussion instantly as excitement filled their hearts. However, I have a request. My Divine Court sect discovered the Immortal Cave, and we wish to obtain half of whatever is within. Chen Haoguang continued, all of you can split the rest. Everyone fell silent instantly. Since Brother Chen found the Immortal Cave, I think it's reasonable. Liang Yun quickly spoke up. That's right. Brother Chen is already willing to give us half of the loot, and we're extremely grateful for that. Kang Xiaoning, the old ancestor of the Ice Palace, smiled. Something weird is going on. Why aren't the experts from the Six Swords Gate here yet? Cui Yuan asked all of a sudden. That's what I was thinking. Everyone accepted Brother Chen's call to arms, and the Six Swords Gate dares to ignore it. Chao Deng is really going overboard. Liang Yun frowned. Maybe something happened to them. Humph. I met Chao Deng just a month ago. What can possibly happen within such a short period? Everyone started to discuss once again. Chen Haoguang was equally as confused. 3 days ago, Chao Deng had said that he would be present. Why wasn't he here? Moreover, when Chen Haoguang contacted him the day before, he couldn't get through. The members of the Six Swords Gate won't be coming. A voice rang through the air as a figure could be seen walking in the air as he moved towards them. Looks of surprise could be seen on the faces of those present. Chen Haoguang's eyes narrowed slightly. Ancestor, do you think that I should? One of the experts from the Divine Court sect asked. Chen Haoguang shook his hand slightly. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong appeared before those present. What do you mean? Are you an envoy from the Six Swords Gate? One of the experts in the Soul Condensation realm asked. He thought that Huang Xiaolong was an envoy sent by the Six Swords Gate. Chao Deng won't be coming because I killed him. What? Everyone in the plaza turned to stare at him. Their auras locked on Huang Xiaolong, but he ignored them as he walked towards Chen Haoguang. Why would you kill Chao Deng? I wonder what grudges you bear against each other. Chen Haoguang glared at Huang Xiaolong and asked. He used his heavenly eye to observe Huang Xiaolong, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of the other party's cultivation base. Chao Deng was a second-level soul condensation realm expert, and if Huang Xiaolong could kill the man, he should be pretty strong. The question was the motive behind the killing. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as someone in the crowd screamed, Are you Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong. Everyone felt their hearts dropping slightly. Even Chen Haoguang didn't know how to react. That's right. I'm Huang Xiaolong, he said as he continued to walk towards Chen Haoguang. Arrange the formation and take him down right now. The sect master of the Divine Court sect yelled. More than a dozen soul condensation realm experts and more than 300 spirit-severing experts from the Divine Court sect sprang into action as they laid down the Battlestar formation. Long swords appeared in their hands as they summoned countless strands of sword chi that surrounded Huang Xiaolong. Under the gaze of those present, the sword chi landed on Huang Xiaolong's body. Everyone raised an eyebrow in shock. Did we kill Huang Xiaolong already? Didn't they say that Huang Xiaolong was in the mid-level soul condensation realm? Their doubt was quickly replaced by terror when they saw that the sword chi couldn't even break apart his robes. Huang Xiaolong didn't stop as he continued to make his way towards Chen Haoguang. Reaching out with a single hand, an invisible force appeared and the experts in his way were sent flying towards the outer reaches of the mountain range. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as dust filled the air. The soul condensation realm and spirit severing realm experts of the divine court sect were dealt with in an instant. Not a single one was spared. Everyone else gasped in fright. Chen Haoguang, who was standing there like the king of the world, fell to his butt in fright. However, he missed his throne, and he landed straight on the floor. Huang Xiaolong arrived before Chen Haoguang, and the man rolled away in shock. Huang Xiaolong didn't care that much as he sat on the throne in the middle of the plaza. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a move? Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze through the crowd and asked. Not a single person dared to speak. Liang Yun, who was laughing at how Chen Haoguang would be able to kill Huang Xiaolong alone, hid in the crowd as his legs turned to jelly. Since no one else wishes to try anything stupid, you can kneel, Huang Xiaolong muttered. I hope that all of you will make the correct choice. I killed Chao Deng because he refused to submit to me. No one said a word, but neither did they kneel. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider your options. Huang Xiaolong, you're too arrogant. Cui Yuan of the Ghost Valley was the first to break the silence. I'm a disciple of the ancient heavenly ghost race. I have the purest ancient heavenly ghost bloodline, and will never submit to anyone. Who the fuck do you think you are? I refuse to believe. Before he could finish his sentence, his body turned completely stiff. Huang Xiaolong pointed at him and a flame appeared in the space between his eyebrows. He was quickly incinerated as he turned to a pile of ashes that drifted in the wind. Several minutes later, Chen Haoguang and the others submitted after Huang Xiaolong killed a few more old ancestors. In fact, Huang Xiaolong could have controlled them all with his Grand Mist parasitic medium. However, they were too damn weak for him to waste his efforts to do so. After all, a strand of Grand Mist aura was worth way more than all of them combined. After he was done, Huang Xiaolong asked Chen Haoguang and the others about spiritual herbs in the region. Staying on the flowing flame star for a single day, Huang Xiaolong returned to Earth. He heard about the Immortal Cave from Chen Haoguang, but he was too lazy to explore the remains of someone in the Great Void Realm. In fact, the only inheritance he cared about was from Pangu. He allowed them to look for it themselves. Several minutes later, Huang Xiaolong returned to Earth. An hour later, he arrived in the Blue Dragon Orchard. Wang Milin and the others cried out in fright. Xiaolong, you're finally back. What's going on? Huang Xiaolong frowned. Something big happened. Wang Milin held Huang Xiaolong's arm and cried. Something happened on the African continent. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised. Matters in the African continent didn't seem to affect them. 2 days ago, cracks started forming all over the continent. A massive valley appeared and countless monsters poured out from it. Wang Milin explained. Now those monsters are all over the world. All the alliances would suffer hundreds of thousands of casualties a day. That's right. The problem isn't so serious in our Wuxia alliance. But the situation in Africa and Egypt is the worst. Millions of people are devoured by the monsters each day. Huang Juan continued. Everyone is hiding in fear right now. No one dares to leave their house at night. Every night, the monsters will become extremely active. Huang Xiaolong frowned. A bottomless valley in Africa? Did the Divine Court sect and the others send out their men? Huang Xiaolong asked. They sent out practically everyone in their sect to kill the monsters. The alliances formed an army of 100 million to combat them, but it's useless. More than 10,000 monsters are appearing every second, and we're overwhelmed. Huang Jiuan shook his head and sighed. Even the weakest of the monsters are in the Xiantian realm. There are many more in the Foundation Building and Golden Core realm. It's said that the strongest among them has reached the Enlightenment realm. Luckily for us, There are no spirit-severing realm monsters. Huang Xiaolong was slightly surprised. If there were so many pouring out from the valley, there would be more than 30 million in an hour. That would mean that there are hundreds of millions of them appearing in a day. It has already been 2 days, and there should be almost 1 billion of them. It was no wonder the great sects and alliances were unable to do anything. Did anyone go to investigate the valley? Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Shingan said that Yuan Hui of the Purple Flame sect went over personally. However, he failed to discover a thing. Wang Milan sighed. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Yuan Hui was at the peak of the late 9th level Enlightenment realm. He was one of the 6 strongest experts on Earth, and if he failed to find anything, the problem should be more serious than they thought. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong contacted Yuan Hui and Huang Shingan. He asked for a report on everything that had happened in the past few days. A frown formed on his face after he got their report. The situation was worse than he thought. Countless cities in Africa had already been reduced to rubble, and the monsters were still pouring out endlessly. The territory of the humans had been greatly reduced, and if nothing was done about it, Africa and the various countries around it would be lost. Now, refugees were fleeing as far away as they could. Didn't the sects and alliances send their members to fight the monsters? Is 100 million troops unable to secure the continent? Yuan Hui shook his head. The monsters are mostly gathered in Africa. 40% of them went to the various alliances, and all of us are only able to slay those that ventured out of the continent. The alliances are protecting their major cities, and no one has the ability to send troops over to the African continent to fight the source of the problem. Huang Shingan continued, Our Wuxia alliance sent 20 million troops, but we were unable to protect the territory of the alliance. I'm afraid that there are more than 20 million monsters roaming about the Wuxia alliance, and they are attacking the cities closest to the waters. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. Huang Xiaolong spoke to the heads of the various alliances and great families before passing down an order. He ordered everyone, including the old ancestors, to head out to kill the monsters. No one dared to hold back after receiving the order from Huang Xiaolong. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong contacted Zhang Yuhan to ask about matters regarding the family. As the Zhang family wasn't too far away from the Blue Dragon Orchard, Huang Xiaolong had long since laid down a grand formation to protect them. No harm would befall them. Why don't you come over to the Blue Dragon Orchard? Huang Xiaolong asked Zhang Yuhan. Her heart fluttered slightly, but she shook her head eventually. I can't abandon all the disciples of my Zhang family. After all of them have devoted their lives to the family. Dummy! No harm will befall them when they stay in your Zhang family manor. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. There's no need for you to worry. I'll head over in a little bit and seal up the valley. What? You're going to Africa? Zhang Yuhan's expression changed. Xiaolong, you can't go. It's too dangerous. Even Lord Yuan Hui was unable to go deep into the valley. It's too dangerous there. Lord Yuan Hui's true essence protection crumbled after he went nearly 1,000 meters deep. Moreover, there are terrifying restrictions all around the valley. Even a nuke can't do anything to the monsters there. Even if you go, you won't be able to do anything. Zhang Yuhan panicked. She knew that Huang Xiaolong was strong, but all she knew was that he could defeat Yuan Hui in a battle. She had no idea the true extent of his strength. Relax. Nothing will happen to me. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. If anything happens, I'll leave as soon as I sense the slightest bit of danger. As his body was stronger than ordinary God of Creation realm experts, there was no need to be afraid of the devil chi in the valley. Even though he restricted his strength, he couldn't force his body to regress back to a weaker state. Even if the devil chi was 1 billion times stronger, it wouldn't harm Huang Xiaolong in the slightest. You have to be careful. I'll wait for you to return. Zhang Yuhan sighed as she stared at Huang Xiaolong with a deep gaze. All right. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. After chatting for a little while longer, they disconnected the call. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong left the courtyard for the African continent. Huang Xiaolong took less than an hour to cross the ocean. When one of the cities in the African continent appeared in his sights, he was distracted by a yell. "Are you crazy? The city has already been invaded by the monsters. Why are you still heading there?" The person who screamed at him was a female, and she was in a party of 6. The group was mixed, and there were several old people among them. The girl who yelled at him had dark skin, and she was clad in purple robes. From her accessories, Huang Xiaolong could tell that she was a disciple of one of the great families on the African continent. The others should be the guards sent to protect her. "The cities have already been taken over?" Huang Xiaolong frowned. That was the city closest to the Arabian Sea. It was extremely far away from the valley, but it seemed as though it had already fallen. "That's right. All the humans in there have already escaped. Those that haven't are probably dead. If you head there alone, you'll be sending yourself to death," the young lady from the African continent explained. "It's all right. I only wish to take a look," Huang Xiaolong muttered before turning his attention over. However, he was stopped by the lady. Are you stupid? You'll die if you go there. Let me tell you right now, there are monsters there in the nascent soul realm and enlightenment realm." Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he noticed her reaction. "All right. I'll go in there and kill them all as a service to all of us." The young lady stared at him in stunned silence for a moment. However, one of the youngsters behind her sneered, "Kill them? Do you really think that you're an old ancestor of one of the 6 great factions? You're just a 20-something-year-old. At most, you're in the foundation building realm. You'll be dead before you even approach the city." The young lady continued, "Ai has always been like that. Please don't take any offense. He didn't mean to be rude. I'm pretty familiar with the place, and you should follow us as we make our escape." After she spoke, she tried to direct him away from the city. Huang Xiaolong wanted to say something, but he was eventually dragged away. "This place should be pretty far from the valley, right? Are all the cities along the coast overrun?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The young lady shook her head and sighed. "Not all of them. Only those in the surroundings." A look of worry formed on her face, and she continued, "However, the number of creatures is increasing by the second. I'm afraid the entire continent would be taken over by them soon. Now, they have already conquered more than a third of the continent. Another third of the continent is a wasteland. Now, humans only populated a third of the African continent. It seemed as though the situation was direr than they thought. Where are we headed? We're going to Mandela City. The troops of the Alliance are protecting the area, she replied. Mandela. I was planning on going to the Great Valley, Huang Xiaolong explained. What? All of them gasped in shock. Now everyone is running away from the Great Valley. This random youngster they met said that he planned to head over there. Are you planning to look for black diamonds? The young lady asked. Black diamonds. Don't you know? Before the monsters appeared, black diamonds spewed from the cracks. Black diamonds contain an extreme amount of power, and one could even use them to cultivate. It's much better than 1,000-year-old herbs. A black diamond the size of my fingertip will cost nearly 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. There was someone who found a black diamond the size of a fist, and it sold for hundreds of millions. Now, everyone's strong enough to head their plans to look for black diamonds. Yesterday, my big brother left to look for treasures in the area. The young lady's voice grew softer when she spoke about her brother. Huang Xiaolong quickly connected the dots. The lady before him was from the Peer family in the Yi country of the African continent. She was called Alexis, and her ancestors were from the royal family of the Yi country. However, her bloodline was already extremely thin compared to the first-generation royals. The Peer family could be considered a second-rate family after breaking away from the royal family, and the strongest expert was her older brother, a Golden Core realm expert. He was the patriarch of the Peer family. The greatest wish of her brother was for the family to regain its former glory. When he heard that there were black diamonds suitable for increasing cultivation appearing in the Great Valley, he felt that it was their chance to finally turn the tables and rise to glory. He didn't care about the warnings and brought all the experts in the family towards the Great Valley. It was too bad there was no news of them even to this day. The reason Alexis appeared in the region was because she wanted to look for him. She relied on him heavily, and if anything were to happen to him, her world would come crumbling down. As such, she had to look for him no matter how dangerous it got. However, I'm not too familiar with the region. In order to venture deeper, we need to look for a guide in the city, Alexis explained. What do you think? If you're heading to the valley too, we can go together, she asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Sure, since you saved my life earlier. He was clearly referring to the part where she saved his life by telling him not to go to the city alone. Since the city had already been invaded by tons of monsters, it was nothing but a death zone. Young lady, we can't even take care of ourselves? One of the old experts beside her interrupted. He was a 6th-level Golden Core Realm expert, and he was the strongest among the 6-man party. He was clearly saying that Huang Xiaolong would be nothing more than a burden during their trip to the Great Valley. It's all right, we can use all the help we can get. Alexis shook her head and continued. With more people, we can look out for each other. But the old man tried once again, but he was quickly cut off. There's no need to say any more, Uncle Kita. It's all right. Seeing as there was no way to talk her out of it, the old expert could only glare at Huang Xiaolong. There was a trace of wariness in his heart as he had experienced too much of life. He had seen many bad things throughout the course of his adventures. It was indeed suspicious for someone to join them halfway through the journey. An hour later, they finally arrived in the city. The number of troops guarding the area was uncountable, and there was an air of tension that came rushing towards them the moment they approached. After going through a round of stringent checks, they finally entered the city. Looking around, the group finally found someone who was familiar with the area around the valley. However, the price shocked Alexis. What? 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Ahau roared. Heh, if you can't afford it, go look for someone else. The guide sneered. Let me tell you right now, there aren't many people familiar with the area. All of the others should have already found a job. Huang Xiaolong tossed over a spatial ring, and he muttered, Here's your payment. Alexis and the others gasped in fright. They didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to be so rich. After checking the amount, the guide revealed a toothy grin. All right. When do you wish to set off? Alexis looked at Huang Xiaolong, and she lowered her head slightly. Young Master Huang, I'll return you the money in the future. Huang Xiaolong shook his hand and laughed. It's nothing much to me. After all, I need to head over there anyway. You can consider this repayment for your advice earlier. A grateful expression filled Alexis's face. Should we leave right now? All right. As such, the group left the city for the Great Valley the next instant. After their introductions, they discovered that their guide was a famous adventurer in the African continent. I would explore the area before the valley appeared. I might not dare to claim to know everything in the world, but I am certain that I know all there is to know about the region around the valley. The guide Ife started to boast of his abilities. Oh, do you know the reason behind the appearance of the valley? Huang Xiaolong asked. Ife hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Yes, I do. Alexis was shocked. I heard that no one knows the reason behind the appearance of the weird monsters pouring out from the valley. How do you know the cause behind it? Experts all over the world used satellite images to look at the area around the valley in order to determine the reason behind its appearance. However, they were unable to do so. Since Ife claimed that he knew the reason, the world would tremble if the news got out. Since you know the reason, why don't you report it to the Great Alliance? I asked. A sneer formed on Ife's lips. Why should I tell them? Frowns formed on the faces of those present. Even if I look for an official and tell him the reason, he might not believe me. Even if they do, they will definitely report it to the higher-ups and claim all the credit for themselves. Ife sneered. I won't get anything out of it. In fact, they might even silence me to keep it a secret. Huang Xiaolong looked at Ife with a look of amusement. Why would you trust us then? Humph. I'm great at judging people. However, he paused for a second. Anyway, I didn't say that I'm telling you the reason behind the appearance of the valley. Huang Xiaolong tossed over another spatial ring. There's another 100,000 in there. Alexis and the rest were shocked. They didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to buy an answer for 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. According to them, it didn't really matter even if he knew, right? Ife looked at the ring in his hand before turning to look at Huang Xiaolong with suspicion in his eyes. Young Master Huang, you're planning to go there for the black diamonds, right? Hurry up and get to the point, Huang Xiaolong muttered. In fact, I'm no adventurer. I'm an archaeologist. The reason I chose to adventure near the valley was because I discovered a secret region there. Secret region? Alexis and the others gasped in fright. Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled slightly and he seemed to have thought of something. That's right. It's a secret region called the Devil Hell Secret Region. Ife turned serious, and his tone sank. All these years, I failed to find the entrance of the secret region. Do you mean to say that the Great Valley is now the entrance to the Devil Hell Secret Region? Are the monsters all from hell? Alexis yelped in terror. Yes. Everyone looked at each other doubtfully as the story was too unbelievable. Ife turned to Huang Xiaolong and continued, Young Master Huang, do you believe my theory? I do. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Indeed, the Devil Hell should be a secret region like the Kunlun Saint region. The only difference was the person who left the region behind. Pangu was the one behind the creation of the Kunlun Saint region, but he had no idea who left behind the Devil Hell secret region. Alexis and the others were a little speechless when they heard that Huang Xiaolong agreed to the man's speculations. Are the black diamonds a type of energy crystal born in the secret region? Huang Xiaolong continued. Ife's jaws dropped when he heard what Huang Xiaolong asked. That's right, I guessed as much. The black diamonds greatly resemble the spirit stones on Earth. If someone manages to enter the Devil Hell secret region, wouldn't they make it rich? Kita gasped. Ife could see the greed in Kita's eyes, and he chuckled in amusement. If you make it out alive, you'll be rich. You won't be able to stop counting the money you make if you return alive. However, are you sure that you can make it out in one piece? It's said that Lord Yuan Hui entered the valley once, but he was forced back after going in several hundred meters. The devil chi in the area is too terrifying. I'm afraid that even the experts who have surpassed the enlightenment realm wouldn't be able to go too deep into the valley. Kita and the others felt their scalp going numb. The only people who might be able to enter the valley would be the ancient immortals from the Wuxia Alliance if they return to life. Huang Xiaolong remained calm as he asked Ife about the current happenings around the Great Valley. Perhaps it was because he took Huang Xiaolong's spiritual stones, he told him everything he knew. However, he didn't know anything that happened within the valley. The only thing he knew was the stuff recorded in the ancient scripts. Along the way, Ife told Huang Xiaolong and the rest about his great adventures. All of them were as weird as could be, and Alexis and the others learned a lot from him. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong realized that Ife was a pretty good guy. The only thing about him was that he was avaricious. After crossing this mountain, we'll arrive in the Crimson Flames Basin. Ife pointed towards the peak before them, and he explained, the valley is right in the middle of the basin. When we enter the basin, there will be tons of monsters. It was a kind reminder to all of them that things would become dangerous. As he was really familiar with the area, they didn't run into any creatures along the way. However, it would be unavoidable the moment they entered the basin. When they arrived before the giant mountain, he reminded them about various things they had to take note of. However, they saw a group of people flying back towards them, and it was clear that they came from the valley. Haha, we're going to be rich. We found more than 30 black diamonds this time, and there's one of them the size of a small fist. Luce is really stupid to believe us. However, it's lucky he did. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to escape from the multitude of creatures. Laughter filled the air. However, the mood was completely different on Alexis's side. Her expression changed instantly, and she rushed over to stop the group of people. Laha, what did you just say? What happened to my big brother? She was naturally referring to the man they called Luce. The man she spoke to was a young patriarch from the Nanda family from one of the surrounding cities. However, they were much stronger than the Pure family. The young man looked at Alexis and sneered, Ha ha ha! Look, it's little sister Alexis. After he spoke, all of them surrounded Huang Xiaolong's group with sinister smiles on their faces. More than 30 experts of the Nanda family surrounded them. Laha chuckled. Your big brother should be pretty much monster feed by now. The blood drained from Alexis's face, and she screamed, What did you just say? How can this happen? Didn't he go exploring with all of you? You said that he was being stupid and that everyone in my family was stuck there. What do you mean by that? Alexis questioned Laha furiously. Laha and the others roared with laughter. What did I mean? Laha continued. We told him that there is a huge amount of black diamonds in one of the mountain ranges. He thought that it was true, and he brought the experts of the Peer family over. There's nothing there other than a whole bunch of monsters. Alexis and the members of her group felt their hearts filling up with fury. You caused my brother to die. Alexis screamed and a pair of swords appeared in her hands. She charged towards him without a care in the world. Young lady, be careful. Ai and the others yelled. They protected her as they charged towards the members of the Nanda family. However, one of the experts beside Laha released his aura, and the members of the Peer family were sent flying backwards. Nascent soul realm, Kita yelled when he slammed into the ground behind him. What? Alexis and the others screamed in fright. A nascent soul realm expert was like an insurmountable mountain to those present. That's right. We have a nascent soul realm expert on our side. Laha sneered. Let me do the introduction. This is a grand elder of our Nanda family, Lord Mo Xian. Lord Mo Xian? He was the second strongest expert in their old city. He was in existence at the peak of the late 9th level nascent soul realm. Ife's reaction was pretty much the same. He seemed to have heard of Mo Xian too. Go capture the girl. Kill the rest, Laha ordered. Several dozen experts jumped at Huang Xiaolong and the others instantly. All of them were in the Golden Core realm, and most of them were high-leveled ones. You guys... Alexis and the others jumped in fright. However, their assailants froze in mid-air. They fell to the ground all of a sudden. When they landed, their bodies turned completely black as though they were poisoned. The members of the Nanda family were stunned. So were the members of the Peer family. What in the world is going on? Soon after, the bodies of those who fell from the skies started to corrode. They very quickly became a pile of sludge. The golden cores that were in their bodies turned into a pile of black dust. Laha and the others who didn't move earlier sucked in a cold breath. That was a golden core they were talking about. It was stronger than spiritual treasures. Even so, they crumbled into dust in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was the poison! The nascent soul realm expert felt his expression change as he glanced all around him in fright. Who? Huang Xiaolong stepped forward slightly and the gazes of those present landed on him. You! Mo Xian looked at Huang Xiaolong in doubt. Alexis and the others were slightly taken aback. Are you someone from the Ghost Valley? Mo Xian asked. Among the 6 factions on Earth, the Ghost Valley was the most mysterious. Other than the art of controlling ghosts, they were well skilled in the art of poison. Nope, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Mo Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Staring at Huang Xiaolong intently, his expression hardened. You went too far by killing so many experts of the Nanda family. They're just a bunch of golden core realm cultivators. Not even the ancient saints can bear the consequences of offending me. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Laha burst out laughing all of a sudden and a mocking smile formed on his face. Not even the ancient saints are qualified to offend you. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a god or something? Huang Xiaolong glanced at him as a bolt of lightning fell from the skies to turn him into a pile of ash. Mo Xian's expression changed instantly. Who are you? Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Mo Xian yelped in fright. He fell to his knees instantly and his body trembled in fear. Your Highness, please spare my life. Since you know who I am, destroy your physical body and I'll allow your essence soul to live. Mo Xian contemplated his choices for a moment. but he nodded eventually. In front of everyone, he blew his physical body up. His essence soul flew out from his body, and he bowed respectfully towards Huang Xiaolong before leaving. The disciples of the Nanda family stared at Huang Xiaolong, and they didn't know what to do now that their only backup was gone. "Alexis, you can deal with them as you wish," Huang Xiaolong said to her. "Me?" Alexis snapped back to reality, but there was a look of trepidation on her face when she looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even though she didn't know why Xian would address Huang Xiaolong as His Highness, she knew that Huang Xiaolong had to be extremely important for Xian to destroy his physical body on command. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Alexis hesitated for a moment before retrieving her twin blades. She walked towards the disciples of the Nanda family with a trace of hatred in her eyes. Even though they tried to escape, they realized that they couldn't move a muscle. Several dozen minutes later, Alexis looked at the bodies on the floor covered in blood and she sucked in a long breath. "Let's go. Your brother should still be alive," Huang Xiaolong said. All of them stared at him in shock. My brother is still alive." A look of joy appeared on Alexis's face. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as he extended his divine sense to cover the entire region. He discovered a young man battling a bunch of monsters in one of the mountain valleys in the region. Before any of them could react, the world started to spin around them. The next thing they knew, they were standing in the air above the valley. "Brother!" Alexis exclaimed as she looked at the figure below. When Alexis was about to rush over, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and pressed down into the air. The monsters that were fighting her brother were pressed straight into the ground. All of them turned into meat paste in an instant. Even though they had seen how Huang Xiaolong dealt with the members of the Nanda family a moment ago, they were still shocked by his revelation of power. In the past 2 days, everyone had learned how strong the monsters were. They could definitely stop ordinary bullets with their bodies, and not even the purple laser cannons could suppress them. Now, Huang Xiaolong dealt with them with a single gesture. When Alexis's brother heard her cry, he raised his head in shock. Despair filled his heart when he thought about the monsters that surrounded him. When he turned his attention back to the monsters, he was flabbergasted to discover that they had already been destroyed. "Brother!" After snapping back to reality, Alexis rushed over to Luce's side. "Alexis!" Luce hugged her tightly as she approached. "Patriarch!" Ai and the others gathered around him happily. "Where are Uncle Mu Chang and the others?" Alexis asked. "In order to protect me, they have already—" Luce's eyes turned red as hatred flashed through his eyes. "Laha! He was behind this. He tricked us." Alexis's expression became a little complicated, and she explained, "Brother, Laha is already dead." "What? How is that possible?" Luce gasped. His Highness took revenge on our behalf." Alexis recalled how Xian addressed Huang Xiaolong, and she quickly retold the story of their run-in with Laha's group earlier. Luce fell to his knees and thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely after hearing her story. Allowing him to get up, Huang Xiaolong brought them out of the valley they were in. Emerging from the valley, everyone saw a flood of monsters rushing towards them. Fear filled their hearts for a moment, but they were quickly greeted by a sight they wouldn't forget as long as they lived. Huang Xiaolong stomped on the ground once, and a layer of ice covered the land. The icy blue hue was like a flood that turned every creature into an ice statue. The entire world around them turned blue in color. Not a single monster was left roaming about, and the devil chi that filled the lands was converted into cold air. The plains that were comparable to hell turned into a silent land covered in ice. Alexis and the others were stunned. "All right, you should leave the plains now," Huang Xiaolong reminded. Now that she had found her brother, she could return to the territory controlled by humans. "Your Highness, are you planning to enter the Great Valley?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "I'll head over to see if I can seal up the secret region." After all, that was the only way to prevent anything similar from happening in the future. Of course, Huang Xiaolong also wished to look at the source of the disturbance. Before they left, Huang Xiaolong handed a tablet over to Alexis, and he chuckled. "Since we were fated to meet, I'll tell you who I am." I am a Grand Elder of the Huang family of the Wuxia Alliance, and this is my identity tablet. If you go to Wuxia in the future, you can look for me." After he spoke, he disappeared into the distance with a single step. Everyone felt their brains buzzing in confusion when they looked at Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure. Grand Elder of the Huang family? Ife's face was filled with doubt. He wasn't the only one. The others were equally as confused. "Anyway, we should leave the plains before deciding on anything," Lu said. Nodding their heads in agreement, all of them quickly left the plains. All of them were afraid that they would run into the monsters on the way back. However, they couldn't believe their eyes when they realized that the entire region was frozen solid. When they touched the creatures that had turned into ice sculptures, the creatures just crumbled into dust. "Isn't he a little too strong?" Luce gasped. Alexis thought about what Huang Xiaolong said earlier about ancient immortals, and she thought to herself, could it actually be true? When that was happening, Huang Xiaolong saw the great valley that had appeared in the earth. The great valley was hundreds of miles wide, and devil chi poured out endlessly. Ugly monsters that emitted black smog appeared along with the devil chi. One of them rushed towards Huang Xiaolong after detecting his presence, and it roared angrily. Huang Xiaolong didn't do a thing as purple flames emerged from his body. Before the monster could enter a 100-meter radius around Huang Xiaolong, it was incinerated to bits. Huang Xiaolong continued to venture deeper into the crack. The valley was practically bottomless, and Huang Xiaolong sank thousands of meters into the land. When he finally arrived at the bottom, he saw a giant hole that resembled the mouth of a giant monster as weird creatures poured out from it. Huang Xiaolong turned into a streak of purple flame that went straight into the hole, burning everything around him into ash. When he entered, Huang Xiaolong was greeted by a world of red. Other than the monsters and the devil chi, everyone was a dark crimson color. Monsters charged towards his location in an endless tide. All of them roared happily as excitement filled their eyes. "Get out there and eat the humans. They taste great. The Devil Lord has spoken. We'll kill all the humans." "Lord?" Huang Xiaolong frowned. He looked at the monsters who were charging towards him, and he casually sent out a punch. A terrifying wave of energy appeared and crushed every monster in his way. The energy wave traveled through the world of red, and after a long time, it finally arrived at the edge of the world. A massive explosion ensued, and the entire secret region trembled. Huang Xiaolong's punch seemed to blow a hole straight through it. "Who dares to act so arrogantly in my devil hell?" An enraged roar rang through the skies as a frightening aura filled the skies. "Ha!" Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised. The creature that revealed its aura was at the 9th level soul condensation realm. One had to know that even Chen Haoguang was only a 6th level soul condensation realm expert. However, Huang Xiaolong raised his arm casually to drag the creature over to himself. The creature stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief as fear filled its eyes. "Are you an ancient immortal? Didn't the Devil Lord say that the ancient immortals have already gone to the immortal world? There shouldn't be any ancient immortals left in the world." Huang Xiaolong didn't say a word as he casually sent a ray of purple light into the creature's body. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong scanned through the other party's memories. He learned something pretty shocking. Oh, offspring of the ancient devil race. The monsters in the devil hell were all offsprings of the ancient devil race. They were closely related to the ancient immortals of Earth, and they had even fought several great wars against each other. After the ancient devils were defeated, they were sealed in the devil hell secret region. After countless years of hard work, they had finally managed to use the assistance of the origin devil chi they found in the secret region to break through the seal created by the ancient immortals. Devil Lord! Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned to stare at the deepest parts of the secret region. The Devil Lord had the purest bloodline out of them all, and he was also a descendant of the ancient devils. His strength had reached the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm. Due to the suppression of the lower worlds, he hadn't been able to break through. Peak late 9th level void immortal, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. He didn't expect there to be such an existence on Earth. Huang Xiaolong shattered the creature he was holding with a slight squeeze. Casually waving his hand, a giant rune appeared in the skies and sealed off the entrance of the secret region. Even though the seal was created by Huang Xiaolong casually, it wouldn't be easy for the creatures to destroy it. At the very least, it would hold for the next few days. After sealing the entrance, Huang Xiaolong made his way towards the depths of the secret region. The space contained within the secret region was greater than the surface of the earth. The Devil Lord himself had no idea how many monsters there were in the secret region, even though he was the master of the region. But he knew that there were no less than a quadrillion. There were only 10 billion humans alive at the moment, but the monsters outnumbered them by at least 1,000 times. If the creatures went up to the surface, there wouldn't be any space left. When he looked at the creatures that were rushing towards the already closed entrance, an icy blue light surrounded him. Every single creature in a 10-mile radius around Huang Xiaolong was turned into an ice sculpture. Several creatures who were out of their mind charged at Huang Xiaolong, but they couldn't even react before they turned into crumbled ice. Eventually, they started to avoid him like the plague. Like the humans, the monsters were equally afraid of death. When Huang Xiaolong was traveling towards the depths of the secret region, the great general of the devil race reported the situation to the upper echelons of the devil race. What? A human intruded on our lands. The great marshal of the devil race, Udihai, was shocked. Weren't we the ones doing the invading? How many of them are there? Udihai asked. The general hesitated for a second before stuttering. There's only one person. What? Udihai roared in disbelief. All of you can't stop a single person? The generals revealed awkward looks. He's really strong, one of the generals stammered. The icy chi around his body stops anyone from entering 10 miles of him. Chen Yuan and the other generals have already been turned into ice sculptures. They crumbled the moment we touched them, and we can't even try to save them. Udihai stared at them in shock. He knew how strong his subordinates were. Marshal, do you think we should report this to the Devil Lord? Udihai nodded solemnly. Go and report this to Lord Devil right now. He's in the Blood Sea Divine Palace. The rest of you, follow me to meet the human. All of them shot out from the palace instantly. The Devil Lord was the master of the secret region, and everyone listened to his commands. Udihai was the third strongest expert among the devil race, and he was at the mid-level void immortal realm. According to human standards, he would be considered an ancient immortal. An existence at his level was more than enough to destroy the world. He would be a terrifying existence no matter where he went. Under his leadership, they soon discovered Huang Xiaolong. Udihai felt his scalp going numb when he felt the icy chi coming off Huang Xiaolong. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong arrived 100 meters away, and he stared directly at Udihai. Devil Marshal? He could tell that the other party was in the mid-level void immortal realm. With his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the void immortal realm, someone at the level of Udihai would be able to loosen his muscles a little. I am Devil Marshal Udihai. Who are you? Who would have thought that there would be such a strong human expert left on Earth? I am Huang Xiaolong. There's no need to speak any further. Make your move. All right. Udihai didn't waste any more time as a pair of giant axes appeared in his hands. There were weird devil ghost-like beings that appeared behind him as devil chi filled the air. He appeared before Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye as he slashed downwards. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to hold the tip of the axe with his thumb and forefinger. A bright flash covered the axe before it turned to ash as Huang Xiaolong landed a solid kick on Udihai's belly. A giant blast was heard as Udihai was sent flying into the ground. The earth trembled as a giant crater was created. Dust filled the air as countless creatures were killed by the impact. The devil's presence stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. What was that flame? How can your physical body be so damn strong? Struggling to get to his feet, Udihai stammered. A look of terror flashed across his face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. The pair of axes were top-grade immortal artifacts. It could kill the ancient immortals and it had no weakness. Now, it turned into a pile of ash. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong didn't use a single trace of true essence when he kicked earlier. He only used the power of his fleshy body. Not even the ancient immortals would possess such power. Even the Pangu in the legends wasn't as terrifying as the weird human standing before him. Naturally, the legends of Pangu were written before he ascended. No one knew how strong he really was. Huang Xiaolong descended before Udihai and casually sent a grand mist worm tunneling through his body. "Bring me to the Blood Sea Divine Palace," Huang Xiaolong ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." The experts of the devil race stared at each other, and none of them knew what to do now that their marshal had been controlled by the human. Finally, they chose to follow closely behind Udihai and the human called Huang Xiaolong. "Do you think that Lord Devil will be able to defeat this human?" One of the generals asked the others. The scene where Huang Xiaolong kicked Udihai into the ground was still fresh in their minds. Lord Devil has already refined the supreme treasure of our devil race, the devil dragon flute. The human's body might be strong, but he won't be able to withstand a strike from Lord Devil. Someone else muttered, "Devil dragon flute. When the devil dragon appears, the world will bow at its feet." That's what the old ancestors said. When the devil dragon flute rings, immortals will fall. In several dozen minutes, they arrived. A sea of blood could be seen under their feet. Waves that were thousands of miles high swept through the blood sea as the stench was overwhelming. Ordinary humans would have long since puked long before they arrived. Moreover, there was a special type of energy that would kill anyone not of the devil race. However, Huang Xiaolong ignored it completely as he continued walking forward. A giant palace sat in the middle of the blood sea, and it shone a dazzling gold color. It was extremely eye-catching, and without a doubt, it was the home of the Devil Lord. The Blood Sea Divine Palace was a top-grade devil artifact. It was passed down since ancient times, and it had been nurtured by an endless amount of blood. It was much stronger than it once was. When Huang Xiaolong approached the palace, a blood arrow shot towards him. The blood arrow was tens of thousands of feet long. There were devilish runes inscribed on the arrow, and when it appeared in the skies, the surface of the sea was lowered by hundreds of feet. A piercing buzz made everyone present feel as though their minds were bleeding. The moment the blood arrow appeared, the members of the devil race backed away in fear. The blood arrow arrived before Huang Xiaolong in an instant, and just as it was about to pierce through his chest, Huang Xiaolong swatted it away casually. The blood arrow slammed into one of the distant mountain ranges, and it shattered the structure completely. As it crumbled to the ground, the blood arrow continued onwards to stab straight through a random continent in the distance. "Ha!" A shocked cry emerged from the Blood Sea Divine Palace. Soon after, a man clad in blood-red robes emerged. It was a middle-aged man with a blood rune on his forehead. He was like a bloodied knife standing against the wind. The members of the devil race fell to their knees when they saw him. Lord Devil! That was the master of the secret region. He was at the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm. One could argue that he was as strong as the current Huang Xiaolong. The devil lord saw that Udihai wasn't on his knees, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. However, his gaze soon turned to Huang Xiaolong. Peak late 9th level void immortal? He licked his lips in excitement and continued, "I haven't tasted the blood of a void immortal in a long time. Who would have thought that there would still be one on Earth? You'll have to be strong enough to make claims like that." With Huang Xiaolong's current physical body, practically nothing would be able to injure him. The only item in the Pangu world that could hurt him would be the Pangu axe. Even if he stood still, the Devil Lord wouldn't be able to pierce through his skin. The Devil Lord, Lu Huang, sneered with contempt. "Ha ha ha! You're a feisty one. Why don't you work for me? In the future, you'll be second only to me. Once you follow me, we'll join hands and sweep away every power in the Silver River star system. Not even the Panwu Immortal Gate will be our match." "Oh? You know about the Panwu Immortal Gate?" Huang Xiaolong was slightly surprised. A light flashed in Lu Huang's eyes as he turned to stare at the void. "In the past, I followed my father to the Panwu Immortal Gate before the Devil Hell was sealed. My father battled the old ancestor of the Panwu Immortal Gate for 10 days straight. He turned to Huang Xiaolong once again. If we join hands, we'll become the overlords of this world. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. Make your move. Give it all you got. He had to admit that Lu Huang was probably the strongest person in the mortal world. However, it was impossible for him to join hands with Huang Xiaolong. Not even gods of creation who had 2 billion units of grand cosmos energy were qualified to work with him. Since you chose death, I'll respect your wishes. A red light flashed through Lu Huang's eyes. You seem to possess a terrifying bloodline. After I absorb your blood essence, I'll sweep away the Panwu Immortal Gate all the same. I'll dominate the Silver River star system alone. A devil blade appeared in his hands after he spoke. It was a blade that had a crescent shape, and he appeared above Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. His blade slashed downwards, and it appeared half a meter away from Huang Xiaolong's skull. However, Huang Xiaolong's punch arrived at the same time it did. The power behind the fist caused the hearts of those present to tremble slightly. As his fist came into contact with the blade, a terrifying blast rang through the skies. The devil blade shattered into 1,000,000 pieces and Lu Huang was sent crashing into the Blood Sea Divine Palace. Boom! A dull ringing sound rocked the air as countless waves swept through the ocean of blood. Silence descended on the lands. When the sea finally regained its calm after a long time, a figure tore through the skies. Lu Huang reappeared in the air, and he roared, "You! I heard that you have a supreme treasure of your devil race. Why don't you bring the devil dragon flute out?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Even though their cultivation realm was similar, Lu Huang would never be a match for Huang Xiaolong. Not even 100 million Lu Huangs would be enough to take on the man. Lu Huang didn't say a word as a long flute appeared in his hands. The flute resembled a devil dragon, and it had a sinister appearance. Lu Huang brought the flute to his lips as he entered a trance. Buzz! In an instant, weird sounds filled the space around them, and they formed a special rhythm that echoed in the backs of everyone's minds. The rhythm caused everyone to feel as though they entered a world of illusions. Their essence soul fell into a daze, and they started to go crazy. It wasn't long before some people lost control and blew themselves up. That was how terrifying the Devil Dragon Flute was. Without any physical attacks, the Devil Dragon Flute could cause the deaths of one's enemies, could kill a crowd at once. The experts of the devil race covered their ears, and they sealed off their essence souls. Even so, it was useless. The notes rang in their minds and the true essence in their bodies started to speed up. Luckily for them, Lu Huang didn't direct the brunt of the attack at them. Otherwise, they would have long since exploded. Lu Huang seemed to fuse with the Devil Dragon Flute as he played with all his heart. Along with the melody, he seemed to be transported into a magical world where he was the overlord. He was a god. Only after a long time did he open his eyes. However, he was greeted by a terrifying sight. Huang Xiaolong was standing there without the slightest damage to his body. He didn't explode like Lu Huang thought, and his mind seemed completely unaffected. "That sounded pretty good," Huang Xiaolong said. "Other experts at the peak of the late 9th level Void Immortal realm might not be able to defend against that mental attack, but I'm no ordinary expert." "What?" Lu Huang yelped. Huang Xiaolong didn't move a muscle. However, a shocking amount of power emerged, and it filled every corner of the secret region. Everyone felt as though they were smaller than a speck of dust when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Who are you?" Lu Huang stared at Huang Xiaolong with fear in his eyes. "Kneel," Huang Xiaolong commanded, and his order was like the law that governed the world. Lu Huang and the others felt their souls trembling as they fell to their knees involuntarily. Huang Xiaolong walked towards him slowly, and he sent a grand mist worm into Lu Huang's body. "You can get up now." Climbing to their feet, they looked at Huang Xiaolong in trepidation. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop there. He waved his left hand and a mysterious rune landed on Lu Huang's body. The devil lord that was hundreds of feet tall started to shrink and he became a tiny little spirit that was the size of a fist. The devil chi he emitted was completely locked in his body. the experts of the devil race gasped in fright. Their terrifying devil lord became a little spirit in the blink of an eye. The chance was too damn shocking. In the future, you can follow me. Lu Huang replied respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. He flew into the air and followed closely behind Huang Xiaolong. A pair of wings appeared behind Lu Huang, and if anyone were to call him a tiny spirit, no one would ever doubt that claim. With another flick from Huang Xiaolong, the Blood Sea Divine Palace was dragged out of the ocean. Runes appeared along the palace as the devil light around it started to dim. Soon, rainbow-colored light emerged from inside the palace. Huang Xiaolong only stopped after several minutes and the Blood Sea Divine Palace shrank to fit in his palm. Huang Xiaolong looked at the palace with a satisfied gaze. He had refined it countless times in the past few minutes, and he increased the strength of the artifact by several dozen times. He planned to use the palace as a defensive fort for the members of his family. He tossed the palace into the sun-moon furnace before strolling about the secret region with Lu Huang. When he saw everything he wanted to, they left the Devil Hell secret region. After they left, Lu Huang raised his head to the skies and roared, commanding every monster who invaded Earth to return. In the blink of an eye, the devils that flooded Earth returned to the Great Valley, shocking the great alliances and the great sects. Through the satellite images, every single expert on Earth saw the monsters retreating into the ground. Not a single one was left. Initially, everyone lived in fear of the terrifying creatures. They felt endless despair as though the end of the world had arrived. Now, there was no longer anything to be afraid of. The creatures that were so scary ran away without any warnings. No one could believe what they were seeing. However, it didn't take long for the news of the Great Valley's fate to be revealed to the world that someone had sealed it up completely and the monsters in there wouldn't be able to escape ever again. Earth broke out into celebration. Huang Xiaolong left towards the Wuxia alliance with Lu Huang in tow. Since you're the devil ancestor, you should know something about the Kunlun's secret region, right? Huang Xiaolong was reminded of the Pangu axe on his way back, and he asked, Your Highness, do you mean the Kunlun Immortal region? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Since Lu Huang was the master of the Devil Hell and had been alive for a long time, he might know a thing or two. Is there no other way to enter the secret region other than when it opens by itself? Huang Xiaolong asked. Even though 4 years wasn't a long time, it would be great if he could obtain the Pangu axe earlier than that. There is, however, it's almost impossible to open the Immortal region before the day it's meant to be. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. How can I do that? He wasn't too hopeful when he asked, but it seemed as though there was a way to do it. According to the legends, Pangu left the secret region behind along with the Pangu sword. The Pangu sword contains his soul brand, and anyone will be able to enter the Kunlun Immortal region as long as they possess the sword, Lu Huang explained. Pangu sword? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Who would have thought that Pangu had refined a sword in the past? However, it seemed as though his father, Huang Long, and his master, the Blazing Dragon, had no idea about its existence. Was it a product Pangu made casually? That's right. However, the Pangu sword isn't in the mortal world at the moment. Lu Huang continued. Is it in the immortal world? Lu Huang nodded slowly. All right, then I'll have to make a trip there one of these days. Huang Xiaolong spoke casually as though he could ascend at any time. Lu Huang looked at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of contempt. Was the immortal world a place he could go as he pleased? One had to know that the path to the immortal world was sealed. Without the permission of the Jade Emperor, no one would be able to ascend. Your Highness, the path to the immortal world has been locked down since the start of time. Only after passing the heavenly tribulation and obtaining the permission of the Jade Emperor would one be able to ascend. Lu Huang explained as he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong might not know the truth behind Ascension. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Lu Huang from the corner of his eye, and he chuckled. It's all right. I'll just blow up the seal. Blow it up? Lu Huang gasped in shock. He had been alive for a long time, and that was the first he had heard of someone wanting to blow up the path towards the immortal world. Your Highness, I heard that the path to the immortal world has been sealed after many immortals fused their power. A strange look appeared on Lu Huang's face, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He felt that he had to explain everything clearly to this crazy man before him. The great immortals in the immortal world are existences akin to the gods. They are indestructible, and even golden immortals are nothing to them. Even though he had no idea how strong a golden immortal was or their position in the immortal world, he knew that they were definitely existences hundreds of times stronger than a regular heavenly immortal. Before them, everyone was an ant. How terrifying were they exactly? Would anyone be able to shatter the restrictions laid down by them? A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he chuckled in amusement. The great immortals in the immortal world are nothing but ants before me. Lu Huang looked at Huang Xiaolong in a daze. Is he comparing all the immortals to mere ants? Ants? Lu Huang gulped in fright. He forced a smile and continued, Your Highness, you really know how to joke around. Huang Xiaolong didn't explain himself, and he laughed casually. All right, the path to the immortal world should be in the center of the Star River, right? Yes, Your Highness, that's right. Lu Huang had no idea what Huang Xiaolong meant, but he continued, In the past, my father and I saw the path to the immortal world when we visited the Panwu Immortal Gate. The Panwu Immortal Gate, Chaos Immortal Gate, Hundred Buddha Immortal Gate, and Azure Sea Immortal Gate were the strongest powers in the mortal world. Their territories were located precisely around the center of the Star River. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly, and he asked, Do you still remember the way there? Yes. Was Huang Xiaolong actually planning to? All right, make your preparations. We'll leave for the central region in a few days. Huang Xiaolong commanded. Are we really going there? Lu Huang failed to suppress the shock in his heart. Of course, I'll bring you around the immortal world for a quick stroll. Huang Xiaolong joked. Lu Huang's mouth fell open, but nothing came out of it. As the space around them spun around continuously, they arrived in the Blue Dragon Orchard in a little more than an hour. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had returned safely, Huang Jiyuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When your mother heard that you were going to the Great Valley, she became extremely anxious. She couldn't contact you either, Huang Jiyuan explained. You're too reckless. What if something had happened to you in the African continent? What were your father and I supposed to do? Wang Milan snapped. The time Huang Xiaolong spent over in the African continent amounted to several hours at most, and everyone thought that he didn't manage to venture far into the valley. That was understandable. After all, no one would expect him to be able to seal up the Great Valley before returning in a few short hours. Did Yuhan tell you this? Huang Xiaolong laughed. The only person he had told before going to the African continent was Zhang Yuhan. You can't blame her. Wang Milan continued. Whatever the case, we heard that the experts from the other planets came over to seal the Great Valley. The monsters won't be able to cause trouble on Earth any longer. Experts from other planets? Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Jiyuan nodded his head. That's what everyone is saying. You probably heard that the Great Valley was sealed before returning empty-handed, right? Huang Xiaolong could only nod in agreement. Hey, Xiaolong, is this a new pet you bought on your trip? Wang Milan looked at Lu Huang and gasped. It's so cute. It's like the black spirits of the legends. Look at it. It has a pair of cute little wings, and it looks like a little fur ball. Even though he had lived for a long time, it was Lu Huang's first time experiencing the touch of another being. He felt a shock running through his body. Ha! It's trembling all over like a frightened cat. Wang Milan giggled. Xiaolong, where did you get this pet? Help us get one too. Huang Wen approached them all of a sudden, and her eyes sparkled when she looked at Lu Huang. I want one too. Huang Jiyuan piped up at the side. Huang Xiaolong smiled and looked at Lu Huang. Looks like you're quite the desirable pet. Coughing slightly, Lu Huang nearly choked on his reply. Your Highness, you have to be joking. Due to his appearance as a tiny black spirit, no one noticed his red face. He can even talk. Wang Milan's eyes lit up in surprise. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Of course, He's pretty damn strong. I should be the only one who can deal with him. No one else on Earth is his opponent. Wang Milan scoffed lightly. You're getting better at lying. Huang Xiaolong promised to get them one each before they released Lu Huang. In the following days, Huang Xiaolong strolled about the various cities with Wang Milan, Zhang Yuhan, and the others. 2 days after he returned, Lu Huang called Yu Dihai and the other marshals to the Blue Dragon Orchard. With the same technique, he turned them into tiny little spirits. The devil chi they released returned into the bodies and they became cute little house pets. Huang Xiaolong gave Wang Milan, Huang Jiyuan, Huang Qinfei, Big-Headed Huang, Huang Wen, Lin Kai, and Zhang Yuhan one each. There were 4 male and 3 female marshals, and all of them were in the void immortal realm. In the future, when Huang Xiaolong left for the immortal world, they could take care of the members of the Huang family before he returned. As for the 7 marshals, they might have turned into tiny little spirits, but their strength wasn't affected at all. Huang Xiaolong also imparted a set of special techniques to them in order to boost their strength. Wang Milan was playing with her pet when she heard that Huang Xiaolong was planning to leave Earth for a little while. She immediately became extremely worked up as she yelled, "Why do you need to leave? I need to deal with some matters, and it should take a few months. You can rest assured that I'll be back before we celebrate the Lunar New Year." Huang Xiaolong knew the reason behind their anxiety. After all, he had gone missing for a whole 100 years in the past. Wang Milan was probably afraid that he would disappear once again. As it was already October, there were 4 months left before the Lunar New Year. It was more than enough for Huang Xiaolong to do what he needed to do in the immortal world. Wang Milan finally calmed down after Huang Xiaolong promised them that he would return. She knew deep down in her heart that Huang Xiaolong would have to leave eventually. "Xiaolong, we'll await your return," Zhang Yuhan muttered. "Relax. When I come back, we'll celebrate the Lunar New Year as a family. After that, I'll bring all of you to tour around the various planets in the star system." Zhang Yuhan felt her heart pounding when she realized that Huang Xiaolong had already considered her to be part of the Huang family. As for the others, they could only send him off reluctantly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon with Lu Huang. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to leave Earth. When Huang Xiaolong left the planet, Chen Haoguang and the others were facing a group of people clad in scarlet robes. Even though there were only 50 of them, all of them were soul condensation realm experts. There were several high-level soul condensation realm experts among them. The person in the lead was a 9th-level soul condensation realm expert. "Tao Wei, what do you mean by this?" Chen Haoguang growled angrily. The person in the lead, Tao Wei, sneered. "It's nothing for you to be concerned about. Anyway, we'll be taking everything in this immortal cave." The faces of Chen Haoguang and the others turned extremely ugly. "Tao Wei, your bristling moon sect might be strong, but you might not be strong enough to take this immortal cave for yourself." Liang Yun sneered. "There's no need for you to worry about that." Tao Wei sneered. Clapping once, he yelled, "Come out!" The space around them started to tremble and several figures revealed themselves. There were nearly 300 of them, and all of them were in the soul condensation realm. Chen Haoguang and the others felt their hearts pounding in fear. They might have gathered nearly 200 soul condensation realm experts on their expedition, but their opponent had twice their number. There were also more than a dozen high-level soul condensation realm experts among them. However, the bristling moon sect shouldn't possess so many experts. "You should be a little confused. My sect doesn't have so many experts." A sneer formed on his lips and he continued, "They aren't experts from my sect. All of them are from the Immortal Reverence Empire." "Immortal Reverence Empire?" Chen Haoguang and the others gasped. There were countless territories in the Silver River star system, and there were countless sects that resided in it. Even so, the Silver Star system was only a small part of the deserted galaxy. There were many top-tier families and countless powerful commerce houses. However, there was only a single empire. It was the Immortal Reverence Empire. They basically controlled half the galaxy, and more than 2 million cultivation planets had submitted to their rule. The bristling moon sect might be one of the top 10 sects in the deserted galaxy, but they ranked at the bottom of the 10. They were far too weak compared to the Immortal Reverence Empire. There wasn't a need to speak of the Bristling Moon sect. Even the Lightning Sword sect, the strongest out of the 10, would be crushed by the Immortal Reverence Empire. As such, no one dared to go against the order of the Immortal Reverence Empire. When Tao Wei saw the look of fear and shock on the faces of those present, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. That's right. It's the Immortal Reverence Empire. In fact, it's the third prince of the Immortal Reverence Empire. Recently, His Highness has been looking for experts to carry out his bidding. Chen Haoguang, Liang Yun, and all of you should surrender. This will bring you endless honor. I will only give you one chance to surrender. I hope you cherish your opportunity. Chen Haoguang and the others fell into a dilemma when they heard the offer. There were 5 princes in the Immortal Reverence Empire, and every single one of them possessed endless resources. All of them might control the Immortal Reverence Empire in the future as the Crown Prince hadn't been chosen yet. Working for one of the princes would indeed bring them endless prestige. However, they had already surrendered to Huang Xiaolong. If they chose to work for the third prince, they would be betraying Huang Xiaolong. What's wrong? Are you not willing to submit? A cold light flashed through Tao Wei's eyes. That's not it. Brother Tao Wei, we are more than willing to work for His Third Highness. One of the old ancestors beside Chen Haoguang replied in haste. My true essence Swordgate is willing to work under His Third Highness. As soon as he spoke, he fell to his knees. Huang Xiaolong's strength might have shocked those present, but the actions of the true essence Swordgate's old ancestor caused many of their hearts to waver. Huang Xiaolong might be strong, but none of them felt that he was comparable to the third prince of the Immortal Reverence Empire. One had to know that the Immortal Reverence Empire stood behind the third prince. The old ancestor of the Immortal Reverence Empire was said to possess heaven-shaking strength. He was an expert half a step into the void immortal realm. I am willing to follow His Third Highness. Several other old ancestors fell to their knees in unison. Soon after, people started kneeling one after another. In the end, only Chen Haoguang and the others were left. There were only 20 or so people left standing. Looking at each other, they sighed before getting to their knees. More than 200 factions submitted to the Immortal Reverence Empire. Nice! Tao Wei roared with laughter. Chen Haoguang, Liang Yun, His Third Highness will definitely treat you well. Chen Haoguang hesitated for a moment before telling Tao Wei everything that had happened previously. After all, since he chose to betray Huang Xiaolong, he should deal with the problem at the source. Tao Wei was a little shocked when he heard what had happened. Oh? He defeated more than a dozen soul condensation realm experts with a wave of his arm. Not even Cui Yuan was his match. Yes, Brother Tao Wei, Huang Xiaolong might actually be in the Great Void Realm. In fact, he might be at the high-level Great Void Realm. Tao Wei sneered. Is that it? Even if he surpassed the Great Void Realm to reach the Grand Completion Realm, he would be smaller than a speck of dust to His Third Highness. Do you know how many Grand Completion Realm experts work for His Third Highness? He raised a single finger after speaking. 100. Chen Haoguang gasped in fright. 1,000. To be exact. There are more than 1,100 experts in the Grand Completion Realm. Tao Wei chuckled. Out of those, there are more than 60 high-level Grand Completion Realm experts. A little more than a dozen of them are 9th-level Grand Completion Realm experts. Chen Haoguang and the others sucked in a cold breath. They were trying their best to overestimate the third prince's power, but it far exceeded their expectation. Just the number of Grand Completion Realm experts alone outnumbered all of them present. Could there even be Tribulation Realm experts after that? They didn't regret surrendering at all. What about Huang Xiaolong? Chen Haoguang asked. His Third Highness lacks experts at his level. Since he might be someone in the Grand Completion Realm, we can't afford to let him go. Tao Wei sneered. What if he refuses to submit? Chen Haoguang asked. Relax. He will. Tao Wei sneered in contempt. Chen Haoguang and the others finally relaxed when they saw how confident Tao Wei was. Indeed, that was the Immortal Reverence Empire they were talking about. If Huang Xiaolong wasn't stupid, he would submit for sure. In the deserted galaxy, who would dare to go against the Immortal Reverence Empire? Anyone who dared to oppose them would find their clans exterminated. In fact, they might be captured and tortured for eternity. Their essence souls would be used to refine pills. In fact, they might be turned into creatures similar to vengeful ghosts who roam the world. They would never be reincarnated. After a few days, we'll look for His Third Highness. Tao Wei muttered. All of you can present His Third Highness with the Immortal Cave. His Highness will definitely reward you. Chun Haoguang and the others looked at each other silently. We have to thank Brother Tao Wei for the help. After all, we'll all be on the same side in the future. Chun Haoguang and the others thanked him. Well said. In the future, all of us will be part of the same family. The third prince told Tao Wei that he would be given the entire region once he subdued Chun Haoguang and the others. Now, all of them would be his subordinates. Brother Tao Wei, I already got some people to prepare a banquet in my divine court sect. Do you think? Chun Haoguang turned his gaze to the man and asked. All right, since we're pretty close to the flowing flame star, let's go take a look. Chun Haoguang and the others bowed before gesturing for Tao Wei to proceed. After they retrieved the treasure, the entire group proceeded to the divine court sect. As they returned, Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang approached the space around the flowing flame star. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before deciding to head over. In the past, he had told Chun Haoguang and the others to look for medicinal herbs. He wondered if they had managed to accomplish their task. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother manipulating the space around them as he flew towards the star casually. In a few minutes, he arrived in the divine court sect. Call your old ancestor out here. Huang Xiaolong ordered the disciples guarding the main hall. Even though Huang Xiaolong took them in as his subordinates, none of the disciples knew of his identity. They were shocked to hear someone summoning their old ancestor, and they quickly made a report. When Chen Haoguang and the others heard the report, they were shocked for a moment as they were in the middle of the banquet. Is the person wearing some sort of weird Dao robes? Is there also a strange mark on his forehead? Chen Haoguang asked. Yes, old ancestor, the disciple replied. Huang Xiaolong. Chun Haoguang and the others yelled in unison. Oh! Tao Wei placed his glass down and chuckled. Did he come? Great. This saves me a trip down to Earth. Brother Tao Wei, should we go out to look for him? Chun Haoguang and the others asked nervously. They might have submitted to the third prince and possessed the protection of the Immortal Reverence Empire, but Huang Xiaolong's strength still scared them. Why should we? Tao Wei waved his hand nonchalantly. Send a disciple out there to call him in to meet me. We'll continue drinking. They weren't even sure if Huang Xiaolong was an expert at the Grand Completion realm. This, Chun Haoguang couldn't help but hesitate. However, he saw the look of annoyance forming on Tao Wei's face, and he nodded reluctantly. He summoned a disciple and said, Bring Huang Xiaolong over to meet Lord Tao Wei. Yes, ancestor. The disciple felt a wave of euphoria washing over him when Chan Haoguang addressed him directly. He quickly left the hall to summon Huang Xiaolong. He quickly arrived at the entrance. When Huang Xiaolong noticed a lone disciple coming out of the main hall, he couldn't help but frown. He released his Dao souls to look at the situation, and he quickly discovered Tao Wei and the others. He quickly pieced together everything that was happening. After all, he was a monster who had been alive for far longer than anyone in the hall. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Your Highness, do you want me to bring Chun Haoguang out here? Lu Huang muttered. As an existence at the peak of the void immortal realm, Lu Huang's divine sense was extremely powerful. It might not be comparable to Huang Xiaolong's Dao souls, but it was strong enough to discover what was going on in the hall. There is no need. We'll allow them to be merry for a bit. Huang Xiaolong shrugged. A disciple in the Foundation building realm approached Huang Xiaolong, and he sneered, Follow me into the hall. Lord Tao Wei wishes to see you. Do you know who Lord Tao Wei is? He's a vassal of the third prince of the Immortal Reverence Empire. When you meet him later, you best behave yourself. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if you anger him. A frosty light flashed through Lu Huang's eyes when he heard the disciple's dismissive tone. He casually pointed at the disciple and a trace of crimson light pierced through his chest. The disciple's body rotted in an instant, and he turned into a puddle of black blood. Lu Huang's devil chi was something that could kill experts at the 9th level void immortal realm. That disciple was a mere foundation-building realm cultivator, and he wouldn't be able to take on a millionth of Lu Huang's power. Seeing as the disciple was killed, those standing around charged at Huang Xiaolong in an attempt to take him down. However, all Lu Huang did was snort, and blood leaked from all their orifices. They fell to the ground in an instant. Huang Xiaolong strolled towards the main hall casually. Along the way, Lu Huang released his aura to sweep the disciples of the Divine Court sect away. Very quickly, a report was made to Chun Haoguang. All of them couldn't help but think about Huang Xiaolong's warning when he came over the first time. He had said that anyone who betrayed him would die without a complete corpse. Tao Wei narrowed his eyes, and he growled, "Presumptuous!" The moment the word left his lips, a figure entered the main hall. A body flew in alongside the man, and the body was turned into a pile of black liquid. The faces of Chun Haoguang and the others changed instantly. Under their shocked gazes, Huang Xiaolong stepped into the main hall with a cute little black spirit on his shoulder. "Looks like I'm interrupting your celebrations," Huang Xiaolong sighed.